All right. I just started the live stream, and Jake just said, "Are you ready for round dos?" Yes, let's do it. I'm gonna actually send you a link real quick, Jake, and then of course I will introduce the stream and let everybody know what all this is. In the background, you're gonna see my kid getting like hanging out and doing silly stuff until his bedtime. So let me get that. Send that invite out. Oh my goodness. Okay, messages. Boom, Jake. All right. Oh, hey Ben, what's up? So you are free, dude. You have free time. Tell Mama gets back from walking the dogs, and then all that fun stuff. So, okay. I am ready to rock. I'm ready to get some art done, and I'm gonna throw Jake on here. Jake, let me see if I can get this worked out here. I gotta change my stream. There we go. Okay. How goes it?
Shaved and yeah, just about eaten.
Nice. I just wrapped up a ton of homework with my son. He had a bunch of makeup work.
Oof.
And I gotta go through this rigmarole for people who might just be tuning in for the first time. So this is the live stream where I work on 2 stories, book 2, which is one of my graphic novels. It's the sequel to 2 stories, book 1, which is basically a graphic novel that explores really in depth my journey dealing with manic depression and caregiving for somebody with panic disorder. It's kind of heavy, and it alternates storylines between childhood stories that are kind of lighthearted to like adult stories that deal with heavy themes like suicide and some other stuff that isn't obviously for all ages. And then another book for not for all ages called Jacob's Apartment that's coming out from Graphic Mundi. It's 138 full color pages, and this can be pre-ordered at graphicmundi.org. And now I got all the plugs out of the way. Sorry, Jake. That was a long plug time. I didn't bother to go through the full plots or the full pitch, but I figure I got to hustle my wares at the beginning of this
Yeah,
thing.
you got to run the gambit. Ain't got to sell itself.
Exactly. I mean, these comics, man. We got these comics, and they gotta sell. Otherwise, they'll just kind of sit there on a shelf and rot. So,
Unlike me, though, because if you want to have a comic that is for free, you could go to newgrounds.com and you could look up Jay Twister, and you can read Bowmeal for absolutely free.
I love
it's a
that.
weekly web series that will be uploaded every Friday at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. CT.
Nice. And how's that been working for you, like the updates and stuff? Have you been staying pretty? I mean, from what I've followed, it seems like you've been pretty consistent with updates and stuff.
On no. This week I actually broke the consistency.
But no.
I was like at a really bad spot. I had some family issues that I had to take care of and deal with. And so I wasn't like in a productive state of mind, but I haven't been for the past 3 weeks. And so I have been working on the 2 duds that I've been struggling with for a good while. And the deadline for those came up now. So I chose rather to post both of them next week.
Nice. So you're feeling that like crunch time motivation.
But I'm still ahead. I do have strips that are already completed
Awesome.
for like 5 weeks ahead, plus the ones that are in the VIP. So I am ahead of the curve. I just need to dedicate myself a little bit more as I get out of this rot and rut.
I like it. And rot kind of fits the whole bone meal theme, so you guys should check it out. Because it definitely there's definitely some corpses in there. Not to like give away much, but there's skeletons. Thus the bone meal. So
Well,
yeah,
we all are skeletons to a degree.
yeah.
Like that is an identity that we really do want to touch on, and be be of comfort that we have another aspect to ourselves that are hidden within, not just like in like the abstracts and like thoughts and all that stuff. Like there's something physical, like there's a property that will be there after you have passed and all of that, unless you choose for cremation or doing some other type of alternative burial practice. But if you choose to stick yourself in a coffin, yeah, um,
You
that
guys, I know this
yeah.
might be a spoiler that comes as a shock to everybody, but we are all bones underneath these weird little meat costumes we're wearing.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
I know we're getting deep. We're getting heavy here, guys. So anyhow, how's your day going so far, man?
It is currently 4 a.m. and I am just biding my time until I'm about to head to sleep, and then I'll wake up and go out bowling.
My goodness, man, that's pretty. That's pretty early, but I've been there. I've definitely had those like 4 a.m. work sessions. But just so you know, as we're going, if it starts hitting like 5 a.m. or something and you need to bail, feel free, buddy.
No, I have to intentionally sit up until 6 a.m. So
Nice.
I
Yeah.
I'm definitely deep in the night gang territory now.
Hell
We only
yeah.
need Mama Soto now and
Yeah,
Adam Lore, and then we're set.
that's true. We do need a Mama Soto and an Adam Lore to be like a complete, fully formed. Um, yeah, we're like Voltron. Like we form the Night Gang. Like when we have all of those facets together. Yeah, I'm like, it's funny. I feel bad for my kid because it was like we had way more makeup work that he had to get through than I realized. And it was like the last piece of homework was like one of those moments where, as a dad, I was really proud because I watched him go through like a hard struggle and like even have like a little freak out moment, like those moments where something and you're under pressure. So you kind of forget it and get frustrated and kind of like have to like backtrack and go through it and like actually power through and then feel the success of like finishing and doing it right. um and yet, so I was really excited for him because it's like a good lesson, about like working really hard, struggling through, like persisting and actually accomplishing something, but holy moly, like I just felt so much sympathy for him because it was like quite a lot of work, for a little
Yeah,
dude to have to do. But I
it's
mean, he was
really
out, sick a couple days, so it makes sense. But it's like it's interesting seeing him like absorb that lesson and trying to kind of coach him through it without shame. It's a
yeah.
hard thing to navigate as a parent.
And there's a bit of like that involuntary angle, and it's not just like for being a kid, but it's just that some subjects don't really stick with some people, and that
Yeah,
could be
yeah,
a tough one. It gets better as you progress over like education and you
yeah,
build up your own resilience, and you could lean in more to your interests and fields and subjects that you do have a passion for or an innate curiosity over. But it's
yeah.
really rough those like elementary to high school years.
Oh
Not
yeah,
not in my country because our high school system is not designed. Uh, uh, well, our high school is sort of like designed from when you go from middle to high, you get to choose a specific field that you want to educate yourself in. So if you want to go for more STEM work, you could do that, but at a base level. So if you want to go for like mathematics, you have to do like humanities or general studies, or
yeah,
like as an electrician. If you want to be an engineer, you can go there, and then you could then it like deviates away. So it's either like theoretical or practical. that you'll be ending up with at the end of the high school education.
That's cool. I like that kind of system. Like one thing that was talked about a lot when I was in art school, it's like a weird thing because it's like on our last stream, I was also kind of praising, like I actually like the state school system we have here where you have to get like a certain amount of general education out of the way before your specialty, because it makes for like very broadly educated people. Like I think like if the goal of school and college is to kind of like, you know, learn a craft or a trade, then it definitely needs to be more focused, you know, like on the specific craft or trade you want. And I definitely agree with the idea of like man, there were some classes like it took me a long time to get into science. Like I used to struggle a lot in like science classes, and only as I got older did I like develop an interest in science, and a lot of that was just through I think you often call it like autodidactic like learning, which I'm very similar. Like I have to, if I have an interest that's my own interest, I learn 20,000 times more effectively than something I have no interest in.
Yeah, you awaken by volunteering yourself into
Yeah,
becoming infatuated with the subject.
yeah,
That is wholly contradictory to the formality of like proper education.
yeah,
The ones that is free at least, and for colleges and universities, that's sort of like now we get to break that rule, and now we're going to learn how to think critically
yeah,
and question everything and start to be oppositional. But the problem is that the elementary and high school, like the
yeah,
elementary level, have brute have carry like they're kind of shape the base knowledge into like how learning is supposed to be, into some kind of like an expected thing to happen, like your dialogue with your teacher, like a repository for just answers,
yeah,
um, without having to question it, is still like retained at that high level. It depends really where you are, but just like having that permission and not
yeah.
and not like enact on it, I find that really sad.
Yeah, I agree. I think that like I was saying, I think it's good to have a broad base and a broad level of interests. But I also think it's really important to know like how people are wired for learning. And so
Hmm.
like I think that like for instance, had I had science teachers that actually understood I was an artist and I was a person who would learn things through application more than just rote learning, I
Hmm.
think I would have had a much like greater interest in science because I'd probably have a teacher that would engage that part of my mind and kind of get me into the story of science rather than just like the sort of rote learning elements of it. Um,
Yeah.
and
Um,
like, so I do think there are ways you can take like more of a formalistic approach to education, but also gear it like as an effective teacher to like the different learning styles of the students in your classroom. And I also understand like at least the way they're structured in the States, like most of these classrooms are like overloaded, you know, so it's like they have way too many kids to kind of be able to teach in that sort of way.
yeah.
Where it's like you kind of have to teach for the whole, and it can kind of suffer a little bit because of it. But I do think, like, I remember I had a couple friends like early in college who, like, when I first met them and was like hanging out with them, they would just swear how much they hated reading books, you know?
Hmm.
And then I remember like finding some books, like just as a friend of theirs, that I thought they'd be really into, just knowing their personalities and loaning them those books. And like at this point, you know, decades later, like some of those friends are like people who like read more than I do all the
Yeah.
time. Like they just can't stop reading because they adore reading. It's
Hmm.
just that they didn't have a teacher who would like sit down with them and be like, oh, well, you don't like reading because you're reading these crappy novels, you know, like,
Yeah,
or,
you
or,
don't.
or, you know, maybe like you've been trying science fiction and you need to try like slice of life, or maybe you've been trying slice of life and you need to try like philosophy or like whatever it is, you know, there's a book out there for somebody, you know, But I always thought that was weird. I was like, why didn't like a teacher do that with them? Like sit down and go like, oh, you don't like this book? Well, have you tried this book? I don't know.
Yeah, there was a piss poor job at trying to sort of like introduce not only the classics but also the canon
Yeah,
for that particular culture. I was talking with a guy who had been deeply involved with like education down in California, and he uh, also noted that they aren't taught Faulkner, they aren't taught Hemingway or Hawthorne or Twain or the likes.
yeah,
But not only that, the uh, reading is sort of like becomes a chore when it doesn't click,
yeah,
and it's really hard for not only the class who's going to have to like do the book report on that specific book, but for boys that's really hard because there is a gender disparity with having that females are more literary readers textually, while boys navigate like more visually, and so having like a book for them to click with on a literary level, and not having that being promoted to them is a little bit disheartening.
yeah, for sure. And it's
They're not
it's
like,
yeah,
yeah.
it's so it's a weird thing because it's like I'm not necessarily a person who thinks that like I don't think the goal of college personally, I don't think it should just be trade because I think then you should just have a trade school, right? Like, if you just want to teach people like draftsmanship, have just like a draftsmanship course. Um, and a lot of that you could actually just do online without like an academy. I think the advantage of the academy or like of a formal institution would be giving people like a broad perspective so they can be kind of a more informed human being like in society. Because I think like people who believe in learning and like even self-generated learning or whatever form of learning,
Mhm.
um, people who tend to believe in that don't just think you should be learning only for like utilitarian aims. Like a
Mhm.
lot of us believe it's like there's something deeper to it, to like knowing history and knowing like a little bit of philosophy and a little bit of science. Like these things are like really helpful, and they also make you a much less likely target for like shenanigans. Uh,
Yeah.
so it in a weird way it actually benefits you more than a trade if it's done right, because like you'll be able more easily able to call BS on something that's BS, um, or like take away the veil from like something that's being really masked and be like, oh, okay, this is actually what is being said here. Um, or just have a better analysis of things. So like if done right, it's great. It's just I don't think it's always done right, but I do think, and this is my long-winded way of saying something I was going to say like 20 minutes ago, but it's like or 10 minutes ago, but I do think there's a benefit to the idea of like on the trade and skill point though, like there was something really cool in the era where you'd have this sort of master apprentice kind of approach to art.
Yeah.
And I do think it's kind of a shame that we've lost a little bit of that, because like how much more would I have benefited in my life if like when I was like 12 I could have been like I really want to be a cartoonist, which I knew at 12, and I could have actually mentored under a master cartoonist and like learned this skill and like really honed it and had like critique and training and like learn the tools and all of that like at a very young age, so that by the time I was like ready to go to college and get that broader learning that I think is really important, you'd still have like a specialty, like you'd be able to be a specialist and a broad learner at the same time. I think that's something I'd like to kind of see somehow brought back, but I can understand how it's hard to kind of institutionalize that type of learning.
Well, when it came to like the decline of mentorship, uh,
Yeah,
I think it parallels well. I'm not going to say that it's a correlation, but it parallels well to the like shift from not only uh, the ways of like how media also shifted, like the media attention shifted, but also the introduction to gig economies
Yeah.
and the shift away from um, the practice of studio,
Yeah.
because a lot of these like mentorships took place in the US within studios, not only institutional type of plants, like at the Walt Disney like stuff and other places, or offshoots of the academy that have like a direct like connection to the institutions,
Yeah.
intellectual institutions, but also like smaller studios that were doing the work and having interns come in and be actually paid for their internship to produce work along with the artists. I think that mainly when it came to cartooning and for comics, that shit uh, just flushed down when the whole comics uh, when the whole thing, the system got uprooted during the Warnham the years around like the end of the 50s, and so everybody shifted away over to magazine work, which
Yeah.
sort of like gig economy before gig economy took off. Um, we had to like editorialize and sell the work on the premise that it will get printed as like a monthly contribution or a
Yeah.
contribution, and that has only been facilitated. While as in other countries that has not been the case. In France, for instance, I think they do have some sort of like mentorship, but they get to work on like the bande dessinée for about a year or so before release, and get good results out of not only having like assistants on board, but also like doing the work with them and trying to learn with them.
Yeah, yeah. I think in France, I mean, it's. I have definitely met quite a few French cartoonists who have this like narrative of how they learned the craft,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of them like mentored under like a very known cartoonist that's already active in France, and so like
Mm-hmm.
the cartoonist that was successful in that case would like really make an effort to like train up younger cartoonists, even having them do like assistant work or whatever in their studio. And then like they would sort of be mentored and learn the whole craft and trade from that.
Yeah.
Um, and not only that, but like have kind of a business advantage from it too, because they'd be able to say like, hey, I trained under this artist. And I know there's a little bit of that in the US. I mean, like what you were mentioning about Disney, I mean, there's definitely like Art Center still has very much like that kind of scenario. So like we went to college with one of the guys that was in our graduating class was this guy named Jeremy Spears, who like is in a bunch of Disney credits now.
Yeah.
And like part of how he got in was he would get off school like at our Cal State, and then he'd drive all the way from Long Beach to Pasadena while he was working on a BFA at Cal State Long Beach. He would go hang out and just ask those teachers at Art Center, because the tuition's insanely expensive.
Yeah.
And he had just very wisely done the math of like, well, it's not really the school, it's the extracurricular stuff that really creates connections and like mentorship in the industry. So he just started asking night professors like if he could just sit in on their class.
Yeah.
And so he would drive all the way up there, like be exhausted, have already done his homework for like a BFA, and then go there and like sit in on their life drawing classes and their drawing classes, and go on their field trips to like the zoo to like draw, and basically just meet everybody in that circle, all the instructors, all the classmates, and make all those connections too. And then he got kind of grandfathered into the whole animation industry through that, like by first getting an internship and then kind of working his way through. And I know the way they train artists is kind of similar, especially at like Pixar and stuff, where it's like you kind of start doing the grunt work and you're sitting under like a guy who's doing the in-betweens. And then, then you move to in-betweens and you sit near the guy who's doing the keyframes and you're mentored by them. So that system still exists, but it's not quite as prevalent in the broader art realm as it was. And it's definitely not like one of those scenarios like it was in the medieval era, which, like, I mean, you had these painters who literally from like age 10 or whatever mentored under a master, and then like by the time they were of like at age 18, they were like painters who had mastered the entire medium. And
Then again, it's sort of like romanticizing that idea too.
Yeah, I mean, there's also some darkness in those mentorship situations. I mean, a lot of people don't realize like Michelangelo wasn't super kind to like the young boys he was mentoring. Like.
I like the account from Will Eisner. I know that it's sort of like semi-fictional, but he brought up that in the Heart of the Storm graphic novel that he did about his father when he was in Vienna and under like some mentorship. I think, I don't know if it's a fictional account or not, but he was like tutoring under this great painter of like a glass painter for church and all that during big canvas and all that stuff. And he was just like a wild one, really perfectionist, and didn't like being not tolerated by his subordinates. But then again, I think that is also like good, although it stems from like pressure.
Yeah.
All the time, the way that they're shaped, the mentors, they're shaped by the hectic work life, and the ways of coping that is just like they don't have time for their personal gripes and their personal problems to like being fully like expedited out of their system through like going through therapy or just having some kind of like relationship or life outside of the work life.
Yeah, I totally get that. And I think even in that era, just with most trades, not just art, but most trades, it's like you also didn't have a ton of freedom in the sense of like your choice of profession. So to an extent, you were sort of in a master apprentice kind of scenario, whether you like it or not. And a lot of it just had to do with like family lineage and like, there wasn't quite as much like, I mean, I guess on the plus side, you had a lot less people going like, who am I? Like, what do I do? What should I do after college? These like kind of existential crises like probably weren't too common in that era because it's like, what do you do? Well, your dad was a shoemaker. You're a shoemaker, like that kind of thing. But at the same time, like, with the only added benefit of you're going to be a really good shoemaker because like you've been, mentoring under a shoemaker since you were 6 or whatever, or so it's like this weird kind of conundrum. But I do think like, so I tend to think our system's better now, but I think there was some good to the idea of the master apprentice scenario that like maybe art schools could somehow adopt. I don't know how they would go about it, but I do kind of feel like if at a younger age, like if at like by the time I was in junior high, when I knew I was really interested in cartooning, if I had had the ability to like actually mentor under a cartoonist, I think that would have been really helpful. But obviously we'd need some kind of like if a system like that were implemented, we'd need some kind of I don't know, way to kind of avoid it becoming some of the more problematic stuff that would happen with the master apprentice kind of scenario.
I think a lot of the working culture that came out from that period too encouraged a lot of quote unquote trade techniques as well, swiping and all that shit, but who doesn't? And like admitting to that is sort of like hurting in a way, in the sense of like it hurts one's pride having to admit that you have actually copied or swiped or whatever.
Yeah, especially younger artists, I think, have issues sort of admitting like, like for instance, like photo reference and stuff. It's like this thing that I see a lot of young artists like really freaked out about it, and then older artists tend to be just like, yeah, get as much photo reference as you can get, you know, like it's
And
like,
I'm like, all of these things, um, just like doing a cross comparison. I
yeah,
know that I know I can't stay away from it, but manga, like over there, swiping and pulling references and doing like digital, pulling it off by retooling and tweaking them into the screen tones and background art and all of that stuff. It's become sort of like uh, it becomes automatically accepted. It's only like on the conditions of the artist of how they want to how they want to pursue their expression,
yeah,
the way that they wish to like put it into the work. But over there, they still do the whole like assistant under a mangaka, and then they get to like train
yeah,
do different parts of the art, and then they start to like excel probably in one particular area in which they can get more work for, or they can go off and do their own, but they do have a skill set
yeah.
work in place for that.
Yeah, and a lot of the larger manga studios like have like a sort of entry level way to get in as an apprentice kind of early on. And not only will you like have time with like the artist and be on their crew kind of doing like in between panels, or maybe you're doing like backgrounds or tone work or whatever it is. Also quite often like the studio is sort of mentoring you and like trying to give you training on like storytelling and the kind of broader aspects of things, because they have like a pretty ironed out system of like how they're going to continue and kind of keep newer blood in the it's a very like streamlined process the way they have it set up.
Yeah, but
Keith in the chat said not exactly an apprenticeship, but I was a teaching assistant in grade school, and considered that. I think he meant grad school, and considered that professor. Yeah, I thought it was grad school. That professor, my mentor, and then he said, then later some internships. Yeah, I mean, I would say I actually have a really similar story. My friend now, Rick Reese, was like a teacher of mine, and I TA'd for him in grad school, and he like has been like a huge influence on my career and my life, even helping me get like my first paid illustration gig in house. And so it's like those things exist. They just don't exist to the level of like when you're I don't know. I don't see them very often where it's like to the level of like a 12-year-old, like as they're developing as a human, also developing some trade skills in art, you know. And I do think there's something about like being able to start that early. It's kind of like musicians, you know. In music, it still seems more common than in art, where quite often in music, you know, kids are, you know, start like people who end up being these like brilliant pianists. If you find out like when they started playing piano, it's rarely like when they were like 18.
mhm.
A lot of the time, it's like somebody who had like piano lessons since they were like, you know, 4, you know, and just um, and so it's like it kind of creates this conundrum of like you're never going to be as good like on a technical level, you know, as somebody who's just picking up piano at like 18, as like somebody who can just breathe piano as if it's like a language, you know. I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, you're making absolute sense. Because those formal years have been spent like training up the basics so that they can advance later on, where everybody should have been where everybody does sort of like enter to the basics. So if you have
yeah,
been doing something, if you have been doing some kind of like recreational thing or a talent from when you were 8, and the mean like of entry is about 12, you're still like 6 to 4 years ahead of them, uh,
yeah,
because then you have already invested time, and time investment is not something that is conscious to everybody. But what is what's more profound with like people that can get into some kind of like interest is like their intuition, and trust in that intuition
Yeah.
from that early age helps their confidence.
Yeah. Totally. And I mean, like, I think most artists I know like have been drawing since they were kids.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that we haven't been doing it. It's just like most artists I know definitely weren't like apprenticing under a master artist since they were kids. And so it's like I just imagine, I mean, I know that may not be a fun way to go about it, but I feel like there's got to be some kind of hybrid of like the current system, um, and then sort of like more apprenticeship kind of situations. But I mean, there are definitely internships and stuff. And I think if I really wanted like an assistant or something, I could probably approach like some of my friends who teach college and say, hey, do you have any students who want to like learn some tricks to like inking? And then I could like have that assistant like come by and like help me out on pages, and in turn like teach them some of the tricks of the trade that I know. Um, but I still feel like that still falls short of like that. Um, just I don't know, like master apprentice kind of scenario where I do think there's like I don't know, I don't really know where we would go with that, but I do feel like there was value to that. Um, and I've talked to people in art school, like people who teach at art schools and stuff, who like kind of feel the same way, but like I equally have no idea how you would even implement something like that in a society like where ours is.
Yeah,
Um,
it's an ideal, and it won't work 100%. But one could probably work out that concept and try to integrate it into the system, and then it will become natural
yeah,
within a couple of generations. But it won't be any like viability as it has been tested and replicated and ironed out for like the immediate like introduction of it.
yeah,
And for people like me, I just have to like live on my own time and having like to deal with my own training, but
yeah,
because I've already settled for my own art journey in a sense, or my approach to craftsmanship, in that I have to put more time in like drawing and sticking with it, and sort of like live with my mistakes and just learn as I go. Uh,
yeah,
and it's not only just because, but it's also conditional, and it is within my limits and capabilities to do so. Because I wasn't afforded, even if I am not afforded that ability, I at least can pick up and be conscious of that being a viable option later on for other people than myself. So going around and promoting that is at least important for me too.
yeah. It's just something I think about too, because I definitely wasn't in a scenario like that, and I did, like have a vast interest in art. Like, I remember when I was, a freshman in high school, I was enrolling at the local junior college just to take some college level art courses in the summers,
Hmm.
just because I just couldn't get enough. Like my high school wasn't providing a lot, and I was like, I want to learn more, and I enjoyed drawing. So, I mean, that kind of thing is still a possibility, but yeah, it definitely thinking about it, I'm like, I would have really enjoyed the opportunity to kind of like actually learn some of the lessons I learned much later on from like pros, like earlier than like, waiting till like you get a 4-year college degree or whatever. Um, but yeah, the nice thing is, I mean, the great thing about art is like pretty much anyone can learn how to draw. Um, we did talk about this when Gary was on, like on the last one, where there are like those occasional people who like want to enroll in like a music school and they have no tonal ability, like they just can't hear a note that's hit wrong.
Hmm.
And so there are some people who like literally like are going to have a very difficult time, if even find it impossible, to like learn music. um, and that's just like unfortunate, but it's like I do think that exists with everything, where there's some people who are just not designed to have a knowledge in something no matter how hard they try. But I would say that's a very small minority of people. I think most people, given enough time and dedication, they can learn how to draw, at least the trade part of it, the craft part of it,
Mhm.
So I don't know. It would be kind of neat to see like people with that ability at a younger age. Although I guess I should be thankful they don't have that, because then we'd have a bunch of competition that would just bury us to like an extent that was just mind-boggling, in the field.
Yeah. Uh, I think um, Keith, a belt ranking system with Photoshop Kumite battles, rival schools in in a no bars held, no held bars, no holds barred art room brawl to the finish. No, 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 no Kumites here.
I was gonna throw out there that there's a band called Rival Schools that's actually pretty good, from like I think the late '90s and early 2000s. So check them out.
Oh
I
yeah,
like the idea of like art showdowns, but I have a feeling I would get destroyed in the ring.
I don't know. Are you a slow or fast artist? That's the question.
Well, I mean, a good example would be like this is a panel that I started at the beginning of the last live stream.
Mhm.
So I'm not super fast, but if I need to be fast, I can be fast. It depends on what I'm doing. I could say like if we were in a life drawing scenario, I could probably take some heads.
Yeah, I'm definitely a slow one, but I like to take my time.
If we were in like a kind of cartooning scenario where it's just like inventing things wholesale from our heads very quickly, if my wife were in that battle with me, she would be the victor, and I would be on the floor crying because she's incredibly fast with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been trying to like develop easy, highly stylized characters for like effortless strokes, and I've sort of like succeeded in it, but I won't go into much detail about it. But
Nice.
I find them highly and like entertaining and really relaxing, just like doing these doodles.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's a good practice actually too. Um, let's see. So Chase just joined us and said, I'm glad I'm kind of early and not late. Had dinner." Well, hello, Chase. I did end up checking out Chase's art on Instagram. I promised I would do that, and I scoped it out, and it was pretty awesome. A lot of what appeared to be kind of like sort of shape-based paintings. Does that make sense? Not abstraction, but like figurative, but very like broken down into blocks of shape. Like when it comes to the color, is that a fair description, Chase? I don't know. It just seemed like there was a little bit of design play with the way that you were kind of rendering your figures, where it was kind of breaking them down, the internal like color into like shapes and stuff. Because that's a bad. I don't want people to think it's like converting things into actual geometric shapes. I just meant like kind of breaking. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good example. You guys just check out Chase's portfolio on Instagram. It's good. Yeah. Jake, did that give you a visual picture, or did I make it sound like Chase is like Kandinsky or something?
I'm a little bit zoning out. I'm sorry, but
That's okay. We're all kind of there.
I have like a little bit aphasia.
That's okay. I had a zone out moment. I'm definitely in a zone out kind of scenario, because like helping your kid with homework for like 4.5 hours. Oh my gosh,
I
it
guess
puts
the
you in
cereal and yogurt just kicked in right now.
cereal and yogurt.
Yeah, mango
Oh,
yogurt and crunchy muesli cereal.
dude, mango yogurt sounds incredible. That
Yeah,
sounds really good.
it's
I don't know if
mango.
I've had mango yogurt, but that sounds like something I'd be all about. That sounds like a good snack. Yeah, I still have yet to have had time to shower today. And so that is my goal after I'm done with this panel. Is like I'm actually thinking I will shower. Believe it or not.
Yeah. I did have a shower before I came on, so we're
Good
total
for you.
opposite ends now. So
That's true. Well, we're kind of on opposite ends of the day as well, right? Like you're breaking into the early wee morning hours, and I'm creeping my way into the late night hours. So kind of
yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
it's about 5-ish.
Wow, 5 a.m. and here it is about 8 p.m. So it's still a relatively early stream for me.
Yeah, by the time we're like in the mid of like in the dead of night, it would be like high noon here.
Nice. So basically, it's like this is why, Jake, you're able to show up to so many Night Gang streams. Because the secret trick is for you that's like afternoon.
Secret trick: live in Europe.
I love it. I'm sure there's a lot of benefits to living in Europe.
Do you like high gas prices? Do you like absurd
Well,
electric bills? Do you like an increased inflation in food?
you know what's sad is like you're describing our country right now.
Yeah, I'm describing my country right now.
Nice. Well, that's lovely. We all have. I'm curious. Curious if it's comparable, but yeah, our gas prices are crazy. Inflation's pretty nuts. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm
I can.
hoping that it'll ease after the supply shortage, because like at least from what I understand, it's like because of COVID, like a lot of the factories and suppliers like had to shut down. And then when everything kind of reopened up, you had this like kind of just crazy blockade of like tons of demand and like supply suddenly being available again, but like supply chain areas getting like blocked up and overrun. And so now it's like this weird thing where like demand is really high because like people are ready to spend money again, but like supply is just like months and months behind. So I personally feel like once like suppliers are able to like get products to people, like and they're able to kind of catch up on that inventory like of what's been ordered, I think we might see an easing of inflation, because I do think that's like I don't think that's specific to the US. I think that's affecting the whole world right now.
Well,
Just that like
not only,
that demand's really high and supply is like super pinched,
yeah, supply's not been only the only issue.
Oh really?
As for like Europe, there's like this whole border conflict and shit with Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, is that impacting because that's a little closer to home for you, right?
Yeah, you might say that.
That's a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah. If Russia decides to annex, it will be a bad time. The reason why is because the gas pipeline is directly connected to Russia, and if people are and if they annex and they start to like doing like sanctions and stuff in the EU,
Yeah.
Russia could just like shut off the fucking gas pipes.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things about that scenario, because like I think yeah, and it's like you have the biggest economy in Europe, I think, is Germany, right?
Yeah.
And like they're like almost like what, like 80 or 90% reliant on Russian gas pipelines. So yeah, it like geopolitically, I mean, that's just one example, but it's like geopolitically, like that gas supply is a huge. That's a huge problem.
I learned too that from a friend that there are no overlap economically between Germany and Russia because there aren't any sanctions that Russia can do. No, and that Germany can do against
Yeah,
Russia in case of that happening. So they have
recourse. Yeah,
no recourse whatsoever.
yeah, it's a really tense situation. I don't know. I have my own opinions on it. Like for me, I I know some younger people. This has been interesting for me about getting older. Is like I'm old enough to remember the last 10 years. So I've seen like Russia just like gradually just be like, hey, we're going to kind of cross our border and just sort of take this area. And
Yeah,
then while they're doing it, they're like, oh, we're not taking this area. And it's like, but they take the area. And then the problem is like once they have the area, it's gone. Like there's no like returning it, you know, like and so I've seen this happen over like a decade. And then I'm like, I've talked to a couple younger people who are like in their 20s and stuff. And they're like, well, what's the big deal? I mean, like, you know, it's like, okay, so if they actually just kind of cross that border and just like actually invade, then, you know, we should do something. And I'm like, but they've done that like, this is the third time now. Like, you know, it's kind of, it's a tough, yeah.
With Ukraine, there is like a there is like a great anxiety built up for it because of all the geopolitics that I've seen out of it.
Yeah.
Compare that to like the invasion of Georgia in 2008. Reason for like taking Ukraine is sort of like inching closer to like the dramatic step, or like the because sort of Poland acts sort of like as a corridor into Germany and the other territories that lies beyond Germany.
Yes.
And so that that can raise concern into like if they're going for like Polish invasion too.
Yeah.
Later down the line, in case they like get their affairs right with Belarus, because Belarus is a dictatorship, and there is sort of like this there's like this border, I'm the Sivalki border that crosses between I don't know what the English name for it is, but we call it White Russia. It's sort of like a little enclave, or like a nation divided away from the mainland Russia.
Okay.
Resting by the Baltic Sea. It's like below Latvia and Estonia and a third country I don't remember at the moment. But if Belarus takes over successfully with Russia, Ukraine, then move up the border and sort of like isolate those three countries, they'll be tying their hands into joining Russia. Not that there's like any real fear about that thing, because that's sort of like a dangerous ploy to like pull off immediately afterwards, if they succeed in like doing Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think at least on my end, like, you know, in our country, like there's a big sentiment of like, you know, a distaste for like sort of policing the world and sort of like trying to kind of stay out of other countries' business because like, I mean, for understandable reasons, like people are just kind of sick of the US trying to colonize everywhere, you know. But there's like a real geopolitical like just wackiness to that situation as to what like the US should do. And I definitely think there are definite situations where it kind of makes sense for us to actually kind of take more of a hard line on things because when you're talking about countries like just flopping over into European borders with like all our allies, it's a little it's a little unnerving where that can lead, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
yeah,
and it can affect the decision for like Sweden and Finland, who have been neutral in the past wars. to switch over to becoming NATO members.
Yeah, 100%. And like,
So if they do that, then that'll be a great hindrance towards not only the Finno-Russo relations, but the Swedish-Russo relations,
oh wow,
and more tension around Scandinavia.
just not a fun time to be in Scandinavia, I guess.
No, it's actually pretty cozy. I'm not worried the slightest. Until that I see fucking war tankers rolling by, I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna pretend that we're going down or going under or everything like that. It
Yeah,
seems
I
like
mean,
every single, like year I hear that if things are getting worse and worse, but I'm not like falling into that belief, and that we're going to like repeat, at least in rhyme with history or past events and all that shit.
yeah,
Because this tension has already been existing well before. It's just like we have easier documentations and way of communicating these things now than before.
yeah,
So I'm like going full Tool, that song Anima, and I'm like, learn to swim, man.
yeah. I understand that. That song was written about a city in the county that I live in. And if the earthquake that was being spoken about in that Tool song actually happened, I'd have beachfront property. So I don't know. There's a part of me that is rooting for that, even though I'll probably be dead on that beach. So, but yeah, I can understand that. The other thing is like, and this is something I've learned just in the crazy tenuous like last years here. It's just like I feel like you can kind of go down this rabbit hole as an artist of just like fear over anything that's happening in the world because there's always really scary things, especially geopolitically happening. And really, I do think what you're describing, Jake, is a like much more like sane and rational approach where it's like, yeah, I mean, be aware of like what's going on, but like,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, if you're constantly finding yourself like living in fear about like these possible horror scenarios, like you're opening a can of worms to like um, realms of thought that really have no end to like what you can be afraid of because it's like
yeah,
there is just endless possibility of like I mean if I start going down the chain of like global warming um or just like supply shortages or like viruses that might be worse than the one we've currently just had to deal with, you know, where it's like there's a million things to fear out
yeah.
there
We
is all
gotta.
I'm saying.
We're in abundance of overexposure into problems and things that are
Yeah,
without our grasp and in our control as
yeah,
individuals. But the
yeah,
thing
and I,
is that the the way to solve that is to wake up in the morning. Hey, Salazar. The solution is to wake up every morning and think, man, I'm really glad that a gamma burst didn't kill me tonight.
yeah, yeah, that's really good actually.
Because uh, do you really think that like not a star could just like be trajectory like randomly traject their angular propulsion of a gamma ray burst straight onto Earth at any
Yeah,
particular moment or any particular time, and then just like travel and just like wreck everything?
yeah, or let's say like the sun just decides to spit a little extra, like a little bit more than it usually does, you know, because the sun kind of has these little moments of like spitting molten lava that can actually kind of affect things. Let's just say the sun just has like one day of just being a little different, you know. I
Yeah,
mean,
that would have been for the better. Actually, it's just like it will fuck up the magnetic poles, and it will probably eliminate all like 70% of all the electronics, so that people could stop hyping themselves up with their just like overstimulating their amygdalas.
that's true. But then how am I going to sell copies of Jacob's Apartment in Two Stories?
That's true.
Thanks
And
a
how am
lot,
I gonna upload
son.
my comic? I guess I have to like. I have to build some kind of like isolation chamber so that my electronics go unharmed.
I like it. So you're thinking like almost like that tank in Boba Fett.
No, there's like this movie with Johnny Depp. I don't remember the title of it, but that essentially had like him uploading his consciousness.
Johnny
And it's like,
Mnemonic. Boom.
no. That's not. It's not Johnny Mnemonic. It's a movie
Uh,
from like 2013, I think.
okay.
Um, and essentially, there's some kind of like resistance members who have built like a sort of cage,
Hmm.
like anti interference cage, where like an EMP cannot destroy um, any electronics that are kept within that cage. It's sort of like how you evade like electricity by
Got
sitting in
it.
a car, you know.
Yeah, I think I know that there's like a term for that cage too. I just don't remember what it's called, but I think I know what you're talking about.
And it's the same principle you're using when you're dealing with Tesla coils.
Yeah. Oh, so Frank is in the chats and just said why so formal? Call me Frank. Who's calling? Wait, somebody must have been.
I said Salazar, but I'm just like dazed off. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
it's
Frank.
partially because we're all pretty exhausted. I have just gotten through 4.5 hours of helping my son with homework, and then I think Jake is well into like 5 a.m. where he's at. So we're all kind of feeling that weird daze of we're dazed and confused. We're gonna start singing Zeppelin songs and getting demonetized in a few seconds. So I am going to disappear for 2 seconds, but before I do, because I think I've been going about, it's an hour. I'm back to my like clockwork hour break. So far, I've gotten this panel done, and my goal here is now I'm going to finish this panel because I'm insane. But I'm going to actually invite Frank on too. So Frank, if you want to hop on, I'll send you a link. And you can definitely tell from my profile that I have not had a shower. Look at this crazy hair. It's craziness. It's a new fashion, guys. It's called I haven't slept or showered hair. Okay, so let's see here. Grab a...
It's called dirty good looking.
Damn right. All right.
The term is a Faraday cage, by the way.
Yes, that was it. Yeah. Because I'm like, I've actually heard of that because that actually exists in reality, right?
Yep.
I think there is such a thing where you can kind of do nefarious interwebs stuff. That's the official term, I think, for what the Faraday cage represents. All right, so I was going to disappear for 2 seconds. I do want to see though, Frank, if you're hopping on, give me a thumbs up or whatever once your thumbnail. I'm going to stick around till Frank gets in because otherwise he's just going to be sitting dormant at the bottom of StreamYard all by himself without anybody to let him in. So
don't want to be
all by. Okay, anyhow.
Hey, copyright.
I know, exactly. So Bone Meal's going to be back then. You're going to be able to like get your buffer built back up.
No, I'm still building the buffer, but I'll deal with that next week.
Nice. Well, I think it's cool. It's been fun to see you like more consistently posting and putting stuff out. It sounds like you were saying there's some other projects too.
Yeah.
Some project for publication. Are these for anthologies or like new things?
I'm shifting a little bit away from anthologies and considering working pro. But the way I'm going to go ahead and do that is not by like being... I have to like rely on my own pace right now because I'm not in the same spot that I was like 1 year ago when I was doing indie anthology works.
Yeah.
That sort of like is too overbearing and breaks my concentration. And with my autism, that is not good.
Yeah,
so,
understandable.
I definitely want to like take my role slow and sort of work continuously, but slower. Instead of having like to consistently produce products every month or every like third month.
Awesome.
No.
All right, Frank, I am not leaving right now because you have entered. But while I'm disappearing for a few seconds, why don't you let people know who you are and where they can find all your amazing mini comic goodness and all that stuff.
Sure. I am Frank Salazar, and you can find me on Salazar Art Nation. I create comics and other fun stuff, and you can find some of those mini comics for sale on Etsy, Salazar Nation Comics. And you want digital versions of those comics, you can find them on my Gumroad, and the links to that are on my link tree. You can just go to either my Instagram or my YouTube channel, and there's links in the description and in the bio, so you can check those out. All right. Hey Jake, how you been?
I am really tired. But, I'm trying to keep myself up. You been on the church?
Yeah, I went today. I didn't go to church, but we had a meeting with the support group that I'm in. We are becoming
Wait. Sorry. Keith just said Frank is no longer dormant. Nobody puts Frank in a corner. Okay. Anyhow, go ahead.
Thanks, Keith. We the support group that I'm in, we're becoming a 501 C3PO. I don't know what it's called. So we were having a meeting organizing that, and I am now a board member of the Is God support group. So I got a promotion.
Nice.
I got an upgrade.
That's
And
awesome.
right now I was just wheeling and dealing and getting a guest for the 14th. We're gonna have
Nice.
2 Christian comic creators that are doing the comic David Chronicles of Faith.
Nice.
I think Brainy Pixel Productions and Mercy Ways Production. So I was just talking with them on Instagram.
Sweet. I got called by a supposed Christian. I got called an atheist in Christian clothes the other day on a stream, and I thought that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I don't
I'm
know
like,
what you're talking about.
Yeah, because it is funny. Because like people who personally know me know I'm a Christian. I've taken like some hits for actually just with friends and like people I know for like being pretty open about my faith. And so I just thought it was really funny that like I don't know. It's like if Frank and I were having a debate and he kind of like had no response, and then rage quit and then did a video and said Josh is an atheist.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what happened there. It was funny.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened. It wasn't me that did the video, by the way. So anyone
Yeah, no, it definitely
wondering.
was not. It was not Frank. I think Frank knows his Bible better than to like call another Christian not a Christian. But
Yeah, I actually have a book that I found. Well, I found like somewhere in like a used thrift store, and I bought it, and it's called it's something about calling. How was it? It was about like don't call a bad Christian not a Christian.
yeah,
Or something like that. I have to get it and look at the title, but it's about like when people say like, "Oh, that guy is a bad Christian," or "That guy is not a Christian because he says this or he thinks this," and it's like, no, he's not. It's not that he's not a Christian. He's just a bad Christian. So it's like identifying
yeah,
that.
I
Like,
could
it's
totally
just
see that.
so like, and I saw that debate and I saw the response or the attack video, so I was like, that's not Josh.
It was also interesting because like there's so much like I ended up seeing the attack video. I'm not even gonna call out who it was because I don't want to give that person any more air.
Yeah.
To like kind of, but what I thought was really funny about it was like there were so many telling things about it where I just like instantly was like, oh, this person's just not like in good faith at all. Like to me, a sign of, I know good faith and bad faith are like probably overused a lot on the internet, but like to me, a sign of somebody not dealing in good faith is like if they completely misrepresent an interaction, like, and I'm not talking like mildly misunderstand an interaction, but like totally spin the narrative where it's something that absolutely didn't happen. And that to me was interesting because the recap video made all these claims. And for anybody interested, just dig back. It's like it kind of happened on Adam Laurie's stream. Is it Laurie or lore?
It's lore, as in like story or folklore.
Okay. I thought it was lore, but then I second guessed it. I've been using lore, and then the other day I called him lore, and when I introduced him, and then I was like, "Am I getting that wrong?" So I wanted to make sure. Anyhow, so it's on his stream, and it was like a really interesting, saucy, like very like drama-filled moment, but it was fun.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, like the guy's attack video stated that I brought it up and said I want to debate you on this, like as if I showed up on stream and was just like, you, me, we're gonna debate on this topic. And it's like I rewatched the video just to be like, did that happen? And it's like, no, they brought it up actually.
I think they mentioned something, and
so they brought up like a political candidate that I'm not a big fan of. And then I just said, oh, I'm sorry that they voted for that candidate, you know? And then they started getting into it. They're like, you want to get into this? And I'm like, okay, I guess. Like, I'm not going to back down on like my opinion on like, you know, a person like a political figure that I don't like. I will explain why I have that view, but I'm not like, but that's a very far cry from like me hopping on a stream and like, Frank, you, me, debate now. So that was funny. And then the funny thing was like, again, he like says like, this is an atheist who's pretending to be a Christian so they can bait me and get a reaction video. And I'm like, dude, I've never even heard of you before I talked to Adam. Like, I've never heard of this guy.
Sounds like he was just out baiting, really.
Yeah. And then like the best part was like his analysis and description of the conversation was like, it was hilarious because there was a point in our conversation where we were having a back and forth where I said, I think you're building a straw man of what I'm saying. Because he kept like changing what I was saying to saying, well, you don't want to argue about facts. And I was like, no, I'm drawing, and I can't like look at some list you're reading off of Google. And then also just made the argument like it's pretty boring when you're talking to someone and all they're doing is like looking at a Wikipedia article. Like that's not really much of a conversation or a back and forth, you know? So like that was funny to me. Anyhow, sorry. It was just
he's got to pull all the stops and then start to do screenshots and do audio bits, and then he'll be editing you in weird like statement.
The funny thing about that because Adam, I think he said it like on that stream, like, oh, he uploaded a video. And I guess the guy like, Adam saw this, so he took the video down. But Adam had saved it because he knew this guy's tactics.
But it was hilarious because like in his video, he just like presented the straw man that I called him on and was like, so this guy comes in and literally at the top says, I don't want to talk facts and figures. And I'm like, I never said that. You kept trying to say I was saying that. And I called you on it by saying, no, I'm actually asking for one piece of information, which you aren't providing. And the whole conversation was like, hey, name like one piece of legislation. I was really specific about it. And then he changed that to, he kept saying he wanted facts and I'd give him facts and he wouldn't take my facts. And I'm like, no, I was asking for a very specific thing, one piece of legislation. And he failed to name one, like the entire interaction.
Well, so anyway, then he just had to like trust to rebut just by making it so that it was a personal attack.
No, totally. I mean, it's like, I guess in an edited world where like somebody can't hold their own, like it's a comforting thing to be able to make a YouTube video where you completely misrepresent what you just went through. So hopefully you can retain like the 4 followers you have. Like, I don't know.
Just admit that you shit it, and then you have to like owe up to it. It's not that fucking difficult. It'll be more embarrassing, and there'll be more second-hand embarrassment all overall, really.
Totally.
For you to, like, take yourself down further into this shithole. Why would you keep doing this? Stop.
Totally. It was anyhow. It was funny. It was interesting. I unlike this man, I don't think he ever really mentioned where people could watch this interaction, because that would be dangerous, because then people would actually see he's completely making stuff up. I encourage people to check it out. I'm not a professional. I'm not a professional debater. I think this guy actually gets paid for it, and that's, to me, embarrassing, because it's like, if you're making your money debating and some guy who's an artist just smoked you in a debate, like, who wasn't even like, I'm not an edgelord debate guy. I would say that speaks more ill of you if that's your profession. That would be like you being like a carpenter and then coming on my art stream and drawing better than I do. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
we gotta do the kumite.
Yeah. So anyhow, I'm throwing down that gauntlet. That guy was an idiot. Sorry.
If you'll be willing to be the judge, I think Joshua involuntarily have erected a kumite art challenge on his channel.
I do love the idea of like,
all right,
draw.
Josh, we're gonna have a draw.
Oh, I can't though, unless we're competing in drawing the same panel I'm drawing right now.
Yeah, I know. I can't even draw anything right now.
Now Frank's gonna do a recap video and be like, Joshua Kemble pussied out.
Josh refused. Josh challenged me and utterly refused. And he calls himself a Christian. I think he's more of an atheist.
Yeah.
Oh, Gary's got to get his wishes now. The kayfabe drama, artificial stuff is coming, and it's going to be the next bread and butter. Next to come.
Yeah.
I love it though. To me, I just think I've never really had like major drama like on YouTube or anything like that, because like in general, like our art community, I don't know if this dude was aware of that, but like our community is pretty chill. Like we're not like the type of people who are just like, oh snap, like you said that response video. Like it's not really our thing. But I have to admit, like just a very small taste of that was kind of funny to me and interesting.
I'm just gonna open like
even
go
ahead. I was like, even Adam was telling him on that stream, is like Josh is a professional artist. He's working on stuff, so he can't stop what he's doing to check out a link. Like he's working, and we're both working. And even myself, I was drawing something there too.
Well, I guess if like you're unfamiliar with art streams, maybe that wouldn't make sense, But it's like
he knows Adam though.
Yeah, I mean, stuff, to be honest, I've tried to kind of see the guy with like giving him the benefit of the doubt or something. But at the end of the day, I think he was just bad faith. Like definitely like a dude who's just sort of like, I'm guessing that's probably something he does with a lot of people.
Yeah, I think Adam was saying, because I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I didn't.
I was on the next day stream where Adam was watching that guy's video, and he was like talking about it, and I hopped on for a little bit, and I saw
you're just like, what happened?
I was like, what's going on? Like what? I go take a nap. I come back and everyone's fighting, and there's response videos. Like what the heck?
I know that for the future, I'll be probably introducing myself as a paid crisis actor. There'll be more manufactured bullshit like this. Chase says, ask a question. Any thoughts on how to impart a work with deeper meaning and a particular subtext without coming off as preachy, pretentious, or condescending? Kind of navigating that challenge in
my book. I think just dive into it.
Yeah, and I think like the problem is like I've been told by people I was pretentious. And I don't view myself as pretentious, and I don't intentionally act pretentious to people. But I do think like the downside of like just sharing information sometimes, you could probably do it in a more like, to me, I think a really good example, honestly, of somebody who's better at sharing information and coming across as unpretentious would be Corey Kerr. Like, I actually think that Corey is incredibly intelligent, and he has a way to present information that's not confrontational and doesn't seem like he's like just spouting or showing off his knowledge. Um, and I've actually learned a little bit about communication just hanging out with Corey, because I come across as pretentious, and sometimes it's because I'm not giving space for someone to have an entry point, or that I'm like trying to dumb down an idea because I'm so concerned about clarification that I'm like repeating an explanation like 5 times to somebody who got it like 10 minutes ago. So I think as long as you're clear, concise, and you're not like overly repetitive, and you're not speaking down, because I think if you, I'm really conscious of this in my writing. I try not to like assume the worst of my audience. Like, I will give a heavy idea and just give the grace to the reader that they're going to be able to handle it and understand it. And I think if
Chase giving more context. I want my readers to think about the story they have read long after they've turned the last page and finished reading the whole book, and not want to just leave with one thought, but come away with many. I'm referencing a specific era and genre in Japanese storytelling in the book that I'm writing and drawing, since it's a historical epic, like the dramas of classic Noh theater and Bunraku puppet theater. I want to honor and respect my influences and not gentrify my own culture like many other comics have been guilty of doing.
Yeah, that's tough. I have to say, when you're approaching someone else's culture, you need to approach it with the utmost respect, and don't pretend to be an expert where you're not. To me, I think that's really important. That's a hard topic, though, because I'm like trying to think. But when it comes to like your own culture, I think just I this is a weird thing that I just believe about art, and it may not be true, but I tend to think that this is my own opinion, and I want to hear you guys too, but I feel like if you're true, you rarely are going to run into trouble, because even if what you say is like contentious, like the truth will break through. And so I feel like, to me, truth is a huge thing to storytelling. Even like fantasy storytelling, if what you're saying is true, like if you write a villain that isn't believable, it kind of takes away the threat or the interest of the villain, where it's like, if a villain is so outlandish that there's no way you could possibly imagine this villain in your reality as a reader, you're going to have a hard time like fearing or being worried about the villain in the story, because you'd just be like, yeah, I mean, this is just fiction, But it's like, if your villain is like, if there's a truth about the villain or a truth about the hero, like, I think just leaning into that truth, I don't know if that makes sense. You guys can probably do a better job answering that.
Yeah, like what you're saying, like I do agree with, like leaning into the truth, and like when you're trying to tell a story like that, uh, it is tricky to kind of like navigate that, because you're from what Chase is talking about is like a specific culture. I think if you're respectful and kind of faithful to it, but you can just like dive into story, tell the story you want to tell,
Yeah.
and like I said, be truthful, and you're gonna get a reaction. You're gonna get people that are like, "Hey, this is interesting. I didn't know about this," or like, "Huh," like whatever. It's gonna speak for itself in the long run. And our, I was just watching Ictus. I don't know if you've heard of him, Josh, but he
No.
also has a show kind of like this. But mostly he'll be like coloring other people's artwork on his streams, but sometimes he'll have guests on, and he just had these two Christian comic creators, uh, Brainy Pixel and Mercy Ways, and they're doing a story of David, but they're doing it in a way, it's not like it's from the Bible, but it's not like, it's not preaching at you. It's the story kind of unfolding, and they're like delving into like parts of David that are kind of either like when people do comics about David, they kind of shy away or they don't go deep into it. So like they're doing it in a way where it's getting you interested in the story, and when you're finished with it, you're like, hey, that was like a really good story. So they're gonna be on the show Monday the 14th, and on the 16th we're gonna be doing a private unlisted show where we're gonna do a deep dive, and I'm gonna send out the link to our usual viewers. So if anyone's interested, let me know. But we're probably gonna do some digital prize giveaways, and this was their idea. So
Nice.
so if you really want to get into something like that, like, oh, how do I tell a story? You can come up in the chat. So let me know, and I'll send you the private link like a day before. Um, and you can ask like, or you can just like, oh, watch it and see like. And I think both shows I think are gonna be really good and entertaining.
Yeah, I think
Informative.
I just think there's like a core of like truth wherever storytelling is. It's like
Yeah.
almost like you almost want to think like when you hear a song, like if that song kind of touches some sort of experience that you've had, like
Oh
it
yeah.
doesn't even have to be in the text. There's just a truth to like a good song where it makes you feel like maybe the pain of a breakup or like the joy of looking at like a sunset or something. You know, it's like
Yeah.
there's some kind of underlying truth, whether it's like an ugly or a beautiful truth
Hmm.
that like transcends in art, and that's like to me I think makes for the best art.
Yeah.
And so I think like when you're writing a story, I think as long as you're there, and then also be a little sensitive to
Yeah.
tropes and cliches that could be offensive. Like I have a sequence in this book that I'm writing that is true to life, right? And there's this guy that I knew who worked at a liquor store that was like right by my apartment when I lived in Huntington Beach. And he did not speak really clear English. And he was a really nice guy. And so when I was writing our interaction, like my interaction with this guy who ran the store, we were actually kind of friends, like pretty cordial with each other. He used to give me like bread that his daughter baked because his daughter ran a bakery just out of kindness. He was just this really nice man. And I have this interaction with him, and I had to rewrite the script a little bit because my first one was like to a T honest, like honestly how he spoke, right?
Hmm.
But I reread it and I was like, this would be really offensive if you didn't know me and know that like that guy and know that I was
Yeah.
like, because it kind of almost sounded like Abu or whatever, like from like
The
um,
Simpsons.
The Simpsons,
Approve.
and it's like I was like, I think I can do better, and I can do better and still keep the truth of the interaction, but like kind of make the language a little more eloquent so it doesn't sound like a diss on an entire culture.
Yeah.
And so I did that. I didn't feel like that was sort of compromising the truth of the story, and I think I just bring that up because that's a scenario where like I'm primarily concerned about truth, but I also like don't want to just wholesale like insult a whole group of people.
Yeah.
Similarly, like I have a sequence where I get jumped by black men, and even navigating that, I really was careful in the way I was structuring the story to where it like couldn't be taken as like all black men are violent or something, you know, because
Yeah. Yeah.
that could be a context that people take out of it. And so like again, like even if you're writing like autobio, I think it's important to like be sensitive to readership in general, just like, you know, and if you want to offend people, then offend people. But like, but if you don't, and your goal is to like honor a culture or whatever, you want to be really sensitive and aware. And yeah, so Chase was saying I'm deliberately avoiding all the tropes and anachronistic cliches I see in comics set in Edo, Japan. I'm actually trying to make my book very palatable with its thematic content, like David Mazzucchelli. That's a really good example. So
Okay.
I think you're well on your way, but like that's how I don't think there's anything wrong with like approaching it from that angle,
Yeah.
you know?
There are no problems when it comes to. I see these like multiple questions rather than just one specific question,
Yeah.
because it deals with so many layers here.
Yeah.
When it comes to the honoring and respecting the influences and not gentrifying your own culture, it can, I would say, it would be inevitable to some degree because you never know unless you have actually been there and lived there for a really long time and just get accustomed to the culture. There is absolutely room to show respect, but there is also it shouldn't it shouldn't make you shy away from having to draw it with some creative liberties. Although
Yeah.
you should be wary
Yeah.
about is not tolerated or accepted. Now that there is like a climate that makes you want to go like a little bit tippy toed, it shouldn't it shouldn't hinder you from having to think creatively around it, and you should be embracing your freedom of expression to your utmost degree.
Yeah.
Victor Santos, a Spanish artist, I don't think that he lived in Japan, but he made a graphic novel called Rashomon, based on the story of Rashomon, and he did a follow-up comic, including the 47 Ronin, and sort of like having this detective character who's like an ex servant of the daimyo, um, having working like alongside the police force and trying to solve the story of Rashomon.
Yeah.
On like a counter example to that, we have Osamu Tezuka, and he
Yes.
to create a lot of works that were translated and visualized from other countries. One of them being Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. And although that he didn't know how to deal with like how Russia looked then, he he tried to respect the original story while bringing some of his flares and his like isms to the work.
Yeah.
Although nowadays we are now more reserved to that thought of like do the research that it requires for you to make sure that the story is told this way. There is like there is a demand of the artist to become more aware of their of where they and what they're pulling.
Yeah.
And I've been doing that myself. I don't know squat about California, but I am really interested in having a story set somewhere specific in California. And so
Hey,
I tried.
I can help you out in that if you ever need like on
Have
that
you ever
stuff.
been to Catalina?
They
Oh
all
yeah,
say
for sure, man.
radical.
It's
in
right outside of
California.
so that's a go-to place like when you go to Cal State Long Beach because it's
Yeah.
like the ferry that goes there is there. That would be a great location for a
That
for a
is
story.
exactly what I want to do.
Cool.
One of my big comics is set in Catalina in a fictional town or like a fictional version.
Yes, so you're gonna have like buffalo and well, I should say bison. We always say buffalo here, but they're
Yeah,
actually bison.
yeah,
So you're gonna have bison and Wrigley gum.
yeah.
And they all say radical and far out man in California.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
what I
real
learned from Surf
far out,
Ninjas.
real far out.
that is
But
true. Actually, that's a really good resource that Frank has
there is
Surf Ninjas.
there is more like alt history to it too. It's not like a one to one and just like having a fictional town, but
That's rad though, because like Avalon, like a lot of stuff, just like iconographically, like it's a really good. That's a rich visual landscape to have an alternate universe type story.
I'm not setting a story in Avalon, although that it will be there.
Nice. I'm so excited though. That sounds cool.
But
Um,
it's been in the works for like 4 years. But I haven't moved a needle in that thing for a while.
No
I
problem.
think
Josh has been doing it for 5 years.
yeah. I think what you're saying though is dead on, and like I think at the end of the day, like I think as long as you treat your characters as human beings,
Yeah.
you're pretty much in a good realm. Like I was just talking about this with Corey a while ago when we were doing the indie review show. They're like one of my favorite artists is like really problematic nowadays. And it's Winsor McKay because like he had a lot of just really bad like minstrel show type characters in his comics. And the weird thing is there's other cartoonists from that era that had like characters that were black in their work and they aged better. And we were trying to figure out like what is it that's so bad? And what we realized is it's not just that like he had these characters, but it's that the characters were like not humans. Like he was writing these characters as just like these weird kind of non-human entities that were just there for like laughs or there for like slapstick jokes and stuff. And so it doesn't hold up well because he's dehumanizing his own character, right?
Yeah,
I think
I
as
remember
long
that the show.
Yeah, so I would keep in mind like as you're
It's very
working.
uncomfortable.
Oh, it is. It's really uncomfortable. But like it would be so much more comfortable if like the characters were rich and had their own emotional landscape and like were human beings with motivation and like plot and stuff like that. Like if they were treated with as much respect and interest as the main characters who were of a different race. So that's something I'd keep in mind too as you're approaching that. Like if you're writing a character, like give them nuance and depth. Like they don't have to be, you know, I think that's what Bechdel was talking about with like women characters in comics, kind of getting the short end of the stick. Because a lot of the times, like I've caught myself doing it as a male writer. Sometimes you'll like put in a female figure as like a placeholder in a story just to get from point A to point B or to be the love interest or whatever. But as like a person with their own agency, they don't really exist in the story that way. And so like all it really means is just like if you write a female character, just treat them with as much respect and depth as you would with a male character.
It depends, actually.
You know,
I argue against the idea of having to write everything as a three-dimensional character because some stories don't have to utilize that. Some stories work better by working as like a downscaled version in a two-dimensional way. Like you can't have the inner life and inner thoughts of every character is like explored onto the thing because certain products are designed to be more streamlined and more focused on to like deliver the message in a clear way. That's to make the text more accessible, and that's why the over-reliance of like tropes and stuff comes into play. But if you're doing more heavy lifting and doing more work that feature inner life and feature other activities and stuff, you start to broach the subject of not being like within genre bounds. You start to create a wider range of art.
Yeah, and I think that it just like what you were saying, I think that if you have flat characters, as long as it's not just one uniquely, strangely flat character and the rest all have depth, then I think you're in safe territory. But I think what I'm getting at is like if it's literally like you have depth and richness to every single character except the one character who's not white, like that's where you end up with problems. Because it's like
that is like the fusion of the whole
so,
and it becomes upsetting like having to view that in hindsight.
100%. Yeah, so like I think had he like in that case, like had he treated those characters with the same richness and depth that he treated the other characters that were not, they were ancillary characters, they weren't primary characters, but just treat them with a little humanity is all I'm saying. However, you know, that definitely wouldn't apply for like a force of nature villain, or like, you know, where you want that mystery and like lack of humanity in the character. But if you're going to go into that territory, like a force of nature villain, tread lightly and carefully. You know, it's a weird thing, but I agree. You shouldn't let, I don't know. I tend to believe in the idea of artistic freedom and freedom of expression.
Yeah.
And like, I just also think that obviously as an artist, you're going to be judged by what you make. And if what you make is like really culturally insensitive, like don't be surprised if people are like, hey, this thing's really culturally insensitive.
Then
It
again,
doesn't mean it's bad.
From that point too, in that even though that you're being conscious about these things and try to avoid it, you never know where the needle is going to move in the next
Totally.
30 years.
Another thing that's good to keep in mind too is like, I mean, there is also the case, and I've definitely seen this in work, where you can be too culturally sensitive, and then it's kind of demeaning and insulting, like where it's like, you know, I've definitely worked for clients before that didn't realize that they were actually being more offensive by trying to be like diversified. Like, I always use this example, but I worked for an educational company that used to always insist that we had someone of every race in our children's books. But then they would also like insist that if we had an Asian character, that they were really smart, and they were always the side character. And if we had like a Hispanic character, like they were always a little spunky, but like never had like never were allowed to be the main character. And so it's like, by having this like sort of inclusion of everybody, we were actually making stuff that was like worse than like, it was almost more offensive than the stuff that like wasn't including people. So I feel like, again, just treat them like treat characters with like the respect of like people. If they're villains, if they're heroes, whatever race or creed, like just treat them like they're people when you're writing them. And then like, you know, again, like Jake was saying, which I'm glad you pointed out, Jake, doesn't mean you have to like write like C.S. Lewis like Silmarillion based on every character, you know, like but
I agree with that, with all of this. I do want to say there are some things that they're tropes, but they could be true and they might apply in your story. Like you know, there's a stereotype, you know, like, oh, Hispanics eat rice and beans, so I'm not gonna have my character eat rice and beans if he's Hispanic. Well, like, I eat rice and beans, I'm Hispanic. That's true. Not everyone eats it. And it's not like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have rice and beans for breakfast, for lunch, and for dinner. But, showing some of that culture is fine.
Yeah, a Californian in Southern California is going to say like a lot. I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed that on my streams, but I say like every word. Yeah.
Like I wasn't sure if like if you were for real like, but
I was watching
give a like.
I was just watching a documentary about that. I saw this guy who he didn't catch himself saying it, but I could sit with this counter every time that he hit that you know, like.
Yeah,
I mean,
like here you're gonna hear people say here in Texas, and it doesn't, you don't have to be Hispanic or anything, but y'all, and something just comes out. Like,
There's a lot of stuff in Texas that just comes out that you just can't blame Texans for. They're just strange. I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna bash.
That's it. I'm gonna do a response video.
Yeah, you're like, this man who was an atheist came out. He insulted Texas. You should wear your cowboy hat whilst having the video and just be like, and we don't take that here, you know?
I do have a cowboy hat, so actually over there, I'm looking at it.
That's true. We got to do like a Texas versus California throwdown.
We do. We got it. I know we've talked about doing like videos like that, like WWF style. And like we really should. We should get together. Like, hey, I'm gonna do a bit, you do a bit, and then we'll just upload it.
I think it would be, it would be funny to do the call-in responses like edited in sequence. Like we could be like, okay, this is gonna be my call out. This will be our response. We could edit it together so they're like streamlined and very like pro, and then like people just be like, what is going on? I like that idea, like a art stream smackdown. Yeah.
I'm just gonna like rethread back to the question, like the first one.
Yes, good.
How to impart a work with deeper meaning and a particular subtext without coming off. Just make sure that that you write the themes and ideas that you try to explore in the work, but you let the characters impart some kind of perspective and point of view, true to their own like truths that they are like experiencing and like try to like convey, and then let it all resolve out in conflict. It starts verbally and then it can escalate into physical conflicts. and see what type of like truth that is being made as either like a defeat or a synthesis through bonds and relations, or just like the vanquishing of the enemy or whatever.
Yeah,
But
like
never,
when
never try to reach a conclusion. Try to make the idea live long enough in the reader's head for them to speculate and think about these things long after long after they've closed the book, because
yeah.
a book never like a book that really is really good never survives by having a straightforward conclusion and a straightforward thought being explored.
hmm I agree with that. Like, especially for an ending, if you're trying to come across as non-pretentious. I've mentioned not being a fan of Ayn Rand's writing, not her philosophies, which I'm not a fan of either. But like one of the things that annoys the heck out of me about Ayn Rand's writing is that everything's so spelled out that it comes across as really pretentious. And then the problem is if it's pretentious and it's not even well crafted, that is like self-defeating on multiple levels, right? Because if you're gonna be pretentious, you want to go like Christopher Hitchens about that and be like pretentious but like incredibly brilliant, so you can pull off being pretentious because you are really smart, but like if you're pretentious and then you have nothing to back it up with, it's like your story can fold so quickly. And the most pretentious thing a story can ever do is like preach too obviously, where it's just like you're not giving, again, like I think kind of what I was saying at the top too, where it's like you want to treat your readers with respect and realize that they're intelligent enough to figure things out. Like you don't have to spell everything out for the reader. And I think that's good, because I do think a lot of the time when you have like these moralistic endings where it's like the moral of the story is, like even little kids like roll their eyes at that stuff. Because like a story that like is about sharing or something for a kid, like if it's written well, by the end of it wouldn't even have to say, and that's why you should share with your friends. You could ask the kid, what do you think they were saying about sharing? And they'll be like, oh, I think, and they'll be able to come up with the moral because you've conveyed it well, instead of like spelling it out like in this really bland kind of obvious way. So
Like
I think that's what you're saying, Jake, right?
Yeah, to a degree. I think like one of the cooler works that I've ever read was this sort of like fictional biography by Vera Broskul. She worked at Leica
Oh, I
Animation.
love her stuff. Yeah.
And Be Prepared was really good at exploring that whole growing up as not only like an immigrant family or a girl from an immigrant family, but also the challenge of being away from the homeland. And
Was that called Ghost, or I can't remember?
Tanya's Ghost. But Be Prepared is the second book that she did.
Nice.
And it's about her. She sort of like fictionalized her own experience at like this Russian summer camp, scout summer camp, and she didn't like spell it out how it like sucked. She actually showed how much it sucked.
Yeah.
And, that's sort of like
show not tell.
Yeah, you want to be conscious about like you're empathizing these things visually for your comic, and so make sure that their perspective is sort of in character.
Yeah.
Because then they will start to like, then you'll see like how much like their growth of like their character arc goes from like, oh, it's all terrible and I'm afraid and I'm lonely and all that, and then it starts to be like a very endearing and very warm narrative about like this girl who's just like settling in with the thought like you if you can't beat it, try to humble yourself.
I love it. And actually, really good recommendation. She's an incredible artist and really good writer, and especially for that realm of like that age range. Like she's incredible, and her art's really cool too.
I really like her art, especially
Yeah.
for that book, and her like green colors, the way that she mixes them. There's a couple of like tones, but
Yeah.
those are really effective tones.
Yeah, and limited palettes, she's really incredible at. Yeah, it's so good.
Nice.
I like the idea also of like if you're doing a first person narrative, play with the unreliable narrator a little bit. I've done that a little bit in 2 stories, where I'll kind of say something in like the narration that doesn't match the image. So it's like, and I do that a
okay.
lot more in book 2 because it's something I think is really important. Like there's a point where I'm remembering being a snotty teenager, and so it's being described like first person from a snotty like 16-year-old teenager, and then the imagery and the dialogue and everything is definitely counter to what my self narrative is.
Yeah, it's like a walking contradiction.
Yeah, and I'm making it obvious, like I think, and again, not so obvious that I'm spelling it out. Where I'm like, hey, when you read this type, it is the thought of this character, and it is not matching the narrative. Like you don't have to spell it out for people.
Yeah.
I think if you're effectively doing it, they're gonna see that contradiction and be like, oh, I can't trust this kid, like when he's writing because like what he's writing isn't what's happening. I think that's a really great thing to play with, the unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
I think
Sean-
I would
Sean
love to
Phillips
see
did that.
I would love to see an unreliable third person narrator. I think that would be really fun. Where it's like maybe it's like if you're trying to do a spin on like a myth or something, you have the mythological narrator who's like making everything like I don't know. I think that would be a fun thing to play with. Like let's say it's like a U.S. history thing or something. It's like the very like the very like patriotic like narrative like going where it's like and that's when America was founded or whatever, and then it's like you juxtapose that with like some of the darker truths of like the history or whatever. I'm just saying like there's ways you can do that where it's just like super impactful, or like let's say you say Texas is great and then you show Texas, again, unreliable narrator. Oh, shot fired. Oh, Frank, come on, let's start this. No, I'm just kidding.
I think there was like this video that has done that in sort of like a parody style. How Thanksgiving came to America or some shit.
Yeah.
I think did that third person perspective unreliable narrator type.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't have to be like, U.S. history or anything, but I'm just saying like it's a tool that I see not used as often, but when I do see it used well, I'm like, ooh, because again, like it shows respect for the reader. Like in doing that, you're trusting the reader to be smart enough to figure out like this isn't really lining up, right?
Yeah. There's this comic called My Hero's Always Been Junkies. And Bad Weekend, both by Sean Phillips and his artist partner. I don't recall his name right now, but they're like really big into crime comics, and both of those graphic novels are unreliable characters. Like
I love it.
UT.
Yeah, so there's so much depth, to like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like Frank
that much of effort either. You could introduce a couple of like levels of and tidbits of information that forms the character without having to like expressively go down this like 50-page backstory arc. All of these like things, and then you just work with what you have, like the minimal thing that you have, and then completely like disseminate and just like ruin all expectations and all perceptions, if you can pull it off masterfully, though, just by this one twist, either like textual or visual or both.
Yeah, like I didn't like the Eternals, to be honest. I wasn't like blown away by it, but there was one thing I liked about it that I was surprised that I liked, and it was that they had this kind of like incel type character. And it's a guy that I've literally seen cast as like the incel character in like everything. And they had him cast, and then they had all these story hints where it's like, yeah, this is going to be the nerdy, shrimpy guy who like turns on the team. And then they had a twist, but it was like they seeded that throughout, and then it was like, no, he's actually one of the heroes. Like at the end, and I was like, oh, that's like, I didn't see that coming, and I was very impressed by that part of that movie. Like, well, like a lot of it, I felt like it wasn't a bad movie. It just didn't blow me away or anything. But that one part was like kind of a little bit of what Jake's talking about, where it's like they sort of played with the expectation of the viewer. They even cast an actor that's played that character before, so you're just like instantly kind of bought in. Like, okay, when's he gonna betray everybody? You know.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a neat twist where he didn't, you know.
Like in Harry Potter, Snape's.
Yes.
When the movie, if you read the book, then you know like what's happening. But I never read the book, so like they always had Severus Snape's like, oh, this guy's a scoundrel. He's gonna be the main villain. I know he's gonna turn on everyone, but like it was like, whoa, like he's actually not so much a hero, but like he wasn't against Harry. He was actually trying to protect them. And he had to do like stuff he didn't want to do, but like it was like to protect his kid.
Yeah.
So it kind of like turned things around. Like, hey, it's not bad. Not that I thought the movies were bad, but like.
No, I think Snape is a really good example of that, because like even in the books, it's like that too, where you're really convinced like the first like few books that this guy is just like the nefarious like mastermind of everything.
Yeah.
And then that twist where it also has to do with a point of view twist, which is kind of, I think, a little bit along the lines of what Jake's talking about, where you're seeing it from like one character's point of view the whole time. So you're like, this guy's totally the villain. And then it does that pullback where you see it from other points of view and you realize everything that was being interpreted as like this villainous stuff was actually acts of like trying to protect the character. And it's like a really...
You have to refresh the camera.
What's up?
You have to refresh the camera for the art.
Oh, is my art camera frozen?
Oh yeah, it's frozen. Your hand is just
Thank
there.
you. Thanks for the heads up. That's weird.
No, there's three
surprised
dots.
by that.
But then again, that's literary tools and not or narrative tools.
Yeah.
How that deepens your work is up to how to convey that depth is really me and Josh talked about it earlier this week, I think, about the separation away from narrative and discourse, in that there's like an underlying level that exists that is meant for the people to like discuss about and try to assemble, because what you're doing with your work is that you're putting a lot of things, you're setting everything up so that the reader can knock it down. A whole lot of that depends on how much forethought you have for the work to explore and pack all of these ideas in a neat little bow. And that could only happen if you've consciously made these decisions to influence the plot and the things, but you can never be like overtly expressive about these things. They have to be, they have to come naturally by their own. And if you want to avoid like being too preachy about it, just don't write characters that aren't like figureheads or like politicians or priests. Don't enforce a role onto them, or don't try to make it obvious that they're supposed to be selling the point of the story in a very compact way. They'll just ruin the whole tension of the conflict when it comes to the climax.
Yeah, and I mean there's always exceptions, like the case of the priest, right? Like if I think of like Frank Miller's run on Daredevil without priests, I'm just like, that would be the most boring. Like Daredevil's like such a reliant character on that whole kind of side narrative with like the church
but
and
that's
priests.
Also built into the character, the whole thing with Catholicism.
Yeah, but if it's like out of place and it's like not even fitting with the character, I think it's just like having the internal logic too of your story kind of hold up, because like if kind of similar to like writing a really flat character that has no depth, or just throwing a character in where you're like, I'm gonna have like a woman in this plot, but like she's just a figurehead to get from point A to point B. It's like again, if all of your characters are flat and figureheads to get from point A to point B, that can kind of work. But if it's like the one character, it's going to stand out like a sore thumb. Same with like if you're writing a book, there's no thematic reason or whatever, but there's just some random priest that just pops up and gives like a solution to the whole story. It's like a Deus Ex Machina kind of thing where it's like nobody likes that point in a story where just the God machine comes in and goes, and everything worked out. And you're like, wait a minute, you didn't tie any plot threads. Like you didn't even bother spelling out the plot. You just threw in this like plot device, like the Crystal Skull kind of thing where you're just like, oh, well, there's these like, this giant flying fridge and that's going to solve the problem. Like people tend to not respond well to that kind of thing.
No. I remember like one of my favorite like little setups that I don't think was intentional, and just arrest me if I'm wrong on this, but I really like the whole like changeling short story in Hellboy. Like really early on, there's like this story about this kidnapped child, and there's like a changeling that's taken its place, and that baby turned to be a woman like 20 years on sometime later on, and she turned to be a very important character later down the line and form a relationship with Hellboy, carrying through like this hard like third act in the sense of his main storyline. And she was also like a symbolic representation of like carrying the she was sort of like the Lady of the Lake, knighting the reanimated King Arthur and all that. So she became a character later on. She didn't just like appear for appearance sake. That is sort of like a good way of like reintroducing a character to serve a higher purpose later on, but you have to make it fit the story later.
Totally agree. I'm also taking influence from 19th century Russian literature because I know Akira Kurosawa was obsessed with Russian literature and authors like Dostoevsky and Maxim Gorky. Dostoevsky is a pretty fairly decent writer. I know that's like really outlandish to say, because nobody respects Dostoevsky. So I know that's like a hot take, but I would say that like Crime and Punishment. I know this is a hot take, you guys, but Crime and Punishment is like a very sophisticated and important work. I know it's not popular. Sorry.
Are you trying to pull like meta irony now?
You guys, I'm going to do a hot take here. Chocolate is really tasty. I don't know if you guys have ever had like a chocolate bar.
No way.
Yeah. But like I would say it's almost like something people would spend money on because it tastes good. Yeah.
Like how many percent?
Like I'm like 100%.
100%. I'm gonna make a comic printed on chocolate. No.
You know, I have a feeling that like if you wrote a story, this is another hot take, about a kid who wanted to go to a chocolate factory and find a golden ticket, that it might be a classic children's book. I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm running right now. I'm going to call this character Charlie, and and then Grandpa, and then some like soda pops.
Okay, you guys, I don't know if we mentioned this, but this is actually a stream from like long ago, and Jake Pfister is just like
I'm Roald Dahl.
A username. He's actually a man named Roll. And Dahl. Yeah.
Wait, that actually fits sort of because of what he's got Norwegian descent.
Does he? Did Roald Dahl have Norwegian descent?
From what I remember.
That's awesome. Okay, this is a hot take. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stop with the hot take thing. But I was gonna say, Roald Dahl like has like some saucy, like adult literature that's like really, really like spicy, but it's good. It's hilarious. But he wrote a lot of like Yeah, like very saucy adult humor.
Yeah, both of his parents were Norwegian.
That's awesome. That explains it. So you guys, now that we're back in the future, do you guys remember that time on my art stream where we gave Roald Dahl the idea for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? That was crazy.
Hell, that was a weird timeline. That rift got packed, that got like stitched real fast, but yeah.
Yeah, I just
memorable.
thought I'd throw in that clip, since we were looking back on hot takes,
Yeah. So anyway, back to that chocolate.
That was a quantum leap experience. It was Roald Dahl leaped into Jake Twister's body. He was like, I'm gonna write this down. I went back. Like, hey, I got a story.
I was like obsessed with Roald Dahl when I was younger. Like that was one of my favorite writers growing up.
He was sort of mandatory children's literature when I was growing up.
So many good books, man. I mean,
I actually liked macabre stories. I had an audiobook CD, or like sort of like an audiobook CD that came with an issue with Calvin Times when I printed that.
No way.
And those stories are really good, like horror stories. There's this lady who beats her husband, drunk husband, I think, with a lamb steak. And she cooks the steak and serves it to the police as they investigate the crime scene.
That's so perfect.
Eating up the murder weapon. I'm like, dude,
that's like
fried
I wonder
green
if that
tomatoes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wonder if that came out before Fried Green Tomatoes or after. That must have been before, right? Way before.
I don't remember. I think these were written in like 60s or something.
Yeah, because like Fried Green Tomatoes, they take the abusive husband and they barbecue him and then feed him to the cops. And the cops are like, I love this. And the lady's just like,
the investigator is like, this is really good. I was
like, good movie. Actually, that is a good movie, weirdly enough.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. The magical mixture was really fun.
The magic elixir.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called, George, and the magic elixir.
Oh yeah.
And
it's ringing bells, but I can't place it.
Of course, great read. And the BFG.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
And we're not talking about the weapon from Doom.
Big friendly thing.
Yeah, the BFG was great. Matilda was excellent. There's
like this couple. I don't remember what they're called, but there's like the most grotesque couple that you ever heard of. They would fit right in with Breakfast for Champions by Vonnegut.
I love it. I feel like the Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator was good too. It was like the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I've never read it.
They had a Great Glass Elevator, you guys.
Now that you mentioned it,
I didn't even know that was a sequel. Like I didn't know that book was a sequel.
No, it's pretty good. Kind of gets into Charlie's taking over the chocolate factory, kind of getting a better handle and traveling the world in a Great Glass Elevator.
Oh, cool.
It's been a long time though. I read like everything I could get my hands on by Dahl. James and the Giant Peach was great. Really good claymation adaptation of it too.
Yeah, that was well done.
Yes,
like steak.
But one of my favorite Roald Dahl's saucier things. I'm going to give a warning because I was joking about hot takes before, but this is actually
an actual hot take.
Fantastic, Mr. Fox.
But there's a story that's in. He has a collection of short stories called Switch Bitch. That's actually the title of a Roald Dahl book, and it was a story like a collection of short stories that are definitely like written for adults.
Yeah, it's written for Playboy. Yeah.
And one of my all-time favorite Roald Dahl stories is this guy, he thinks he's like this clever neighbor. He envies his neighbor's wife because his neighbor has this like gorgeous wife. And so he comes up with this plot. He's like, I'm going to find a way to like trick my neighbor so that I can sleep with his wife, right? It's a really dark story, but it's hilarious. And the great thing about all of Dahl's stories for adults is they have this like big twist at the end where like people get theirs. Like, so anyhow, the guy's like, okay, I'm going to talk to my neighbor. We're going to make a deal. So he talks to his neighbor and he's like pretty much bragging about his own wife. He's like, she's incredible in bed. Like what we should do at some, like you should experience it. I want you to experience it. So he thinks he's like convincing his neighbor, like, oh, okay. Like my neighbor's such a sucker. He's falling for this whole conversation. So they agree to do a wife swap that's not agreed upon by their wives. And they're like, when it's late at night, we're going to sneak into each other's bedrooms, right? And then sleep with the other person's wife. This is really horrible what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
So anyhow, they do this. And he has a horrible time because he's not really that good in bed, the neighbor who concocted this whole thing. And the neighbor's wife is just like, wow, honey, you're just terrible in bed tonight. Like maybe next time, I don't know. I'm just so disappointed. And he's like, oh, so he kind of sneaks away and he's like thankful that he has his wife who appreciates him. When he gets back home though, like the next morning, the guy who concocted this whole wife swap scheme has his wife say, I am so thankful for last night because I was about to ask for a divorce because it's been so terrible, our sex life. And last night was the best thing that ever happened to me. I don't know what came out of you. And that's the dark twist of the ending is like, so then he is constantly living with this wife who's like, why can't we bring out of you what happened that one night? And the other neighbor's wife is very happily fulfilled with her. So that's I'm not giving away too much, but that's one of Roald Dahl's like stories. Usually they're like stories where some guy has like some creepy sex scheme that ends up backfiring. And yeah, so there you go. Roald Dahl.
That reminds me of two things. There's an old radio show, I don't even remember what it's called, but like it was like kind of like detective stories or like plot twists. There was I forget, from probably like the 20s or 30s. I listened to an audio tape, but like this guy has he has a business, this company, and like he's seen that like supplies are being stolen, so he comes up with this scheme to put this like glow in the dark powder on it, but you can't see it until you touch it, and then you turn off the lights, your hands glow. And he's like talking to his wife about this guy, and like oh, like man, I hate this guy. Like I want to fire him, but he's a good worker, but he has a bad attitude, or whatever. He's just like talking about him, and it turns out he was the guy that was stealing the supplies. So he fired him, and the guy's like, why? Well, like whatever. Then he takes off. So the next that night he goes home to his wife, and he's like, oh, I have to fire this guy, and like whatever. Like, oh, okay, that's fine. And she turns over to turn off the lights. There's like a glow in the dark handprint on the back of her back, on her back. So I was like, and like the guy was like smiling when he was leaving, like he was like, aha, whatever, and like
that's so great.
They're like having an affair, and that's how he found out.
That is classic and hilarious.
Yeah. And there's also a movie from growing up. I forgot what it's called, but it was similar to that. It's two couples, and like the husbands do this switch, but it turns out that one of the wives was murdered, and the other guy was framed for it. But it turns out that she had concocted this plan to to escape, or the guy the guy that came up with the plan came up with this scheme to
Oh wait, are you talking
like
about
take over.
strangers? Are you talking about
Yes,
strangers on a train? Where it's so this guy that is a great one. Okay, we got to talk about this in a
sounds
second.
familiar. Might be that one.
Jim just said randomly scream every once in a while and yell fire. I don't know if we can do that, especially if we're in a crowded movie theater. But he does want us to keep him awake. So yeah, strangers in a
Okay.
train is so great. We're past the 2 hour mark. I got to take my 2 second break. So while we're at it, Jake, why don't you let everybody know where to find your stuff, and Frank, why don't you let everybody know where they can find your stuff, and I'll be right back.
Sure, I'll let Chick go first since I went last time.
Um, I'm trying to stretch out. It's almost 7 a.m. Hi, my name is Jay Twister. You can find me at Jay Twister, with a V, not a W, at Twitter, or you can visit Newgrounds to catch the weekly upload of my webcomic Bone Meal, which is uploaded every Friday, 3 p.m. CT. It's about absurd. It's a lot of like absurd humor, intertextual humor, wordplay, etc., with a lot of skeletons and a lot of fun in the afterlife.
All right.
All right, and I was about to do my pitch, Josh.
Do your pitch, Frank. Pitch
All
away.
right, so I don't know if you guys can hear that. I am actually making comics, not excuses at this moment. I'm putting together mini issue 3, which is not an ash can size, of the Captain Goggles and Mask Woman story. It's Captain Goggles and Mask Woman in Bugging Out. This closes off the little storyline that I had started. But so my pitch, because we are turning into a graphic novel. We're building up the world and just making it a whole lot better than like a little mini comic. But if you still want to get those mini comics, you can find them on my Etsy store on Salazar Nation Comics. And also, if you want to read them as PDFs, you can do that on my Gumroad. I have a link tree.
Frank,
Frank,
you're becoming an android robot. Are you hearing that too, Jake, or is that my connection?
I can hear too from my end.
Okay, I think Frank, you're
okay,
starting.
Exactly. I kind of hear it on yours too. I wasn't sure if it was me or you.
Yeah. Jake just clarified. I think your connection's kind of funky.
Okay, it might be my connection. So I'll drop off later. In a minute.
Okay.
Here, so I can just repeat.
Sounds good, but I will say, before you go, can you say California knows how to party? I just want to see if it sounds like that. That song. Just be like, California love. Just say that.
Okay. California knows how to party.
Oh man, your connection came back. Your connection came back clear.
I think it's just my connection because I've been using my phone for many times to stream long hours.
So I was just really hoping that it would last for the California part, so you'd have this like California, kind of thing. I think it's cool. Just to get you back on your pitch. Have you heard "Bugging Out" by Tribe Called Quest?
I haven't.
Okay, you should listen to "Bugging Out" by Tribe Called Quest because it's a classic hip hop track, and it also could be like the theme song for your comic.
Bugging Out, Captain Goggles and Mask Woman in Bugging Out. Where there are a couple of bugs in here, which this story closes up the little storyline for the mini comics, but we are going to be doing a bigger story, revising or revamping some things. But we are really, speaking of world building and trying to tell a good story, that's what actually we're trying to do with this one. But you can still get the mini comics on Salazar Nation Comics on Etsy. Just look up Etsy and look up Salazar Nation Comics. Or you can go to my link tree, which you go to any of my videos or my Instagram account, there is a link there. It's just Linktree, and then I think Salazar Art Nation. I think that should take you there. And yeah, check that out. We also have T-shirts for the Travel Creative Cast, and there's a Captain Goggles T-shirt and a masculine T-shirt. And I'm gonna be working on some more designs, so check those out.
I love it. I was gonna say Jake too. We gotta somehow figure out how we could like screen share you drawing because that'd be cool. Not like this instant or whatever, but I think that would be awesome to kind of see you working on like bone meal and stuff. You know.
I'm not working on bone meal right now, although that I could share screen, but at this moment I'm not. I'm not working.
Got it. Well, next time, like if you are, it'd be cool to see. I think people would dig that. So like Chase just said that it's 7 a.m. Wow, that's early. It's 7:30 p.m. here in Pacific time on Hawaii. Wow, so Chase, I didn't know you were rocking in Hawaii. That's pretty awesome. And then Jake in the chat said, I want an art off with Quentin Blake and Ralph Steadman. That would be pretty amazing. Steadman's stuff is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, I love that kind of like crazy ink blotty vibe of his stuff. It's so free and loose, you know?
But that's why I wanted to have him doing an art with Quentin Blake. He's more like, Quentin Blake is more stricter with his line work.
Yeah.
But Ralph Steadman is just an anarchic sort of like blotter, just like throwing the pencil where it's at and just sticking with it, and comes up with like these sleek round designs and really rough looking characters at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna drop out, guys. I'll probably just like head for bed. But before I leave, I do want to say to Chase, like, don't worry so much on telling this big old intricate story. I mean, you got your influences, so feed off those. But like, just dive in and start telling. Put in a little of yourself, like, and just start doing it because you already have like a lot of the prep work. I don't know how much you've already done, but don't worry about giving so much away. Actually, I wouldn't even talk about it anymore. Work on it,
dude. Good
and
point.
let people get into it.
Yeah, I think a good tip too, when you're working on like a big world building kind of story like that, is maybe focus on one character in this world and kind of build out, like, maybe just do a story that's like that character like going for a walk or something, just something simple, right? And just that way you can kind of ease into the world rather than having to kind of make, like, basically like do a Hobbit story before you do Lord of the Rings, and don't do Silmarillion because you're not you're not J.R. Tolkien.
J.R. Tolkien. I almost said J.K. Rowling.
Unless Chase is actually a linguist.
What's up?
Unless Chase is educated as a linguist.
Yeah, if you're a linguist at like Oxford or whatever, or Cambridge, like then I'll eat my words,
Don't let us like tell you what to do.
Yeah, and honestly, that might be a good way to work. It's just I do think Frank's dead on like, it doesn't hurt to just start, and sometimes starting small in a big world can be a really cool way. I think about like Cowboy Bebop, like the cartoon. Like, one of the things that was great about it is it kind of starts with these small, intimate stories about like Spike and the crew, and then it kind of builds out from there to like this grand, bigger story that's way more complex. But it all hinges around like these tiny relationships and little stories, Anyhow.
All right. And
Frank, we'll see you later, buddy. Thanks for hanging out.
No problem.
Does that mean my chat's going to be like modless? Oh, no.
I'll go in the chats. I think my phone is just taking a lot of stuff because I've been live streaming like I think every day since last week.
Oh my goodness!
I gotta save up energy because Monday I'm gonna be doing the Traco. And
that's true.
Next week we got 2 special shows coming, so I gotta save up some energy.
Oh yeah, Frank. And by the way, I was kidding. You can get some rest, man. You're not like attached to having to mod every single thing.
I'll hop in a bit, check out the chats, and then head off too. But oh yeah, because it is. I forgot it's Sunday tomorrow. So yeah, I do need to go to bed.
Yeah, go get some rest, Frank.
Dang it, Josh! I'm gonna make my response video before I go to bed. So
I love it. I really do love the idea. It'll be an edited video, and it should start with me being an atheist, apparently. Right?
Just like capital letters just spelled all over. Yeah. With like the worst screen grab that you can get out of you. Blur it out. Then you just take out the picture that you take a picture of you like with the messy hair and all that.
Edit the Roald Dahl story where I don't say Roald Dahl. It just sounds like a personal story. You're like, he's a horrible human being. So anyhow, all right. Have a good night, Frank.
A wordless chapter following a character in a quiet moment would be a great way to kick off the interior pages once the chapter headers are all done. Not necessarily. That depends fully on the length of the book and the narrative tooling of a character. And it sabotages a lot of potential of delivering context as to the story, because a wordless chapter without a good hook, that's going to be a spooky one to traverse through.
That's true. You want to give people a reason to like the story. So if you're doing wordless, especially if it's introducing people to a world, you maybe like focus on building a sense of mystery or suspense or something, some kind of hook where it's going to keep people turning the page. Really good point, Jake. I am really excited. I thought I was just going to do one panel during this stream, and I am doing 2 panels because I need to actually finish this page probably tonight to kind of stay on task. I was going to do possibly 3 streams today, but I think I might just power through and do this one stream. And I did want to say to anyone in the chats, we do take super chats. So that's a good way to support the stream and support what I do. Just throwing it out there. Either way, I appreciate you guys in the chats and hanging out, and appreciate this kind of going. Chase, I'm really excited to kind of see what you get going though. And I do see where Frank's coming from. It's one of those things of depending on how long you've been working on the story. I always like gauge it with like, just try to avoid, I think what Frank's getting at, and one of my things is like, try to avoid the pitfall of like, kind of being the fantasy author who like is always working on the world building and like never actually makes the world. Because it's like the role-playing trap. I don't know if that makes sense, but I've known guys who like spend more time kind of building out like the role-playing of their characters in an RPG and never actually role-play. They like draw the maps and get all into it, and like you're kind of missing out on the fun of actually role-playing if you never play a role-playing game, but you're just building the world forever. It's the same thing with storytelling.
With the idea of the idea.
Yeah. Although that in itself could be a really cool story, where you just make the story about world building,
Actually, that is sort of the outline for this game called Beginner's Guide.
Oh, nice.
It's a collection of it's sort of like a walking simulator, narrative wise, but it's demonstrating this guy's incomplete works in the within the story.
That's awesome.
And it's sort of like morose, but it's also a little bit uplifting to see that there's some usability of the things that was created, but for nothing. Even if like the idea lives, but in a very skeletal stage.
Huh. A skeleton stage, you say?
Skeletal stage. Do not talk.
No, I was actually just trying to tee you up for a pitch.
Okay.
I'm like, where could people find comics of skeletal variety?
I've already done the plugs, I'm sorry, but if you want to catch it,
go to newgrounds.com. J Twister, Bone Meal, uploaded every Friday. CT.
I love it. I love the getting close to the mic and the excitement in that pitch. Okay, that was amazing, Jake. That was lovely. All right.
By one guy. It's a literal skeletal crew.
I love it. So we have, Frank was like trying to tee up too. He's like, speaking of skeletons,
Big fan of silent films, and what excites me about visual storytelling in comics is that it shares a lot in common with silent cinema. There is a lot of like overlap, as we discussed in the previous stream to this one, that all the arts have, like in commonalities, and how they could benefit of just like cross-pollinating. But I'm not going to fall into that whole Gekigake hole now again. I don't want to repeat my bachelor's thesis all over.
I love it though, and you are a wealth of knowledge when it comes to that. I think the silent film thing is really interesting, and I think that it's a hard challenge with comics. Like some of the most brilliant cartoonists I've read can pull off a silent strip, but it's surprisingly harder than it appears to pull a narrative off silently. And I'd say, like, if you're trying to prep for like a silent storytelling, maybe if you haven't yet, check out The Illusionist. Not the live action film, but the French film. It's an animation, and it is told completely silently, with like a few sound effects, and it's a really good example of like how you can kind of create a very emotional, impactful, easy to follow story that's completely silent. And the same studio did another one that was practically silent, except for a few songs and stuff, called The Triplets of Belleville, and that's another really good example of like, a sequential narrative that is completely silent, like effectively selling a story.
I totally zonked out on this recommendation. Read.
Oh, nice.
I want to see if I could spell the name without having to look at it. Chabot. It's a French author. The Park Bench.
Ooh. I'm going to write that down. I don't think I've read that.
It's a hefty little silent comic, but it does silent. The way that it does silence is so good. Ooh. And it's all about this park bench.
That sounds like my speed, man.
It's like an inanimate object just placed in the park on some unknown in some unknown city, but then you get like the characterization of the park bench lives with as much as like the life that is surrounding it. Like there's a lot of humans, and they're like interrelations with one another, and it follows like this hobo constantly crashing the bench, and then there's like this dog who's got the routine of going and take a tinkle at one specific spot on the bench, and it's like it observes. It's a literal observational comic done in pure silence.
That's so cool. I think of Cages too by Dave McKeon, which is like a masterpiece. And like it's kind of hard to get a hold of sometimes. But if you can get it at like, you can usually find a used copy for a decent price. And that it follows a cat through a city. And again, silent comic and brilliant. So, yeah.
It was Christophe Chabot, The Park Bench. And
Christophe Chabot is Chabot?
With a Chaboute with that squiggle.
Got it, the umlaut.
Yeah, the umlaut, yeah. And then there's also the another comic that I did which is called Alone. Those are the only two works that are being that have been translated or like semi-translated and released.
That sounds amazing. I can't wait to check that out.
But I did like Alone, but Park Bench really did it.
Is the Park Bench similar to Robert Crumb's A Short History of America, the strip about the expanse of land changing through various periods of time?
I would say yes, but imagine it being not going like chronologically like that. It follows the I think like the events is set between late summer and into spring of like a year. Just like following the timeline or like linear timeline of like these interconnected stories that takes place around this bench. But it is that comic too is a great example of like silent storytelling.
I love that.
The History of America by Crumb.
I think it's a good exercise though to do, and again, if you can pull off a really long silent sequence, you're probably going to be able to pull off a comic.
I did. One of my first features in an anthology was a silent comic.
I think I kind of remember that.
Yeah. It was a way back, like 4-pager.
That's awesome. Describe it.
So it's this character called Detective Ted Tired.
Yes. Okay, I do remember this.
Yeah, and he's sort of like it's wintertime during Christmas, and he's on a case of some stolen teddy bears from like this toy store. And so he figures the case out like really very procedurally. He feels like no, he doesn't feel like any. He doesn't emote a lot because it feels like very like procedurally, like this has all been done before.
Mm-hmm.
But, it ends at least like with a smile in the finishing like thing. Because he always like keeps like one same expression throughout the whole comic, except for like the final panel.
I love it.
Yeah, Dave Hingley's Space Crash. I really recommend that because not because I'm biased in having like played a little bit editor for the first issue, but Dave Hingley's Space Crash is definitely a ride, and the second volume is even wilder.
That's awesome.
He's working on issue 3 right now.
Cool. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's a really good exercise. Oh, what was I going to say? There is, why am I blanking out now? It's actually kind of an acquaintance of mine, and that's the thing that's frustrating me because he's one of the better cartoonists, and yet like kind of underrated. He did the Muppets comic. And why am I not remembering his name? I'm going to have to Google this when I'm on a break or something. But he also did a comic called Mugwump. Roger Langridge. Thank you, my wife corrected me on it. Roger's a really good dude, too. But yeah, Roger Langridge has a comic called Mugwump. That is mostly silent and it's vaudevillian. And when you read that comic, you'll be like, that's why when they did the Muppets, I think he was the first cartoonist that they actually said you can draw and write this. Like, because they read his work and were like, you are making like he is when you read his work, you're like, he's the ideal guy to do the Muppets. Like he's just wonderfully vaudevillian and slapstick, and again, like tells a lot wordlessly. That's like pretty brilliant. So yeah, yes. And then Frank said that was the Ted Tired story in the holiday edition of the 9 Volt anthology.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, You need to be a PR guy, man. You are the ideal when it comes to pitching. It's admirable. I think everybody needs a Frank.
I think it's also one of the better stories that I created. Everything after that has just been like a downhill.
It's all gone downhill from there.
I had that one good work, and everything just petered out after that.
Well, so bone meal, like aside from bone meal, which I'm enjoying, do you have plans for some other stuff?
Yeah, I do have in the works. I'm actually in the middle of producing a new comic that I'm going to try to pitch in later in May
Nice.
for a publisher, and it's going to be about this odd trio of a mute witch, a uh, a seagull with a broken wing, and a sort of like, I'm not sure what I'm gonna like call this creature, but it takes the shape of a cat. But it could like do it can shapeshift. It's sort of like a familiar, but I don't want to have it like to be in a pure shape.
Got it.
I'm a little bit tired of like cats and witches, so I'm just gonna upset the formula there a little bit. And it's taking place like up in the northern regions of Norway, like far remote away from civilization, by the shoreline, and they're just like doing their everyday living, sort of like getting by. It starts off with like this with finding the gull, sort of like squirming around, and then it learns that it could talk and communicate with these with the other two. But that's because of like this whole like magic system of like rune magic is set up in like in like a parameter, so that anything that enters in it will have will automatically have the ability to communicate.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm planning on like doing a lot of like gags and stuff. It's sort of like a slice of life comedy thing.
That sounds so cool.
And I did intend to do this one with an artist friend of mine.
Nice.
But it didn't go as well because he was preoccupied with a lot of things because of COVID, and I was like really coming down bad with my move back from uni.
Yeah, like do you mind sharing a little bit like how that went? Like how is the transition from university going so far, and or is that just like nah?
Well, as I can tell, I don't have a job. I am currently enrolled in a on an entrepreneur course.
Nice.
Like to training myself into becoming a self-providing entrepreneur.
Nice.
And it's sort of like a social program that I've been taken into instead of being on the job application center. And just waiting. I'm just there at the moment trying to pick up a few things and tricks.
Yeah.
While I wait for the application season to really begin, which will be later this month into March. And
Nice.
how I've dealt with it, well, pretty badly, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a hard transition. At least here, get like the getting out of school. It's just a weird transition.
Yeah.
Usually a couple tough years after that where it's sort of just identity finding moments, and stuff.
I'm kind of confident in my identity. That isn't an issue, but I have a hard time adjusting to the fact that I'm actually out of school.
Yeah, that's what I guess I meant. I don't think it's so much as like finding your identity, but more like finding your workplace identity, like your, you know, just
Oh yeah,
and
that's really I wanted comics to sell my ass so that I didn't have to think of having to form myself within like a in a professional setting. Although
yeah,
that would have been beneficial. Although with my with my education as like a trained media guy, I'm
mhm.
not in high demand per se. Uh, Not in like any close nearby area.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
that's things.
that's rough. But
I wanted comics to
half
save my ass.
yeah, half the game with that though is just kind of staying at it, keeping with it. Like, I think something will arrive. Um, but it's hard. Like, I don't know. That's the psychological game of it too. Is like, how do you keep trying when it's like hard to try? And yeah, it's always a weird thing out of school. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the worst part is that it you're convincing yourself that it's not a setback when it feels like you've lost so much
Yeah.
in not only in the life quality, but you also you're also very limited to a lot of things and accesses and all that. And I keep getting like this little jab like are you gonna like get any right are you gonna get rid of some of the stuff that you have because your place is a little bit too cramped with all that. And I'm like, having built my life the last 5 years around this thing, I really have a hard time to quit to quit any of it and
Yeah.
see more use of it than you could ever possibly imagine. So no, I will stand firm not to quit myself to quit any of it.
Yeah, I agree.
I
I
like to
don't,
live with my consequences.
yeah, and I don't think it requires, like, that's the weird part. I was touching on that on the last live stream, but it's like, I don't necessarily think it requires, like, like, it is actually possible to have both. Like, it's not impossible to kind of continue down the comics road and also have a career. And sometimes it's possible to have both, and maybe they have overlap, but maybe they don't. And then comics can kind of be your North Star or whatever that kind of keeps your head focused like somewhere, hopeful. I don't know.
Yeah, like an
It's
actor.
Yeah, like an anchor. That's a much better way of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah. From what I've said, like everything that I invest with more purposes than just one,
Mm-hmm.
and I try to reflect that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in my way of just like the way that I speak, but it's also in the way that I try to reflect my thoughts and like pull references and examples and etc. etc.
Mm-hmm.
And serendipity is a very understated fact of life. In that
Yes.
everything that you've done isn't for naught or just like for this one function or
Agreed.
to like serve this one purpose. It can be reappropriated or be cannibalized into other things that you never
Totally.
have like possibly conceived of.
Yeah. I mean, I personally did not envision myself as an art director anywhere. Honestly, I just didn't see that. Um, but then there was just this weird point in my life where I'd done so many odd things in art that, like, when I looked at, like, it was like well past that point of like having to pad your resume. Like when you're starting your career, it's like you have to kind of fake some of the resume. Like you kind of make it like you're like, and I got this award like in high school or what, you know what I mean? Like you're kind of adding whatever it is to make yourself look more substantial. And I finally got to this point where like I wasn't even padding my resume anymore. I was having to like edit stuff out because I was like, this is just way too wordy, And And then I started looking at the stuff I'd done, and I was like, holy crap, like I actually could be an art director. Like I've had all this experience doing typographic design. I've had all this experience doing illustration. I've had this experience teaching people and leading people. And so I was like, oh, okay, that's actually like not out of the cards. But the thing you're describing with serendipity, that kind of was how it happened, because it's like I didn't really plot that out. I wasn't like, one day I'm going to do this. It was more like a bunch of stuff I did just happened to align with that thing, you know? But it was a long, weird path there, and that's not the end of the path. But ironically, comics too have been fed through different careers and different things and working for different clients. I've gotten better with typography because I've had to do typographic designs for people, and then that reflects in my comics. And yeah, it's all like, if I think with the right perspective, like you can kind of get other things to feed each other. And I love the fact that you called it cannibalizing. I think that's actually a really good description, where it's like everything can kind of feed on each other. But it is just a matter of like kind of staying open, and again, that optimism game, which is really hard to keep. But I
don't think very much of like optimism. I tend to be more pragmatic in my life choices now than I were before.
Yeah.
But I want to keep my mind like a Swiss Army knife.
Yes.
And just trudge through, even if I do have like that sucky period where I'm just walking around feeling like I serve no purpose in life.
Yeah.
When you teeter on that edge of like you should take a drastic result, and just like you check yourself with all the amount and effort that you put yourself through already, just like to ground back up, to ground back down, and not chase for the ether.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. I kind of see what you're saying too, because I'm not much of an optimist.
Yeah. I'm and although that I feel like pressure from like the mental pressure of the, there's like this entity that we choose to call societal expectation, is more or less a fabric that we have imposed ourselves rather to feel free from it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of trying to like bolster the importance of having to set aside what you really desire in your drives, what you really want to do. I'm really I'm a real sucker for that thought, sadly.
Yeah.
There would have been a great release for just like give no fucks and just like go and do what I want to do, just work. I have actually the perfect opportunity to do it, but I'm still like struggling with the thought of even like wanting to dare that, because there's a lot of like responsibility that must be taken into account for, even if you don't know what the ramifications or the consequences that follow are necessarily.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. It's like, it's an interesting.
Ready to owe up to it is what I try to say.
Sorry, what?
Be ready to owe up to it.
Yeah, and I
but
think
don't apologize.
I like that too. I think that it's an interesting thing, because I think in society, just tacking on to what you were saying, I think like for myself, I've definitely noticed in society, there's a lot of people who will be like, well, when you're young, you can try to be a writer, or when you're young, you can try to be an artist, or when you're young, you can try to do these things. But then when you get old, you kind of put those things away, and you sort of like mature and like do all the responsible things. And it's weird, because like I feel like that narrative is coming from a lot of people who have like basically sold their dreams down a river, for material contentment or whatever. And it's like I can say from my life, like with people I've met, it's possible to do both. It's possible to do both. It doesn't always mean like just because one has to like, sort of get a gig or like do a job or whatever it is, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to like put everything to death that you love, I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it's sort of like selling yourself to conformity is not a good either. In that you betray your you've essentially betrayed yourself, not the persona or not the like character that you build up, but you're betraying a core identity within you
Yeah.
that you have. It's sort of like believing a lie, but you never had the guts to really fulfill it to become a truth. You've told yourself this lie for so long. It's that when it's time, you don't really want to risk of it becoming true at all. And with a lot of blemishes and a lot of societal problems that and discontent that exists today, of course, that's going to be like hard pressed for your like to do this decision to like do things on an external level, whilst internally you're having self-doubt, then you just like don't believe that there's no support apparatus for you, be it family or friends there to help. Thing is, you should always trust your own willpower to like commit. And I've told myself that through negotiation, because that's what artists are really bad at, negotiating. Negotiating myself of not wanting to like rush these things anymore, as I've done the last couple of years, and actually start to bring some limits to the whole like thrill seeking. But now that I've done so much like pre-work with ideas that I wanted to chase and explore and all that, I have years ahead of me to like work on these things. And instead of like setting it on pause, like many do to like gain capital and start to like do these endeavors like in their late 40s or into their 50s through crowdfunding and shit, I want to do them bit by bit, but not going full steam ahead for a few years at least, while having like a downtime job that I can just get some money so I can pay off my student debt and shit.
Perfect. Yeah.
And just like work my craft really without having to like feel the pressure anymore to compete, because who am I competing with? Well,
yes,
the truth is I'm competing with myself.
Dude, that's very insightful, very thoughtful, and I think like that's that is a good negotiation, because I do think, I don't know, I think like sometimes people like kind of get stuck on this idea of like selling out and stuff like that, and I feel like sometimes actually like getting like doing exactly what you're describing, which is like just getting like whatever it is that's going to take care of those immediate monetary needs, that's going to free up your mind to be able to actually work on stuff that isn't sold out. Whereas if like I don't know, I know some people who draw like a very hard line and aren't willing to negotiate on that kind of thing, and wind up having to sell out even harder because like it's yeah, you got to take care. It's like there's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and it's like you got to take care of those two core needs before you can even get into like the art space. Those core needs are like still fundamental to like build anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No shame in providing for those core needs is my point.
I'm lucky to have like everything provided for me the way that I have things, so I'm eternally grateful for that.
That's awesome.
But I'm severely underdeveloped in the rest of the pyramid as further we go up, sadly, which I do want to solve by doing art for the most part. That's one of the excuses that I want to like get sort of like a higher consciousness.
I love it. I have to wash my hands, and we're at hour 3. But if you're hanging in there, I'm excited. because
I can stick around for another 20.
cool. And then Chase said Josh's exercise analogy on the previous live stream was very much applicable here. Putting the time in makes a world of difference in the long run. Agreed. Well, I guess I would have to agree. I said it. All right. I'll be right back. Jake, why don't you let everybody know where to find Bone Meal and other such stuff? Maybe even mention the anthologies you're in and stuff. I'll be
No,
right
I
back.
don't have to like plug anymore.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
in-
maybe shout out some good cartoonists. I'll be right back.
Shouting out some good cartoonists. Check out Cyburn's comics on Webtoons. Chad Chihuahua. That's a fun little story about this Chihuahua that's like an experimented on, and it sort of feels like Crash Bandicoot, but done in a cartoon-ish sense. And yeah, I'm just gonna read a comment here. I'm producing content that is going to be distributed through the outlet and my other co-publisher has access to, and the demand on me to create and get work out there is invigorating. That is really cool, Chase. I would say for me, that's not like a model that I could ever do. My model will have to do mostly digital, sadly. But that's sort of like the business plan has taken that to account at least. I would have started a Newgrounds channel because the Instagram is very wacky in terms of quality control and regulation. Definitely come over to Newgrounds because that not only provides you like the with being a little bit more creatively free, but there's also the options to go if you want to create like a copy left or a copyright system. Like you can check box that stuff. And then you could control your own copyright through the uploading system there. Although that it's sort of like a little bit limited in the way that it does things, it's still like customary. So you can like add little hyperlinks into the description box, and then you could try to like make or model a sort of like a nav browsing solution. I've done it myself to my own comic. And I also like made like this master list of the releases of the comic as well.
Nice. Are you talking about Newgrounds?
Yeah, Chase said that he wanted to start a Newgrounds channel because Instagram is a little bit Nazi on the whole terms and services. And if Chase is planning on releasing a comic that contains like sex, nudity, violence, and etc., Instagram is not a good platform for that at all.
No, yeah, you're doing not safe for work stuff.
Over that.
Yeah, if you're doing not safe for work stuff, definitely don't use Instagram. That would be a very direly bad decision.
But if you want to go hardcore, like myself in the future, code your own homepage and host it on NeoCities.
Yeah, and like honestly, having your own website is not a bad route either. So, but that's cool. So, what exactly is the advantage of Newgrounds other than it's sort of like because you can do a little bit of like coding too, right? And like modification to your thing, or no?
For Newgrounds, no, not really.
Okay.
But I guess like the benefits heavily outweigh how the terms and services and the operations are in other social media channels.
Okay.
Although that it's the user base is sort of niche, we can call that. But it doesn't like discriminate on taste per se. It's just that it operates within like with an expectancy and like a age demographic. It's really artsy in that sense, but in a good way and not like no substance. And then you have like a democratized rating system rather than just like liking. You could actually downvote something. But the artwork can be saved by just like a just by getting more votes, so that it doesn't get a bad grade, and they'll be like properly showing a grade the community has given it through like judgment.
Does Newgrounds really do that? Like they actually like will show
Yeah,
like a
a star
down vote?
system like the old YouTube one.
Huh. That's cool.
So that shows like the level of quality that they want to maintain on the site.
Got
But
it.
also, as I dipped in as you were stepping out, was that Newgrounds got this feature where when you upload your content, you could either create it for a copyright protection, or you could create a copyleft protection. It means that the Creative Commons will kick in, and then you could
Okay.
allow modifications and or monetary. Um, you can enable monetary like copy right into it. So there's like there's soft copyleft and strong copyleft. That's like you must give credit to the originator of that piece and all
Oh,
that.
cool.
But that's just Creative Commons. You could do that to any of your work without having to be on Newgrounds. It's just like really good implementation. I would reckon.
That's cool.
Um,
Is there any flags like things one would want to watch out for on Newgrounds? Like
be proper in your categorization of the work that you're uploading, especially the visual ones. If you do have, there's like this little checkbox system that you like scale the grades of, and then there's like 3 in particular: explicit violence, nudity, and no violence, nudity, explicit text. So you grade from none to some to like I think it's like definitely or something. It is like a 3-grade system, and then it automatically assigns an age demographic based on that.
okay.
So if you have nothing of that sort, it will be like automatically arranged to everybody's demographic. But as soon as you hit like nudity, full nudity, and all that, it will be rated either M or adult. And if it reaches the adult demographic, then you have to have a Newgrounds account to see the page.
Interesting.
Like visibly. You can still hyperlink it and share it around, but it won't appear like around the portal and all
Which
that.
is actually, that's not a bad thing, right? Because that might actually help to like limit the age that can access it, which is a good thing.
Here's the benefit of it too. Like you can censor yourself by checking it off completely. So if you don't want to see adult content, you do have the capability of just checking off, just taking off the box that says like all the demographics when you're in the catalog. And if you do only want the teenage content, you could take off all the others, and then you will only see teenage demographic.
That's cool. I can see a real benefit to that. That's funny. I'm in such a weird realm of comics, and I at some point, I think like, well, the next book that I'm going to be doing is like a historical fiction. And it's a little more accessible than like Jacob's Apartment or 2 Stories, where it's not going to like delve into territories that are, like Jacob's Apartment deals with like the death of a family member to cancer. So it's like not, it's not something you want like a 10-year-old reading. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And like same with like 2 Stories, it's like talks really openly about suicide, which obviously you don't want. Like I don't want a bunch of kids like reading. And so it'll be interesting working on a work that's not like so specific to adults. And I am kind of excited because I think after that I might even do something for a younger demographic. But I like the freedom and the ability to do all of that. But it is interesting being in this weird box where I think I'm pretty tasteful with what I'm showing. I don't really show like nudity or like, well, I will say 2 Stories book 2 has some pretty graphic violence that's coming up and will be not like horror movie violence, like really disturbing violence. But
I think it also shows that you're also a father in that sense too.
Yeah, it's just interesting because it's like I think
There is that period like before fatherhood and
yeah,
after you entered fatherhood. Then you
yeah.
sort of like shift you become more conscious of your outputs on things.
Yeah, it's interesting, but like I am a fan of like there being material for everything, but it is interesting being in this weird demographic of writing stuff for adults that's not like adults,
Yeah.
like triple X, you know, and it puts you in this weird category where it's like I'm guessing like if two stories is like stocked at a store, it's probably right next to all the triple X stuff, and it's a weird place to be because it's like it's not porn, like I'm not making porn, you know, like but I am not like making stuff that I want like children to look at, you know. So it's like it's a weird territory to be in. It's been funny at comic conventions too, because some like kid will come by my booth and like pick it up, and I'm like, nope. They're like, what? I'm like, no, this just isn't. You know, this isn't your demographic. You know,
Doesn't it grab your attention?
but it's interesting being in that like mature audiences only category where it's like, but you're not. You know, I don't know. It's such a vague thing, like the whole rating system and stuff. You know.
Yeah, I would prefer it if there was like a clear age and sex demographic division.
Yeah,
The way that again the Japanese just perfected with like shonen, shoujo, seinen, josei.
dude, that's so true.
But having that in the US would have done immense work for or like lifting for a lot of cartoons and comics and all that.
Yeah, for sure. And like,
There's like definite demographic targeting, but they don't believe in that for some fucked up reason. Although all signs prove opposite to that.
yeah, that's so true. It's interesting because like even with yeah, like two stories, I wouldn't say it's like only 18-year-olds. Like I think a 16-year-old could handle two stories.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely not for yeah, it's not for kids, you know. But I think if a kid could handle reading the bell jar, they could handle reading two stories, you know.
Yeah. Reading Mouse.
Now Mouse is like weird because I think there are some books like so like it's funny that got banned in Tennessee. And then I just recently read a news article about a book burning in Tennessee, which happened about a week after. And I'm like, what's going on in Tennessee? It's just kind of that's an interesting two news articles to read in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That seem a little connected to me, but whatever.
Chase, by the way, for mature readers does not beat for intellectual readers. That warning label spells disaster for a lot of people.
I like that as a warning label, though. Wouldn't that be great for intellectual readers?
No, that's how the comics, like the underground comics, did it way back when they wanted like really mature and just like shocking shit. Like Crumb and Spain Rodriguez and the ilk there in San Francisco, they specifically marketed it as intellectual readers for
You know what's interesting, man? Some of that stuff was really great and wasn't really porny, and then some of it was like the Air Pirates was just like straight up porn. But
Yeah.
I still admire it because the Air Pirates was like such a good point to it. Like it was so raunchy, but it was like it was such a like good thing they were challenging. It's like I don't know, just sort of like saying like why is this stuff like under copyright? Like how is that even legal for them to keep that under copyright for that long? And I mean, I'm sure like a lot of them just wanted to like draw pervy drawings of like Mickey Mouse, but still, like the intellectual point of it was like pretty heavy and awesome. Kind of went all the way up to like Congress, you know. I think that went to the Supreme Court.
I don't remember the guy's name, but he was really wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall it, but it was just like the wildest Oh my god! When he saw that comic that he did for Zap issue 4,
Oh, dude.
I got the issue myself for Christmas last year. I think not 2021, but 2020. I sat through that shit and I howled. My god, it was the most obscene fucking thing that I've ever purchased in my life. And it had like that infamous Robert Crumb incest comic, and
Yeah.
followed up by that whole like other comic that I'm trying to recall the name of. No, so that was a hoot and a holler.
Yeah, so like Chase really very well points out, saying I read Watchmen in middle school and The Crow when I was 10. So I know that for mature readers, warning gets ignored all the time. Yeah, I mean, like when I was in junior high, I was definitely reading like the whole Vertigo line, you know, which like, you know, if anybody's read The Sandman, it's supposedly for mature readers, you know.
I don't get it. That book should be categorized as being mature. I think it's really accessible even at a young age.
I agree. I just think also, like, to be honest, you know, like junior high kids are definitely the age range that can read that. But if you assume that junior high kids can't handle horror, then yeah, it's like definitely not for junior high kids. But I think that's just forgetting what it's like to be that age, you know, like what it's like to be like 15 or 14 and like I don't know, 15 and 14-year-old boys from what I remember were like really into like Hellraiser and like all that like
Hell.
really dark like crazy like horror, you know? So like which by the way, I will say The Sandman, a lot of people don't realize, man, there is a story in The Sandman that still haunts me to this day. It's so horrific. And it's like they did an audiobook version for Audible and it got to that story. And anybody who's familiar with The Sandman, you know this story. It's one story in there. But it's like it is still so shuddering and haunting that like I'm driving to work and I was like I got like shivers in my spine because it was so horrifying. As like a full grown adult, you know. Yeah, like Gaiman can write horror like better than like most horror writers, you know. You probably know which one I'm talking about. It's the diner, you know, the diner story.
Diner. I still hold
Yeah.
that story in high regard. It's one of the best early Salmon stories.
Yeah, that is proper horror. Like
Yeah.
just straight up like proper but I also wouldn't like feel weird if my son were reading that in 7th grade.
There's actually a good fem film on I think it was on Daily Motion because it includes that nudity. They really went the authentic route of like portraying that whole short story. And I must say, I'm impressed by how they pulled that off. The whole debauchery and the whole like degradation.
It's so bad. Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of the like best memorable stories. Have you read the Graveyard Book? Either the book or the comic?
Yeah, it's so good. I didn't read the comic. I read the book.
Yeah, I read a comic. It's real nice.
He's really good. Like he's a good writer. I think Gaiman. I mean, there's writers that are like really well known in comics, and for a reason, because like he's just a good writer. I really liked. He did a book recently that was like the Norse myths. And it was fun to read because as a kid, I tried to get into mythology, reading mythology, and then I was really disappointed because the stories were really good, but the writers were usually historians that weren't really great at writing stories.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'd hear these like recaps of these mythological stories that are so epic, but they're told in such a like flat and dull way that it's like fun knowledge, but like you're like missing the story part of it.
Yeah, no suspense.
Yeah, and one of the great things I think about that Norse Myths book by Neil Gaiman is like it took these great myths and then had an actual writer write them. And so it's like nothing new in the sense of the myths, but it's like just you know, having like a craftsman like Gaiman like take on the myths, like just makes them like I felt like gave them a good kind of new life. So I would recommend that book to anyone, because it's just a good example of like a good writer can take like a very old story and make it like 20 times better or more interesting, you know, just in the storytelling alone.
Yeah. Chase brings up, I know readers younger than me and will check out the book I'm making, and I'll trust their intelligence to be rational about what they're reading and not downplay their ability to comprehend deep subjects. Just like how Roald Dahl knew children could process dark humor and cynicism.
Yeah, but I don't think Roald Dahl wanted children, like little kids, reading
To read
his.
Sweet Bitch?
Yes. Like now, would he like have freaked out if it was like a junior high kid? Probably not, because like there's different maturity levels. But I think like if it were like an 8-year-old, I think even Roald Dahl, who did assume the best of his audience, knew there were like some lines you kind of don't cross. But the thing I love about Roald Dahl, that's a really good example, that I think Sendak did this too, and it's one of my pet peeves about children's book authors, that I think that like him and Sendak are like an example of like doing it right, whereas a lot of children's book authors do it wrong. Roald Dahl's characters were always in mortal danger. Like Charlie, when he's in the chocolate factory, could die. Like there's kids in there that will die. Like it's not like it's not like this minor threat. It's like a legitimate danger that he's in. Matilda is like abused. Like these are people who have like the adult figures are scary and dangerous, and the kids that are turds are like scary and dangerous, and it's not like this mild danger, it's a real legitimate danger.
Yeah, the ending of The Witches.
Yeah, or like James and the Giant Peach, he has like horrible relatives. Like they're not horrible like, oh how horrible, they're horrible like they'd be arrested, you know, like they're awful. But that makes James's like journey like a real hero's journey. And I think the unique thing about Roald Dahl is like he understands that kids need a hero's journey just as much as adults, right? And for a real hero's journey, you need actual threats and actual growth and actual heroism, you know? I don't know. But yeah, I still think there's some lines like, so for instance, with Two Stories, again, like, you know, if like a 5-year-old comes to my booth, I don't think I want them reading a book within 2 pages is talking about a suicide attempt, you know?
No, but then again, it's also like expected too much of the customer there to catch up on these things, because it's reading is always an exercise in meditation.
I like it.
With only the work that you're having like a discussion with internally, but it's also built upon the other things that you have built on comprehension and learned of social cues and all that stuff. Now, as a child, I did not understand boundaries, so obviously I went for like the dark shit. And it's always been my greatest fascination about like art in it being the dark and the not the macabre but psychological horror and all that stuff. I more to heart than any like exploitative schlock that has been like done for entertainment, because that is seen as a level, a few levels below what I want, because I can recognize that these things are what they are, but the fear is that often given by authorities and parents is that the child is going to turn out to a psychotic killer by missing a couple of like by missing the context and missing the gradual like processing of like the world and all that stuff. Like they don't feel confident that their child is smart enough to pick apart reality and fantasy that way.
I agree.
and when they're criticizing reality and fantasy, it's just like, yes, there is a level of access that will be unavailable for them to comprehend what is exactly being expressed, because it relies on heavier, not only literary tools but also in visual displays and all that. There are a couple of scenes that I struggled with when I was reading at a young age that I didn't understand, like how atmosphere really worked into the work. But as soon as I started to learn how that really felt inward by processing my own traumas and all that shit, the things that you accrue in life, that you become,
Yeah,
that enriches. It's not only that you rely on the work that you're learning from, but also that you rely on your own yourself and your own like exposure to things.
totally. And
That's
what's
where relatability comes through fiction.
yeah. And Jake, like I think we were talking about this in another conversation, but it's funny because there's horror that I would read in 8th grade that didn't have an impact on me at all. Like, because I was just like, I don't know what it was about like me as a young teenager, but I just had like a bloodlust for stories. Like I would want stories to just be super gory and over the top and violent. Whereas like now, I actually like I think I mentioned like Red Room, like like I picked up that book at like a book signing I was doing at a comic shop.
Yeah.
And I was curious like what, I had heard a little bit about it and I was like, okay, what's the big deal about it? And I read it and I had this like just total like repulsion reading it. It was just like super gory. And it's funny because it's not going like much further than like EC Comics, like honestly.
Yeah.
Although he is definitely like trying to play a line and kind of like I think make a comment on like how people are like commodifying like clicks and addictive culture to the point where like they could be doing that with like the brutalization of a human being.
Yeah.
So I think there's a deeper commentary to it, but still it's totally like outlaw comics that are just meant to disgust and horrify.
Yeah.
And so I had that immediate response of like, wow, this is kind of gross, like I wouldn't buy this. And then I had a counter response of remembering myself in 8th grade, and I was like, I'm really glad this is out there. Like, because like there's an 8th grader who needs to read that comic and see this like crazy ultra violence.
Yeah, even if it doesn't click then, it will certainly click later, because that exposure is retained sort of like in the memory, like long-term memory somewhere.
Yeah, and like I don't think like if I caught like an 8th grader reading that book, I'm not going to think that they're like some violent, terrible kid. I'd just be like, oh, that's part of kind of development of a kid. Like not a very little kid. Now, if I caught like a 5-year-old reading that, I might actually think maybe we should like talk about it and maybe see a shrink here, like, but
yeah,
but it's like, yeah.
Like for me reading, I was having like this discussion with Bone Meal, in that it's really hard to relate how afterlife works, and especially like imagining that there are living skeletons and all that stuff. And the funny thing is that as soon as I just canceled myself, like just like put myself away from this whole rationality of it and just like live with it, it becomes funnier.
Yeah,
to accept it that that it's not supposed to be representative of anything real and all that, which has definitely influenced the way that I want to present a comic. But I don't feel like the pressure of having to adhere to like logistics as much as I do like to talk very rationally and logically and all that, humpus pumpus thing. I still appreciate that there's also that part of me in there too that says like, hey, it's really fun and we really should go for this. even though it might be bad and against your like moral ethics and all that stuff, but or like thoughts. But that's sort of like the point. The art lives
Yeah.
lives by itself, and it's not supposed to be a copy of you. It's supposed to be a its own entity,
Hmm.
and that's half the charm of like coming up with something that you don't have to feel like you're total ownership over, or
Yeah.
that you have to be like responsible for. And it only pushes like the more extreme it gets, really. And we have all like seen how obscene things can be. It is still like to some degree for some people there, just like right. It just feels right that it's out there to exist.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, Although that you could rant about it till the cows come home about like, yeah, this offends me, but yeah, uh,
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, I think the shame of like something like we were talking about like Mouse for like a second there, and I think the shame of something like that being banned is like I also think there is some violence in stories that is so important to read.
yeah,
A good example would be like Lord of the Flies, which I think is usually assigned at the same age range, where it's like it's got kind of a moral to it, and I think it's an important idea for kids to process at that age, like at the age of the kids in the book. Like, it sort of has an important lesson about like what horrors like kids are capable of, not just adults but kids, right?
hmm
And similarly, like I feel like something like Mouse is like a unique book in the sense of like you can read a book about that event and like you get kind of a rough idea, but to have a visual, it makes it so much more powerful and lasting. And I think it's just important. It's important for people to read. It's probably that I personally think it's one of the examples of comics doing something so perfectly that like hardly any medium has ever come close to getting that impactfully.
yeah,
So the idea of like just sort of like sheltering kids, um, from like a harsh truth about history, I think that's like that gets into a really dangerous territory that almost goes outside of like just even literature, where it's like, almost that territory of like, even a kid who's 5 needs to know that if they walk in a street, like they could get hit by a car and die. Like, it's
uh,
like that's an important lesson, right?
yeah. That is real odd. That I think that's sort of like what holds back a lot of comics, I
Yeah.
would say, or any particular art produced in the U.S. in that there's not enough growth for like doing stories that are not like hyper fantasized to a point that it's not like relatable at all.
Yeah.
And when it's relatable, it's just like in the means of like showing excess and all of this like stuff that is just rooted within all the all the ideology and religious framework. Um, Although that there's supposed to be like a built-in sympathy towards it, while you go to other places in the world that you don't find that much like puritanism and censorship.
Yeah.
There's a room to like portray that stuff. I just recently saw the Sun, no, a Sun from I think it was Taiwan, and it dealt with like how like a an attempted murder on a person and like the life of the convict impacts the family and their relationship and their whole dynamic.
Oh wow.
It's done in a very it's done in very subtle moves. Like
Yeah.
it results with one character taking a very extreme choice because they don't after like this whole trial has gone down, and it's a really strong, impactful story, and that you don't feel like the morality is there at all. At the end of it, that justifies their choices, but you can understand at least how they chose those paths to descend into their choices. And
That's so interesting. I think it was just brought up. Sorry, Miyazaki was brought up as an example of a master storyteller who knows how intelligent children and younger audiences can be. And a perfect example of that is like one of the most harsh movies you can ever see. I think is like Grave of the Fireflies.
that's not Miyazaki.
Oh, it wasn't. That wasn't a Miyazaki film. It is
That's
Miyazaki. At least his studio.
that is Ghibli.
Ghibli.
But
I'm sorry.
it's not a Miyazaki directed movie.
Okay, so it's Ghibli Studio, but anyhow, regardless, it was greenlit by Miyazaki, and it's like that movie. That movie will have you in tears, you know, by the time you're done. That's just like it's so heavy, and also the subject matter is like brutal, you know.
Oh, if you want a companion piece to that, watch In This Corner of the World.
Yeah.
Or read it.
Oof. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I mean, there's just like, I guess my point is like, you know, I think there are some things that like kids of a certain age are definitely prepared for that parents who forget what it's like to be kids are the ones that are like freaking out and censoring stuff and burning books, you know?
One should be thinking of like how this is going to sound like a really fucked up thought experiment or something, or like prompt, but parents ought to have like a moment of reflection about what would happen if the world went to hell and the kids weren't exposed to this kind of media and they went on with the world all naive and not having like grasped it, like the emotions and the things, even if they accidentally got exposed to it and not being like forced into like being indoctrinated and believing that is supposed to do, that is the thing. Like if you go by the religious texts that people are pushing down on the heads of kids involuntarily in some circles, the book is rife with a lot of like harsh stuff.
Yeah.
And having that denied in other forms of expressions, it's a crime in of itself. It's hypocrisy.
I'm not following. I'm sorry.
I think of like the I'm not sure like I want to like tell this. This is some Old Testament stuff, but most Christians don't use that anymore.
Oh no. Like I followed that. Like I could totally cite like there are so many stories.
But not having like other storytellers to tell some alternative or more like contemporary works or from like historical like from a historical period, without having to using the book and denying the access for those children to that media, alternative media, is a real damn shame. And
okay, see now I'm understanding I think what you're saying, because like I kind of agree. I definitely think like if you can have your kids read a Bible, right?
Yeah.
And this is something like that's strange to me, that a lot of the people who are burning books are people who are like trying to get people to read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And if your kids can handle the Bible, like if they can handle a story where there's like a mass genocide, which there's a bunch in the Old Testament. There's incest, there's like murder, there's rape, there's torture, there's all sorts of stuff in the Bible. It's a very violent book. So if you like, now why would somebody justify giving that access to a kid? and they would probably make the argument of like the lessons that are learned here are more important than sort of like the fragileness of this child. And if you can make that argument, I think what Jake, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm like, why couldn't you make that argument for something like Mouse, where it's like the lessons learned in that book are worth the horror that your kid will go through reading it?
Yeah.
You know, in fact, they might spare your kid from having to read another book that's repeating the same story,
but are you going
that
to
happens years later? You know,
are you going to continuously deny these things and just like keep on doing it until they've like ended up having to find alternatives and sort of like not being exposed to it, and then they're coming home horrified and kind of like think of anything, and then when you admit to it, they'll be clamping it even harder down on like not wanting them to show anything or like expose them to anything. A lot of like if you hinder access to things from kids, they'll seek it even more. That's like the reverse psychology 101.
Yep. That's part of why I've been making that joke on this stream forever, that I've considered to get my son into like really awesome music to like try to recreate the Satanic Panic for him, and just like have like a shelf in our house that like has like Slayer albums and like the Sex Pistols and the Clash and like maybe like some early Megadeth and stuff and like Iron Maiden, and just be like, this is the shelf.
All of this is mall music for me. What the hell?
But I'm just saying, like, you say like this is the shelf that like if you open this portal, dude, like it's gonna open a portal to hell. And you know what I mean? And then inevitably he's gonna sneak and find the music.
Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah.
Because I'm like, metal's not as fun. Like I was thinking about it, like how fun would it have been? I don't know, because I guess I had like very conservative parents like growing up, because like that's kind of one of the things that got me into metal, was just like the idea that they were like horrified by these certain music. And so of course I was like, I gotta seek out this music, I gotta see if this opens a portal to hell, like, you know what I mean? And it was kind of exhilarating and cool to discover. And so like I don't know, I just feel like I don't want to deprive my kid of that experience. Like, how fun is it if your dad's like, yeah, totally, check this out? I feel like his rebellion then will be like, I'm listening to boy bands, Dad. And I'm like, no, no.
He's listening to K-pop. No.
Yeah. He's just like, I'm gonna watch American Idol. I'm like, no.
BTS,
please.
no.
Anyhow.
I find a lot of late 90s post-Renaissance Disney to be kind of overwrought and a little suspect, and tone deaf in its intention despite the undeniable level of craftsmanship put into the animation. I don't know.
I'm not following.
No, me neither.
Explain, maybe.
My mind went straight to like Treasure Planet and Atlantis and all that, and I still like love these movies.
I will say, I think Treasure Planet's one of those ones that went under the radar and was awesome. I mean,
it was dumped hard, giving it like a December release window, and just like really shafting the production of the guys that was working on that one.
Yeah,
fuck Disney for that. That could have been a banger hit. Like, it could have been good, so good.
Yeah. And I enjoyed it as a kid. I enjoyed it as an adult.
That example, Pocahontas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which of them? The OG or the direct-to-video sequel?
Was there a direct-to-video sequel?
There is a direct-to-video sequel.
Oh, my goodness. So... Yeah, I feel like
definitely movies.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like I think that like one of the things I like about like Pixar is that like they have, again, like I think some of the Pixar films are really good at treating kids maturely and also not doing like heavy-handed overt messages all the time. I feel like they're a little subtle. Like, you know, even if you watch Soul, it's like it's a really good movie, I think. And I thought like the way they went about this message that's kind of about how, you know, basically like you can pursue being really good at a craft, but if you do that at like and just kind of miss out on the value of like the people around you and like your own impact on the world outside of like your craft or your skill, it's like you're kind of missing out on like the point and the value of life. And it's a great message, and they don't spell that out. It's just a really good story and really well done.
Or even a better movie, Ratatouille.
Oh, Ratatouille is, well, I mean, dude, that is now I'm going to blank out on his name, but the guy did The Incredibles too, and also did
Brian
Iron
Singer.
Giant.
No, Brian Singer. What the hell am I saying?
Brad Bird.
Brad Bird. That's the guy.
Yeah, and Ratatouille is excellent, and again has like a really strong message for kids, but it doesn't beat you over the head with it. It's subtle, and it's a fun movie. And the thing about it that's great too is like he doesn't get his restaurant. Like, I mean, he does, but it's different than like his original vision. You know, it's like I love that about Pixar, that like sometimes like they're collecting the change to go on a trip, and then the trip doesn't happen, but it ends up happening in a different way than what was expected. They're like really strong life value lessons, but they're not spelled out.
I think it stopped being good after Up, to be honest.
Up was, I think it's not. I kind of agree with you in the sense of it stopped being that good. I feel like Up just hit a peak that you can't. I don't think there's a lot of cartoons that are that good, honestly. I feel like Up hit something, but that might just be my own opinion. But I like when I saw Up, I was like, this is just like I really haven't seen a lot of animations that hit that note for me. Up was just like a whole different game.
Yeah, but that's sort of like the stopgap, I think, between when Pixar was great and when they started to do a little bit more of that cashing in attitude, like creating sequels at the wazoo.
Yeah, I can understand that, and I know everybody knocks Cars, but I have to say that is where my dad part kicks in, and I'm just like,
I love the first Cars movie. It's such a great story.
well, here's where the weird dad in me, because the first Cars, most people are like, yeah, but I love Cars 2, I love Cars 3, I love the Mater things, and it's mainly because I had a son who was like obsessed with cars for a little bit, and that's like once you have a kid who's just like into it, you kind of are like, okay, I'm glad these are out there. It's awesome.
I agree with you, Chase. The Great Mouse Detective is a great post '90s Renaissance.
Great
movie.
Mouse Detective, so good, so good.
That clock scene, though, the final battle, damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
what is it called? The Rescuers.
Mm-hmm.
I love the first movie, but the second one in the Australian back, yo,
Down Under, Rescuers Down Under, yeah. There is a scene
never like crossed. That they never like did the crossover, the Rescuers, and what's called the Rangers.
Oh, did the Rescuers do a crossover with Chip and Dale Rescue
I
Rangers?
would like that the Rescue Rangers did a crossover with them. It's just like one of the things that I would have liked to see. I never got it.
I think that's brilliant, man. I think you should write that and then just get sued by Disney. Just
No, actually, I have
go the Air Pirates route. You know,
I have another like Disney project that I want to do. I just need to find the
Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. I loved that show a lot as a kid. I thought it was great. And I kind of don't remember much from it. Like, I should actually go through it and rewatch that and see if it holds up. I just remember there was a character named Monterey Jack who was obsessed with cheese.
Oh, yeah. Duck Avenger. That whole, like, Donald Duck Batman character, PK.
Oh, was that Avenger Duck? Was that Donald? Or was that Daffy?
Duck Avenger. He's called Paperinik in Italian, the Phantom
Ooh.
Duck. I've wanted to do Duck Avenger versus the Blot, the Mickey Mouse villain, for such a long time in a Batman-esque story.
Ooh.
That would have been my little fan piece.
I am adoring this. All right. I am still planning on sticking around and drawing, but I need to step out for like 2 seconds again. And making progress on this last panel of this page. I don't know, Jake, are you still hanging in there, or do you need to crash? Because I know it's probably like 4 in the morning for you.
It's too late now. It's 8 a.m. and
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be in the bowling alley about 5. So yeah, I really need a few hours of Z's.
All right. Get some rest, Jake. Thanks for joining us. And just one last time, in case anybody got this far, you want to let everybody know where to find Bone Meal?
You can find it on Newgrounds at J Twister. Bone Meal, uploaded every Friday at 3 p.m. CT.
I don't know who that strange host is.
Go to Twitter at J Twister.
I don't know who these strange hosts are who keep appearing. It's kind of amazing. All right, Jake, thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Have a nice night. Sleep well. Goodbye.
You have a nice night as well. All right, that was Jake Twister joining us. As usual, super entertaining and cool. I will be right back in about 5 seconds. If you are still watching live, bear with me. I'll be right back because I do intend to finish this panel before I go to bed, which is going to be interesting. And just so you know, like my wife's working on illustrations right over here. So it'll be fun to see how far we get. All right, I'll be back, guys. What's up?
With a broken back, no excuses, people.
That's true. Broken back and drawing, so no excuses. Draw, work on your stuff. I'm gonna disappear for a second. Fun conversation.
What is it, baby? You want to play a party? You want to play? Okay, just a second. Come on, sweetie. Lock the door in, okay?
Lock what door?
This gate door.
Okay.
Just so you know, just the inside one, because it gets jammed.
Okay.
And then my mom can't open it.
Oh, yeah, I gotta remember top lock. Okay. Okay.
And she gets really frustrated.
All right, ladies and gents, I am back. And then I think, Jake's still in the chats. Have a good night, Jake. When Disney thought their animated features, I'm reading Chase, could be prestigious and taken seriously by adults, that's when it went downhill. Katzenberg left the studio, made Prince of Egypt at DreamWorks. Almost as kind of an, oh yeah, you're high and mighty, compete with this Disney type of movie. Yeah, I'd say like the biggest shot fired against Disney was Iron Giant. And still to this day is like probably one of the best like hand animated movies ever made. I feel like that was the biggest shot I've ever seen fired against Disney, where it was like at the time that was made, I don't think Disney had a pawn on the chessboard, you know. And all animators that were around at that time knew it when they saw Iron Giant or worked on Iron Giant. Like they knew that this was like a magical thing, which also speaks to like audiences, because it took people a really long time to really catch up with like how good that movie was. I think it was a complete flop in the box office, but it was like one of those films that just to this day is like just, I don't know, like one of the best animations, you know. Anastasia was pretty serious rival feature, but it kind of doesn't matter at this point because Disney now owns that and Thumbelina. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'm a weird person though, because like it's like I know there's like a dark side to Disney, but I do enjoy a lot of Disney movies. I'm really digging Disney Plus. I'm actually really excited about the possibility of watching the next Boba Fett. In fact, I might have to bail at some point really soon to watch the next Boba Fett. I might actually have to go watch that with my wife very shortly. I at least maybe I won't finish this panel, but at least I'll get the outlines done, and we'll see.
No, May's watching Supernatural.
Oh, and then I guess May is gonna watch Supernatural, so never mind. Which is a fun TV show that my wife and her sister are obsessed with. And I don't mind. It's actually a pretty good show.
Pretty good.
She's like pretty. I don't know if you guys can hear that on mic. She was like pretty good, like in a fighting tone. It's an awesome show. I like it too because it's like the way they edit it. Like the thing I really dig about it. Oh, I can actually switch my viewpoint here, so you guys can get a better view. Ooh. If okay, hang on a sec. Boom. We're back to the one view. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's like I enjoy the way they kind of edit the whole thing to like classic rock. Like I feel like that gives it a real vibe. That's a lot of fun. And it actually kind of what Supernatural reminds me of that I like. It kind of reminds me of like when the X-Files was like super fun. There's like this era of the X-Files. I can't remember what season they kind of changed the format. But like early on, the X-Files was like less serious and like kind of had a lot of divergent stories before they kind of started connecting them all. And I feel like what I've experienced like watching Supernatural reminds me of that same vibe of like early X-Files where there's a lot of fun and like variety in the storylines. I don't know if that makes sense. It might be fun at some point in comics to like do something that's sort of character driven like that, where you have like 2 or 3 characters and like they have to fight demons or something, you know, like kind of keeping the plot like relatively simple and then building it out from there to a more complicated plot. That's kind of fun for like a story, you know. Frank said, Frank, hop back on if you're up. I mean, but you know, if you want to hop on again, but if not, get some rest, buddy. Frank Salazar said, I just woke up and I heard someone say pretty good. It's like the shot was heard across the world, my. So my wife is very protective of certain properties, one being Supernatural, and the other, like if you wanted to get murdered by my wife, say something negative about the original Magnum PI. That would literally lead to you might not exist the next day. I couldn't. I love Magnum PI. It's a great show. I will say this too. If you watch like the original Magnum PIs, they're really good.
Yeah, they are.
They're excellent. They are formulaic, but like perfect formulaic. Like they're the defense of formulaic. There's like a Christmas episode that Maya and I like to watch around Christmas time. It's just like it's perfect. It's a great show. That show when I was a kid was the reason that I wanted to own a Ferrari. Frank said, I'm having ramen and going to bed for really reals. I was recording a video for later this week too. Oh no. Frank's recording. Wait, Frank, the video you were recording, is it going to be our kayfabe battle? I'm so excited about that if we actually make that happen. My Frank was joking that he's going to, because of that guy who like got mad that he lost a debate and like called me an atheist. Did I tell you about that? The guy did like a video where like after he lost this debate and rage quit, he like made a video where he said, "This atheist," and he was talking about me. Because anyhow, so Frank was joking that he's going to make a video that's like, there's this guy, Joshua Kemble, he's an atheist, like, you know. And then we were going to have like a back and forth like wrestling match kind of thing.
Does he honestly think you're an atheist, or are you just trying to get under your skin?
No, the guy was, I don't think it was honest. Like, sorry, I'm talking to my wife too, for anybody listening. I don't know how much you guys pick up from over there, but she was asking about like the drama. So, no, this guy is just like, I guess, a YouTuber. And what he did was just like totally misrepresent. Oh, Frank's here. Oh my goodness. Is Frank gonna like ramen some live business? He's hopping on after all. Okay. Hey, Frank.
Hey, your wife likes Supernatural, so do I. I haven't seen it in a while though, because I no longer have
Oh, nice. My
TV, but I used to watch all the time.
Frank is hopping on to say he loves Supernatural. And he said, your wife likes Supernatural, and he gave like a thumbs up. And he's eating ramen, so I'm just saying, like, I think Frank, you've won some cool points with my wife.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, so Frank, I was trying to kind of explain to her like the drama that happened, and then the fact that we were,
the guy?
yeah, and I was explaining that like you and I were like our plan for like some kayfabe attack videos. Where Frank would like start it off and be like, there's this guy, Joshua Kemble, he's an atheist. And he came on stream and he said Captain Goggles. Like, we could tie it into like our comics.
Yeah. I was even thinking, I was like, and he wanted me to make an anarchist character called Captain Anarchy.
Oh, I love it. And you could be like more like Captain Satan. Like, you know, like I love it.
The fun thing about that, because that conversation went from your stream to Adam doing another stream and using that title to like get me to come on. Then we talked about it and talked about came up with an origin that could work, and he came up with his extra character, the Super S, cool S guy.
Wait, oh my gosh, okay, you have to fill me on the cool S thing, because I don't know if I was privy to that conversation.
No, I don't think so, unless you watched the beginning of that. But like, because we were talking about, because he was asking me like stuff that he missed. So I was like, so yeah, like I think the origin that Josh came up with like was good, and I think I had added the part that it would be Hitler's drawing desk, and he's like, "Why do you want to compare it to Hitler? Like, why is anarchy bad?" Like, Adam, we're just riffing, and like, I'm not saying anarchy is bad. Like, I don't know, but like, he was actually explaining some things. Like, okay, you know, that makes sense. But
nice. So he's trying to kind of like teach you about like anarcho syndicalism. Don't buy Adam's stuff. Anarchy is completely evil and terrible. I'm joking, by the way, because like when I was younger, I was like really into like crass and like anarchy communes and stuff. I mean, now it's like I don't buy it, and we talked about that a little bit, right? But it's like I still kind of understand enough about it to where I'm like, I don't think most people who are like anarchists are like out to see the world destroyed. I do think if most people who are into anarchy had their way, they would see the world destroyed. But still, I don't think they're like some like cartoon villain that's like out there like "Mwahahaha," like
Yeah.
twirling their anarcho mustache. Although I have to say, if it's like a junior high kid, because remember we were talking about how
Yeah.
terrifying, absolutely terrifying it would be to have like a kid who's a junior high schooler with like immense power. Like that's just a frightening character, you know?
Yeah. And that's what we're kind of like fleshing out that like he wouldn't necessarily be a bad guy. And that's what we were talking about earlier, that it was a he's just like yeah, he got his powers. He's more of
Yeah.
an anti-hero and becomes a hero. And he said like because we were talking about your idea of like the
Hold on one
the
second.
cool S. Okay.
Sorry, Paul is in the chats. He just joined, and I wanted Paul. You're always welcome on the stream. So if you want, I can shoot you a link. But obviously, if you're just waking up and you're kind of still getting your stuff together, don't worry about it. But if you want me to shoot you a link and you want to hop on, chat with me and Frank, feel free to let us know in the chats. Okay, sorry, Frank. So okay, continue.
So because I think we talked about how like the kid would draw the cool S.
Yeah.
And that would be the key to kind of lock, and then he would have to draw a second symbol. And Adam's suggestion was, what if it's two kids, and one does the cool S and gets I guess cool S powers, like becomes like the cool S kid, and
That's
the
so
other
good.
kid does the Anarchy, and they're both friends, but since it's kind of like opposite forces, they would fight.
Yes. I love this world.
So now I'm like, I might actually do it, but with the caveat that it would either be a one page or a one off, and I'd leave it because I have so like other stuff I need to work on. Like I'm gonna get sidetracked, and I left it open like, hey, after I do it, if you want to head on to it, Josh wants to head on to it, someone else says, hey, I want to do a story in this road, have at it.
I feel like we need to make that like a collaborative project or something.
I think so. I think that
I'm
would
kind of
work.
I'm starting to fall in love with the idea because like
Yeah.
I just think the funny thing is like there's no one on earth who hasn't like had that moment, at least in the US, who hasn't had that moment of like maybe going to detention or like getting in trouble, or maybe you're not in trouble, but you just decided to sit in the troublemaker area of a classroom.
Okay.
Where you look on a desk and there's all these carvings and you think you're individually this brilliant kid who's going to carve the cool S.
Yeah.
And
we
the
even
cool
came up
S,
with a little story of how that would happen.
Yeah.
That it would be like, I'm thinking like the teacher buys this antique desk and doesn't know like the desk is cursed.
Yeah,
And
because it's made, it has to be made from like the wood of an ancient tree that was like part of like a pagan, or it doesn't have to be pagan, but it has to be like the tree was like some kind of magical thing was happening.
Yeah. So
in the
something
air.
happened.
Maybe
it made it absorb like negative energy or something. But yeah.
If you wanted to give it like biblical origins or something, it could be like maybe the tree was like, I'm not saying it should, but it could have been like that. Yeah, it could have been the tree that Judas, or which would be hilarious because you could have like Judas Priest like sketched on the table, like that's actually like that could be a side plot where it's like the guy who started Judas Priest actually like carved his band name on the table and he was driven to write it because it's like, or you could have it like, I don't know, some kind of ancient tree. I'm just saying like, there's so much material here for like a crazy story about
even just like desk. how the desk came to be. Because I have another, like what someone who would have that desk, and we talked about it. That would be Hitler's art desk. But like I think like having too many.
Oh, that's right.
I think like having hints. I think having like hints and references are like on the desk.
That would be funny. You're right. We did. That was one of the origins that we were thinking too, was that it could have been the art school desk that like a young Adolf Hitler had in art
A
school.
young Addie.
And like
Hitler.
somehow this desk has just like traveled through generations, and like
Yeah.
you could even have it go back further in origin, like before he had it in art school, like
Yeah.
the desk was like this young guy named Alexander was like, being bad in class, and like
Mhm.
he like first got his idea to like try to take over the entire world, like
Yeah.
from like carving into this desk, so it could have like a maybe like a carving of like Caesar or something on it, and it's
Yeah,
like it just goes way back.
we could take we could do and this is why I kind of like, I don't know if I want to do this because like there's so much we can do
There's
and I want to
so
get
much.
into it. But it could
Oh
be
my
like,
gosh.
hey, how about you do the origin of the desk, and I'll just like do this or something. But like there is a lot, like there's so much we can tap into.
Oh my
there.
gosh. But I love the idea.
But what I was thinking is like this teacher, oh, I just bought this desk. It's supposed to be like really ancient and like some famous people are supposed to have owned it. And I go, really, don't touch it, guys. Like, leave it there. I want to do a presentation and show it off later or something. And like the coolest, like the kid that becomes the coolest kid, he will be like
the cool ass is such a character too, because
this good natured guy, but his friend is kind of like a little bit of rebel and kind of goads him like, oh, whatever. Like, why don't you? Oh, I'm gonna carve something cool in this. Like, no, you shouldn't. Like, oh, what are you, like a sissy? I dare you to carve
nice.
something here, and so like he gets goaded into it, and he does the cool S.
Got it.
And like, okay, I'm gonna do something even cooler than that, and does the anarchy symbol.
Yes.
And it starts to like glow, and like so they become like opposites of each other. So like
I love it, and they need to
they
be
kind
like
of fight, but like they're like, no, we're friends, but like they're just so opposite that they kind of fight. They're kind of like Magneto and X-Men.
I love it.
Yeah, Professor X.
I love it. It's like an eternal rivalry, but still they're like forever bonded because as the QS and the anarchy symbol are always forever
and they
bonded.
get their power from this source, so they can never defeat each other. They can only come to a draw.
Oh, I love it. So yeah, that's good. Like because they get their power from the same source. I love that. Oh my gosh, this story is so rich and complex and fun.
I know.
And I feel like the characters definitely have to be like pimply for sure. And maybe
I want them to be teams.
Yeah, and one of them like for sure needs to have like their driver's permit and a wizard van. Like
that
or like a cool metal van, or maybe they just have like a brother with a metal van that like takes them to different like caper locations, so there could be like a heavy metal van. There's like
I want I was thinking of calling just because I wanted to like separate from confusion from Captain Goggles and Captain Courage. Like, what about just like Captain Anarchy might be something that he tries out and he's like, oh, that's dumb. Like, okay, call me Anarchos or Anarchos.
Anarchos is great. That's a good name.
The Greek pronunciation of anarchy before.
So Chase earlier said that they did manage to track down a pink Crass shirt, which I think is hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Chase, I hope it has glitter material like you were talking about, because I have to admit that is very funny. Just the idea of like a glittery pink Crass t-shirt. And then let's see. Paul was saying he hardly gets to watch the stream, and he's on Eastern time and usually sleeping, so he's happy to catch it. And also he's trying to kind of catch some rest, so he's not going to hop on live, which is good. And then it's not good that you're not going to hop on live.
I'm glad he's not.
Yeah, exactly. Thank God we avoided a bullet there. No. No, we all love Paul, but at the same time, like I feel like if people are resting and just chilling and listening for entertainment, enjoy that.
Yeah.
Adam,
I think they'll like this section.
Adam
Oh,
was
Adam's
saying,
here.
yeah, Adam was saying, I think he's basically saying he's listening, but he's resting, which is good too.
Okay. Yeah. I know
And he
he's good.
said we couldn't find any existing superheroes or villains with a cool S emblem, so it could be safe to use.
That's
Yeah,
true.
for sure. Because
That's
I
true.
think the cool
He was
S,
looking it up.
yeah, the cool S, like for a long time, people just thought it was like an ituration of like the Superman symbol, but it's not. So like it is,
Yeah.
but it's well known.
There's a
enough
couple
to
of
where-
myths behind it that it's like the Stussy S or it's some other
yeah, but it's not
band.
the Stussy S.
but-
That's the beauty
yeah.
of it. It's just like
yeah,
I
there's
think
all
the
this like
first-
lore behind it.
yeah.
So like
So you could play it up and have it be like, you know, multiple characters could be like wrong about it, where they could be like, "Are you talking about the Stussy S?" And then like at some point,
are you
they
Stussy guy?
they could meet like a weird old professor who's like, "I've been studying the cool S for years," and like he could be like, he could point to like an old.
I'm
ancient-
having like more ideas coming. Like
I know.
somehow, somewhere, like the coolest symbol, like it's found on walls. So it might even
Yeah.
be like
Ancient
ancient walls,
Egypt.
so like
Yeah.
cavemen or Egypt. So it might be even
Yeah,
like
dude. Chevette
this
Cave.
guy kind of like goes
Chevette
back
Cave.
in time or something, and he's like,
Yes. But
so,
like
it all
Chevette
goes
Cave,
back.
you could have
It all goes
all
back
these
to-
drawings of these like beautiful animals and stuff like that, and then there's the cool S, and then it's like, you know,
Where did
and
this
again,
come
like this
from?
would be
And,
like when the cool S guy is coming to terms with his powers, and he's like, "What is this? Like, what's happening?" Like he meets this like old curmudgeon who studied the ancient secrets of the cool S, and he's like, you know, going through a slideshow, and it's like, you know, it's like the cool S, like maybe it's even like and if you zoom out from like this ancient like city, what shape was it? It was the cool S. Like it's just it's found everywhere.
There's so much lore in just two symbols that we're like coming up with stuff.
So much Adam lore. Oh,
Adam lore. That's why Adam needs to be a part of it. We need to do a 3-person collab.
Paul was asking, was I using a brush for my cross hatching? Yes, I do. And I actually, it's not a fine brush. I use like a Pentel Pocket brush pen. So I guess like on a brush size, it'd be like a 10. But I like using a thick brush for fine points. It's just like you have to retain the point to it. Paul, just Google the cool S and you'll know exactly what it is. Because you've probably drawn it before. Like, I feel like almost everybody drew the cool S at some point.
Yeah.
Adam was saying the ancient secrets of the cool S is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have a whole. I mean, I don't know. It's just, it seems like a whole world of like mythology.
Yeah, just the world behind it, behind the desk, behind the S.
And like, I mean, you could have like a whole issue that's just the desk. And
just dialogue, just exposition.
Yeah. Like Jake was talking about a comic called The Bench that follows like a park bench.
I heard.
This could be done in that style where it's like
the desk.
Just, yeah. And then like
I can draw a young Adolf Hitler. he's growing out his mustache and someone mocks him, and because it's too long, and he like shaves it.
There's a Vonnegut story that's really good, and I think it's called The Green something. I can't remember, but it was a short story by Vonnegut, and I'm sure I've talked about this on stream because it's one of my favorite Vonnegut stories, where it's like this guy who lives in New York, and he ends up like as a young man, like he goes to Germany to like study at like the most prestigious art school there, and he befriends this guy who's like a painter who does all these landscape paintings, and they both like plan like their future as artists and stuff. And then like he ends up like losing his funding and having to go back to New York, but he stays in touch with his buddy from art school. And then like they stay in touch for years, and his buddy gets into politics, and he's like supportive of his friend. He's like, his buddy writes like a book that's really popular in Germany, and he's like, hey, that's cool. My friend's having success. All this stuff is happening. And then like his friend sends him like, like a bunch of paraphernalia of like stuff he designed because he's getting to use his art like in his stuff.
Yeah.
And so like he's really proud of his friend. So like in the middle of New York, he like hangs his friend's flag like in front of his like place and stuff like that. And it tells the story in this really compelling way where you're like, okay. But then he starts getting grief by like all his neighbors for like his friend's flag. And like they start telling him stuff about his friend, and he's like, no, dude, I knew the guy. He's like an artist. He's a painter. He just like, he just made this cool design. And like, they're all like, no, this guy's like a monster. Like, what are you doing? And then like at the end, it reveals that his friend was Adolf Hitler, which is like, this is really dark, funny story. But then like after you find that out, like this guy is just like defending him to like the death in like New York with a bunch of New Yorkers that are just like, dude, I don't care if your friend's an artist or not. Like he's lost his mind. Like he's not a good dude. It's a funny story, but it's one of the better Vonnegut stories out there. I'm trying to remember what it's called. The green. If you like Google Vonnegut and green. I think it'll say what the plot is, but or what the name is.
There's a joke that's similar like that by Ricky Gervais, where he's talking about how he read Nietzsche, Man and Superman, that is supposed to have motivated Hitler. So he's like had this conversation like, how'd you like my book? Oh, I loved it, man, Superman. Not everyone created equal. Great, kill all the Jews. Wait, what? What'd you say? No one's equal. Kill all the Jews. I didn't write that. Well, it was implied, right? No, that's not what I meant at all. Oh, wait. You haven't been killing Jews, have you? Adolf? Yes. But I'll stop. I will. How many? 6 million.
Gervais is so funny, man. Like, dude. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think we have.
That's what I was thinking. Is the writer friend Nietzsche?
That would be hilarious. I think we're on to something with this cool S and Anarchy character. I don't know where or like how that's gonna work, but we have to see this.
It wouldn't be something I'd be giving out to kids at church. But it would be
no, this is more like a Oni Press kind of book, Like I feel like this is just like a more tongue-in-cheek, very silly book. I don't.
It would be something. Here, Josh. Here, Adam. Here, Orchestra's crew. Here's this book. Has nothing to do with Captain Goggles. Has nothing to do with Captain Courage. You might not see this again unless Adam or Josh.
It'd be so nice if it was like. I do feel like I don't know. It would be great as like just a villain for Captain Goggles, though. I feel like there still should be some kind of villainness to it.
Well,
because like it's a junior high kid.
The only problem with that is the way I have the world of Captain Goggles. It's like so many years into the future that, and it's more advanced, and it's like an alternate Earth. It's not like the main Earth.
Got it. But does that Earth have the possibility of a cool S?
Maybe. I mean, it could. It could transcend time and space.
Maybe he could be from Earth 1.
He gets transported.
I'm just trying to think, but anyhow, I love the idea.
I'm trying to separate as much as I can from Captain Goggles. You keep wanting me to put him in there.
No. I do think he'd be a good villain.
That's why I want to call him Anarchist.
But it's like
it could be like a reference to him in there somewhere.
Yeah, because I don't think he'd be like a. I mean, we're talking about a junior high kid here. We're not talking about somebody who's like, deeply well read on Anarchy. Like we're talking a junior
Yeah,
high
and,
kid.
and that's why like I didn't want like put like a lot of political stuff. It's just like the what this kid thinks is political, what he thinks
Yeah,
anarchy
like
means.
he's just the guy who like literally listened to Anarchy in the UK like for the first
Yeah.
time, and he has no idea what it means, but he saw the symbol and was like, "That's cool." You know,
Yeah.
that's how I
wanna
envision him.
redesign the anarchy symbol a little bit. So like if you ever see it like, oh, that's Frank's character. That's Frank's version of anarchy.
I think it's so funny that so you guys continued to workshop that. That makes me really excited.
Yeah, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to do it. And then Adam's talking, encouraging me, like, dang it, Adam, now I want to do it, but I don't want it to be my magnet opus.
Oh, oh my gosh.
But I like
what
it.
was there was some funny stuff going on in the chats here. Hold on a sec. Oh, come on. Okay, let me see. Who said, what are you eating, Frank? Ramen? Yes,
Yes, I
Frank
am.
is rocking the ramen.
Spicy ramen too.
Spicy ramen's awesome. I actually might have to like make myself some ramen after this and just pour some because like so when you do spicy ramen, are you using the spicy pack or are you taking ramen and just pouring sriracha in there?
No, this one it has its spicy pack. It's
Oh,
like
hell
the
yeah.
ramen that's a little bit thicker noodles, and
Oh,
it's
those are good.
It's a big circular shape. I had two of those. I was like, and I think that's what I was eating the last time that I was under I was eating ramen.
Nice.
So yeah, it comes with this spice and this like little herbs and stuff. So like, it's really good.
Okay, so just a pro tip on ramen though. Like if you're especially if you're on a budget and you want to just do the like cheapo packs, you just do like regular ramen and just like, you know, mix like the bad MSG stuff in there and then just have some like a big old bottle of sriracha and you just pour the sriracha in there and mix it. And you can kind of control the heat that way. It's awesome. It's my favorite way to have ramen.
Cool.
Let's see.
I like sriracha.
Paul was saying he was saying the Vonnegut story isn't too far off from today and some of my own QAnon friends.
Okay.
Yep. Frederick Nietzsche, more like Nacho Libre. Oh, interesting. Manifest destiny of an aspiring luchador. That's hilarious. By the way, this is Chase. That annoys me when somebody says they are an aspiring writer or an aspiring artist. They're basically admitting they want to be something, but they aren't willing to commit to their work.
Okay. Oh yeah, that takes me back to, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but I left a question, then I left. But I think it was about being a professional, like what makes you a professional. Like, do you have to be someone that works like for Marvel, DC, or a bigger company, or is it like more of an attitude, or just putting the work out? Like when can I call myself a professional and not be like blowing smoke?
I mean, I've always thought of professional as it's your profession.
Okay.
So to me, like when currency starts being exchanged, that's usually when you're a professional.
Oh, okay.
Right.
But I've made money off my comics.
Yeah.
It's not daily, but I've bought groceries thanks to my art.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it depends. You know, there's two ways to use professional. I am a professional comic book artist, but my profession is not comics. Like my profession, like comics help me financially, but my profession is an art director, you know? Okay. So I'm a professional artist, but I'm also a professional cartoonist because I get paid to do comics.
Oh, okay.
But if I were comparing the pay, I'm not getting paid to do comics like I'm getting paid to do art
Yeah.
direction, you know? So,
Yeah, art direction is
but I
your
feel like you're a professional when you're paid to do the work. So,
okay.
I don't know. That's my take on it. I don't know. Paul might have a good definition for that too. Paul, where do you
I
call
think
it?
I might have asked him
Pros.
when he was on the show.
And then also Paul said, you guys don't have to write it and draw it. You can just develop the story right here on stream. Maybe someday then verbally tell it out in front to back on a stream. I love it. And then Paul, we just have to convince you to draw it.
Listen,
I'm
Paul,
joking.
We got
I'm
some streams.
half
We'll
joking.
send them to you, and if you want to take those down.
I'm half joking because Paul's art is brilliant, but also I think Paul's got plenty of comics on the dock. I don't think he needs another.
Yeah, and that's why I would like to do this as a one-off, but leave it open where it could be continued. So if I want to go back to it later, or like sort of we want to collab, or like, hey, you know.
I still think Captain Anarchy has to happen. I really I love the fact because we brought up the cool S as like part to unlock it, but I like it kind of unconvolutes it because I think Adam was kind of cleverly realizing like there's a little bit of a redundancy if because originally I was saying like the character would like sketch the cool S, which would unlock the dark powers of the wood, and then draw Anarchy, which is like the symbol that would appear. But I think he's right to like call that out as like a redundancy. I don't know if that's what made him think, but it does seem a little redundant to have him draw two symbols. Makes a lot more sense as like a dare where like two kids, one who's like kind of more pressured into it, who does the cool S because that's as dark as he can go, you know?
Yeah.
And then like, the other
he just
just
saw
like,
it, it's cool, and like.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. And I like the idea of them being like these arch rivals who can never defeat each other because they both draw power from the desk. I'm really into this story, Frank. Why are we delving into this cool S and Captain Anarchy realm? Because the more we talk about it, the more I want to do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I want to do it. I think I think I'll do some character designs, and we'll start from there.
We need it. Paul said you can be professional and not get paid. That's true because there is professionalism.
Yeah, and he's talking about professional as in behavioral or attitude. Yes, and that was another thing that I wanted to add. Like, is it an attitude? Is it like putting out the work or doing the work, but you're not getting paid yet? Because I do that.
Yeah,
I mean, I've gotten paid, but like I put in a lot of work. So
yeah, because Paul is onto something too. Because there could be a very unprofessional professional.
That's true.
You know, so
just go on Twitter.
Because if you're like a jerk, but you, I don't know. It is hard. For me, I still draw the line at like
money is exchanged.
Money, yeah, because I feel like profession has something to do with money.
Yes.
And I don't think it has to do with your professionalism. Although you can be a very unprofessional professional, right? Like
yes.
Yeah. So because it's hard to state, but I'm glad Paul brought up the nuance there because obviously you can use professional in a different way, but I wouldn't call myself a professional artist if I wasn't making money doing art or hadn't made money doing art. I think it's like, I don't know. That's a good question though, because I think some people might define it differently, but I would feel like if somebody was going around calling themselves a professional cartoonist or illustrator or whatever, and they hadn't made a dime on their work, I feel like that would be a little dishonest,
or even anything at all. It's just like, it's more like, I'm gonna say I'm a professional until I become one, but they never even attempt.
Yeah, like if I went around saying I'm a professional speaker, and then somebody was like, "Well, what did you get paid to speak at? I was like, didn't get paid. I'd be like, is that, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a really good question. It's a really good question. Adam was saying a professional photographer told me professional means making a living from it. Semi-professional means partly supporting yourself with it. Yeah, there's that too. There's that too, because like depending, like if somebody said, "Hey, what's your profession?" right, to me, and I said comic book artist, I would be lying. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because like, no, my profession is I'm an art director.
Okay. So I can say I am semi-professional.
Well, depending on the context, right? Like if you, I think the point is like
I think
there's
attitude
nuance
wise,
to it.
I think attitude wise, I can say I'm a professional, but when it comes to the money, because not all of my money comes from comics.
Yeah.
Uh,
But here's the thing: the IRS would consider me a professional cartoonist
it's true.
because I have to report my earnings and pay taxes on it. So, they wouldn't consider me like semi-professional. They consider me like a person who's done contract labor in comics. So it's weird. It's nuanced, but I think it depends on how you're presenting it. Like again,
Like, well,
if I were to say
says I'm a professional.
if I were to
Who are
say
you?
if I were to say I'm a professional cartoonist, I don't think that would be dishonest because I do make money from being a cartoonist. If I were to say like my profession is cartooning, I think that changes the context, right?
Yeah.
And I do actually do cartooning in my profession, but it's like I'm not like my sole profession is not cartooning. It's art direction and graphic design and illustration, right?
True. Yeah.
But within that, there's cartooning. So it's like it gets really weird. But I wouldn't feel guilty saying I'm a professional cartoonist because I definitely am. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, can I say I'm a professional and not be lying?
I think it just depends on the context.
Okay.
You should definitely not say it's your profession unless it's something that is your profession,
Yeah, okay.
But if you've been paid for art, I don't know. Say you're probably a professional. And then it gets really weird where I'm at, right? Because it's like, well, like, I don't know. Let's say you're like a freelancer, right? And so like part of your income comes from like cartooning and like it's like 30% of your income and then 30% comes from illustration and 30% from design and then maybe 10% from like, I don't know, gigs or something. Like, what are you there? I mean, you're definitely a professional artist. Yeah. But then freelancer is so vague. Paul, very rightly, Paul, have you been paid to wrestle? Because if you have, man, you are a professional wrestler.
Yeah, I saw that. He's a professional wrestler.
Chase said, I think a serious writer and artist says exactly what they are and what they do nonchalantly on an everyday basis. I'm going to agree with you, Chase, and I'm going to go a step further. I like the War of Arts definition of somebody who can call themselves a writer. Have you guys heard that one?
Refresh. I have read it. Refresh my memory.
So he made the argument that you cannot call yourself a writer unless you wrote today.
Oh, okay.
He's like, I don't care if you have like 10 books out. If you didn't write today, you didn't earn the right to call yourself a writer.
Oh, okay.
And I know the intention of that because I don't think that's to like bully people who like took a day off. But I think the intent of that is to like motivate you to write.
Yeah.
I totally have that where I try to keep in mind that like I try to not call myself a comic book artist if I didn't work on
Yes,
comics today,
Okay.
you know.
Well, I can call myself a comic book maker because I made some comics.
Well, you can call yourself a
Or a
comic book
publisher.
artist if you work on comic books.
Yeah.
Chase said, never
Actually.
say you're an aspiring blank at a job interview.
I never say aspiring.
True. But also don't oversell yourself sometimes at a job interview. There have been times where I've interviewed people who are like, they're like, I'm a genius. I'm like the next best thing. I like my designs are huge. And then I like look at their portfolio or I look them up online and they have like no results. And no one's heard of this person. And they're selling themselves like they're, you know, in a million design annuals, and I can't find those design annuals, you know? Like, so be careful with like how much you sell yourself. Like, I don't know if that makes sense too. I was just throwing that out as like a caveat. Like, yeah, that's true. Own who you are. You don't have to say aspiring. Although I could say I'm an aspiring quantum physicist. Because I don't understand quantum physics, but I aspire to get a better understanding of it. I don't even know what aspiring mean. What does aspiring mean?
I think it's just like you want to be it.
I think if you're a kid, you could call yourself an aspiring artist.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're like a 6-year-old who's like drawing and wants to be a comic book artist, you could call yourself an aspiring comic book artist. Right?
Yeah. I think like adding aspiring, like it sounds cool, like and the but like when you boil it down to it, it's just like I wanna do this and I haven't done it yet. That's pretty much just what it means.
You know what would be like a humble braggy way to do it? Just pretend you don't understand that it's not the word inspiring, but you mean to say aspiring, but you're just getting it wrong.
I'm an inspiring artist.
So you could be like, I'm an inspiring artist. And they're like, wait, don't you mean aspiring? You're like, oh, sure.
Like, who did you inspire? Like, well,
Everybody.
I inspired to make a comic.
So I like that. Let's change aspiring to inspiring.
Inspiring.
I think if you regularly make 30% of your living income from art, you are a semi-professional artist. I'd agree with that.
Now you're gonna make me go count how much I've sold.
But I feel like it just depends, right? Like if you're, I think just, you know, I think we all know like when you can say professional and when you can't. Like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think when you say it, you'll kind of know where you're like, yeah, that's true. Or you'll like in your gut be like, ooh, wow, I'm really BSing there, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
That does.
Like, I think 10 years ago, for me to say I'm a professional cartoonist, I might feel a little weird about it.
Yeah.
Whereas now I have no problem saying that. So I don't know if that makes sense. Never mind. Actually, 10 years ago, I could have said that. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, I was like, weren't you?
Yeah, I was like, actually, I made some decent money doing that. I don't know.
When did you get the Zarek Award?
2006 or 5 or something.
Okay.
I can't remember.
So yeah, about 10 years.
Yeah, almost a decade ago. But it's weird even with the 30% thing, because let's say you have a day job that pays like ridiculous amount of money, right?
Yeah.
And then you make really good money doing cartooning. A case in point would be like a lot of animators that do graphic novels, right? So let's say you're making bank like doing animation which some animators make like really good money. But you also make graphic novels for like First Second or something that sell like ridiculous amounts. So like you're not necessarily making 30% of your income, but you're making more on the one comic you're putting out than like most cartoonists make on like most full-time cartoonists make. So it's like it, you know what? That's where I'm saying it just gets kind of hairy, and I think you just have to sort of base it on your own. But it definitely has something to do with money, you know.
Yeah.
What's that?
You just put an end in your sentence and say, I'm a professional this and this.
Yeah. Yeah, Maya has a really good point. I think a more accurate thing would be kind of what I do quite often, which is like, I am a full-time art director. I could say I'm a professional art director and cartoonist. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
I can also very easily say I'm a professional illustrator and cartoonist. I'm a professional graphic designer and cartoonist. Because those are all parts, huge parts of my profession. So, right. I'm also a professional awesome maker.
I was say you're a professional father. Okay.
Yeah, how do you become a professional father? That would be weird. I guess that would be like you're getting paid to be a father. I don't know. Being a professional, it's kind of cool actually if you're being paid to be a father.
You get paid in hugs by your kid.
That's true. I get paid in love. I think that's the best gig. How are you hanging in there, Frank?
Good. Doing all right.
I'm at this point of like stubbornness. I've talked about this before. I don't know if you hit these points where I'm like, I really should probably sleep. Or like go watch Boba Fett because I am one episode behind, and from what I hear, I haven't heard any spoilers, and if you give one, I'll murder you.
I haven't seen it, so I can't give any spoilers.
Okay, good. But I have heard tell that the latest episode is like one of those ones that will make a Star Wars nerd just like melt because it's got some awesome stuff.
Okay, yeah, I did hear something about that, but
so
like in passing to like a.
Okay, don't tell me.
I won't say anything.
You're like, it has this desk that used to belong to
Darth Vader.
There's a cool S. Boba Fett carves a cool B.
He carves a helmet.
I still think it's funny that Corey's kid calls the Mandalorian helmet guy.
Oh yeah.
And I still think we'd have to actually tie. Okay, going back to our story here that we've been crafting, how can we bring helmet guy into the equation as a character? Because that is an amazing superhero character, isn't it?
Helmet guy.
Can you imagine like a superhero whose name is Helmet Guy?
I'm Helmet Guy.
I'm Helmet
all about
Guy.
Safety.
My superpower is I have a helmet. And what else? I'm a guy. What? Helmet Guy. That's right. I want to know how the chats are feeling about our crazy story here. Adam said he might hop on if we're still going. Paul said your cross-hatching is mesmerizing. Your compliments are mesmerizing, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
My son told me the same thing about the latest Boba Fett episode. Yeah, me too. So I'm like, I'm doing that weird stubborn artist thing where I'm like, I know I have things I'd rather be doing than drawing, but if I just get a little further, and this is to me, and I think Paul knows this trick too, because Paul's knocked out graphic novel. Like, you guys should check out Paul's stuff, but he's knocked out graphic novels like super quick. Like I can't believe how fast he's made graphic novels. It'll be like Paul, how long did it take you to do the oh my gosh, I'm blanking out on his name. The guy's
Samurai
comic.
Tie.
Yeah, Samurai Tie. How long did that take? Because from what I remember, it was like this ridiculously short amount of time. Like to the point where I think Jim Luhan and I were just like, jealous, angrily jealous. Okay, I'm gonna include. Oh, Adam points out that Boba Fett hardly ever keeps his helmet on. Yeah, I have a feeling he's in a different group of the Mandalorians, which, from what I remember, and I wish Corey Kerr were on the stream because he'd fill us in, because Corey Kerr has a knowledge, like Frank has a vast knowledge of the Bible that is admirable. And Corey Kerr knows the Clone Wars and Star Wars facts like better than the most religious person knows the Bible.
I don't know if Corey would like that because Corey's also
he's very
religious.
aware of his scriptures, but I don't think he'd argue with that. He has like a crazy understanding of Star Wars. Like
that's true.
My friend Chris Kawagua is one of the most like knowledgeable of Star Wars, and when Chris talked to Corey, he had a moment of like, whoa. Like
I know nothing
like mad
compared
respect
to Corey.
But yeah, so I'm probably gonna get this wrong, but he talked about like I remember vaguely from the Clone Wars, there's like two sects of Mandalorians. So the ones that don't remove their helmets are the warring tribe.
Okay.
It's like there was this whole division early on in Mandalore between people who wanted to stick to the old ways and the helmet and like never taking off the helmet and the way of war, and then a different sect. And I'm guessing that Boba Fett might be kind of like a different sect because it's like a religion, but like all religions, it has like a branch. I don't know if that's why Boba Fett's comfortable taking off his helmet, but that's my guess. I also don't think he was raised around other Mandalorians like the Mandalorian was, so, like Mando was.
Yeah.
If I got that wrong, correct me, Corey Kerr, if you watched 5 hours into this live stream. Okay.
The Mandalorians aren't clones, right? Or are they?
I think Boba might be. I don't think the Mandalorians are clones.
Well, I know, and I think it's one of the prequels. Boba Fett and Jango Fett are. Well, Jango Fett is the original, and Boba is a clone that he raised as his son.
Yes.
And then there's like what become the stormtroopers, the clone troopers. Those are
exactly
clones.
You got it, dude. From what I understand, but if we're wrong on this, I know we're going to hear it from Corey Kerr, and then we're going to have YouTube videos that start out and they're like, Frank and Josh are atheists.
They're atheist Jedis they're Sith Lords in Jedi skins.
Okay, Adam, I'm sending you a link to StreamYard. I just wanted to let you guys know that Adam Lore is an atheist. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna do that. Should that be our intro for everyone now?
There is an atheist.
Okay. Paul said it sounds like Catholics and Protestants. I think it is kind of similar to that.
Yeah.
The helmet guy only wears socks and a helmet. Paul, you have to draw a helmet guy for us. That's hilarious.
Listen, Paul, you draw a helmet guy.
Just socks and a helmet.
If you draw one of the characters that we're here talking about, I'll start working on the story behind it. I'll start.
Ooh, did you hear that? So Paul, if you do like a character design for Frank, he's gonna make a whole issue based on it. A whole zine.
Oh.
So it's not like a giant. It's not like a 24 pager, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I sent the link to Adam. I'm going to disappear for 2 seconds because we're almost at 5 hours. I'm still I'm gonna power through this though. So.
All right. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put my bowl in the sink.
Awesome, Frank. Awesome. Thank you, sir. All right.
Morning, everyone.
Maya, what do you think about the cool S as a character?
Stussy?
It's been called the Stussy X, but it's actually the origins of it are not Stussy.
Really?
Yeah, it's just like a myth. It's the infamous cool S. It's just existed since the beginning of time. I think since the 70s, but in our world, it's existed since ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
What's up, Adam?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going?
Crappy, but better. Getting better.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did you hear our origin story of the cool S getting
Yes,
more
yes.
and more developed?
I heard most of this. I was just like kind of half asleep listening to most of it. The last hour or so, I heard more of it.
I love it. So, sick or just other stuffs?
I'm really, really sick.
Oh,
It's weird though. It's like I keep feeling like really bad, and then it kind of goes away for a while after I take some medicine. I guess it's not that weird. I take some medicine and it goes away. That's not weird, but it's just pretty alarming the difference.
Yeah, I wonder because I'm sick too. This is like I'm not like super sick like last time, like 2 weeks ago, but like it's funny because I feel like I got double sick because like my son got sick at school, and then I got sick, and my wife got sick. Everybody in my house got sick. We all took COVID tests because it's like a lot of the same stuff where you're like, okay, this has to be COVID, and it's like not. Yeah. It's just a really crappy cold, and then like I go through like a week of being sick and stuff, and like losing productivity and all that fun stuff, and then like finally I'm feeling better. Everybody's getting sick later on, and then finally it comes right back around to me and I get sick again. I'm like, I just got sick, what the hell? And I tested and it's like, no, it's not COVID. So, and my son got sick again, so I'm like, is this just a sick that's just gonna float around our house like nonstop? Like, I'm sorry, Adam, I just went on a chain and made your sickness about my sickness because I'm evil.
You're so selfish.
We
well,
according,
I mean, apparently I'm an atheist. I didn't even know that. I thought I believed in God, but
in Christian clothing.
It's true.
I was watching back that discussion. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous.
It was funny though.
Just clip it, Adam.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like go through and just. It's gonna be a long one though because there's like so much good content.
That's true, man. We're content machines here.
I know.
It's like the clip itself, like, okay, it's like a 12-hour thing, so I'm going to clip it down to, 5 hours? Like, how is that a clip?
I do have to say, like, this is one thing. If I were more savvy with YouTube, right, I would go through all my old streams and, like, pull these, like, gems. Like, I feel like the riff we just did on the cool S and, like...
Yeah,
I feel like we could.
The first origin is on your channel. Where we find it a little bit more and added the coolest guy, it's on Adam's channel.
Yeah,
and
I love the addition.
This third one
Adam,
where we're
cool
like
S as a character.
Where we're combining and delve into lores on your channel. Like, we need those clips.
And I feel like the one clip should be like the origin, like, and then the other would be like the birth of the cool S. You know what I mean? Like, these would be really great, like, YouTube content that's relatively short. And yet, like, I am as unsavvy on YouTube to not take the time to do that. I'll just keep streaming new streams. But that would be the way to kind of explode and grow a stream, right? I would think. Like, to go in and be like, oh, this was a cool discussion about, like, art advice or like life advice or just cool conversation about like Boba Fett and Helmet Guy, you know, who's another character we need to add, Adam. I don't know how.
I think having him as a cool ass guy and Anarcho's like running into him like, who are you? Like, I'm helmet guy. What do you do? I wear a helmet. Like, okay. We're gonna go back to our fight. So just have him there.
So Adam,
Aside.
you're clear of COVID so far, right? Like
Yeah.
on the
Yes.
okay, that's good. That's good news.
So far.
I tested negative.
So it's just, what is it like? Is it kind of similar to what we've had going around the house, where it's like this really shitty throat thing?
No, mostly severe body aches and chills and fever. Like I'm freezing cold, I'm burning up, my body aches really bad. It's very common. These are very common symptoms for me all the time, though. I have a autoimmune condition with those symptoms. So,
Oh, that sucks.
so it's
I
probably
didn't know
just
that, Adam.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That sounds like a blessing of all kinds.
It just kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's not a fun one.
But what sucks is I have a family birthday party thing tomorrow, and it's very unlikely. Even if I feel like okay to go, I don't think it would be a good idea to go. I don't want to get anyone sick in case it's not just autoimmune stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that may not be the best birthday present. Or just like, happy birthday, you've got a fever.
Here's some sickness.
Yeah, I got the flu.
You could do like I guess it would be like a medieval battle version of a birthday present, where you're just like, I just launched my sickness over your walls, ha ha ha, and run away. No,
I guess I could do that.
You can bake a cake and
Cough on.
cough.
yeah, or just bring a catapult and like cough on like a tissue and put it in the catapult and then like launch it. Be like, ha ha.
These are all possibilities. I don't know if you guys saw, I got a package today. Actually, probably got 2 packages today. I didn't check my mail.
Okay.
But from my friend David.
I saw that. The
I didn't see it.
Hunimal?
Yeah, he has this like counting system called Hunimal, where
What?
he shortens like instead of like 23, he just says twee. So it's like all numbers are just one syllable.
Wow.
As this like way to just communicate and process things faster.
That's crazy awesome.
But he sent me all these like 3D printed numbers with the names on it.
Yeah, I was
What?
looking at those.
Really awesome.
That's awesome. Can he 3D print stuff?
Yep, he can.
Oh, dude, you need to get some 3D printed Toad Road stuff going. Little collaboration there.
It's a possibility. Here's some of the numbers.
Can he design characters and stuff?
I really don't know.
I know he
what
designed
they would
those.
do.
Because
That's sort of
I've talked
cool.
about this with Anna.
So like here's 23. Is twee.
Yeah. Twee. Oh, it looks like a dragon. I've talked to Anna. We've discussed this, that we eventually want to do like some Captain Courage and Masculine 3D figures, and she says she could probably design them, and she gets better with using a 3D modeling program.
Nice. That'd be awesome.
But I'm like, I want it now.
That sounds really rad.
I really want to do action figures and toys and stuff of most of my characters.
I think I have 2 characters that I think would make for a really good model.
Cool
One would be like the Kid Josh. And then the other is like literally a toy in my comic, and I think would make for a really good little toy. Where it's like, oh my gosh, how do I do this without getting ink all over it? You know what? I'm not going to brave it because that's like asking for a disaster there. Never mind. You'll just have to imagine. It's this guy. His name is Carnosaur Dinosaur.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Okay.
I mean, there's actual packaging in there too, in the book. So it'd be fun to make that come to life.
That would be cool.
But I feel like you guys, for toys, like definitely have like more toy worthy stuff, you know?
Yeah. Especially some of my I've alluded to my sort of bigger magnum opus project would be freaking awesome.
Captain Anarchist.
Not that one.
Was it the cool
What
S?
about that cool ass
Not that magnum opus.
What about
archive? The desk.
what about Helmet Guy?
What is helmet guy?
Helmet Guy has to be tied in somehow.
He has a helmet.
Well,
That's it.
apparently
That's
Paul added a new element to it that I thought was hilarious, which is he just has a helmet and socks. That's all he wears.
Oh, and nothing else?
Like an army
Yeah,
helmet?
That's not PG. Oh,
it's hilarious. And what you do to make it PG is just have really funny, like, you know, scrambling or
Like,
covering
dude,
certain
put some clothes
parts.
on. Yeah.
It's kind of like the Ren and Stimpy bit with the parents that you always see like their knees, like their knobby knees,
Yeah.
but it's pretty
Yeah.
clear it's kind of hanging in the buff.
Right.
That bit is so fun. There's so much about Ren and Stimpy that was excellent. Just
That is true.
I need to rewatch those Ren and Stimpy episodes. There's some that just like stand out in my mind.
Have you
Mr.
watched that?
Horse falling from like a building and breaking every bone in his body, and then like in agony, he's like crawling, just for like 10 minutes. You just see him like crawling, and then this news reporter's like, "Mr. Horse, how did you feel about that fall?" And he's like, no, sir, I didn't like it. It's just the dumbest but best thing. Sorry. Anyhow, I have so many memories of Ren and Stimpy. Why
Yeah,
am
it's
I
great
talking about
because
Ren?
like I think John Kay is especially known for like his extreme exaggeration.
Oh yeah.
But Mr. Horse is like totally like subtle.
Yes.
So it's like I don't know what to add to that, but
I do love-
log. It's log.
I love his rule about not repeating one expression for Ren. I thought that was cool. That like he'd challenge himself to like never draw the same face. So that's like part of why like when they're happy, they have these like just totally differing styles. And I noticed a little bit of that in Toad Road where you have a lot of variety with Ted, I think.
yeah, I try not to use the same expressions, but
Yeah.
I don't use it as like a strict law or anything, but for the most part, that's what I try to do. Like I try to do specific acting
Yeah, there's
and not just like stock generic emotions.
Yeah.
There is one in particular I was looking at, I think today, where I was like just really impressed by the facial variety. Here it is. If you don't mind me showing it.
No,
Like
please.
this whole sequence, just
Oh,
his
yeah.
facial expressions are so divergent and great. Like
Yeah. Well, I feel like it really helps convey like the tone of voice and stuff too, and just
Yeah.
it almost implies like a soundtrack or so. You know, just I don't know. It adds a lot to it.
That's
and also
a
that
cool
bit's pretty
book,
funny too.
Josh.
Where sorry, what?
That's a cool
up?
book. Where can we get that?
That's a good question. I think Adam could fill us in on that.
I don't remember. Just a second.
Somewhere. I don't know.
260.
Indie something. Whatever. Leave me alone. I'm sick.
Indie Planet.
So I'm working on Toad Road Comics #2. Toad Road Comics #1 can be found on indieplanet.com, which is misspelled INDY. Most of my videos have a link to it.
So if you guys want to support Adam's work and see some of that like divergent facial expressions and stuff, like where it's not like it's cartooning that pushes the boundaries in a fun way. And
Yeah, like I try to put a lot into like the poses and acting. Like I think of them as being animated characters that are like acting out these actions, you know,
Mhm.
Mhm.
which I think is lacking in a lot of comics.
That's true. Lacking in comics such as Two Stories and Jacob's Apartment. No, I'm just kidding. Wait a minute, that wasn't a good promotion there.
Like this, I feel like is convincing acting.
Yeah, I think acting is a huge thing in comics. Actually, that's a good topic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally learned that from the Spumco School of Cartooning, John Kay and Ren and Stimpy. Calvin and Hobbes has a lot of really great acting too,
Mhm.
and really great facial expressions at times.
It's actually something that I feel is lacking in a lot of comics in the genre that I'm doing.
Yes,
Not all of it.
especially noticed that.
Yeah.
Like it really bugs me actually. Like why do a lot of the Fantagraphics and drawn and quarterly guys just they don't really use many facial expressions or I don't know. It really bugs me.
Yeah, and I feel like you have a lot of chance to, especially in like a dialogue heavy story, to like really sell the emotion that the character has, like through like hand movements and facial gesture or facial expressions, and like
wonder if
just
it's like-
basic stuff like holding a mouth, like when you have a mouth like moving. Like a lot of cartoonists don't pay attention to this. It's one of my pet peeves. Just think of like
have the mouth open when they're talking.
yeah, but like also when their mouth is open, like actually have it in a position it would be in, saying it's saying.
Right.
You're calling me out, Josh. You don't even know it.
Oh, is that true?
Because I was just trying. Oh no.
Oh, I didn't mean to, but I will say when I'm roughing things out, and I bet Adam does this too, because I've noticed that like when Adam has his characters talking, you'll notice that they're usually saying like a vowel or like enunciating something in the sentence that's being written. And
right. So like this is an example. Like in this panel, his tongue is making an L.
Yeah, he's saying leaves.
Yeah, that's
right
the part
there.
where he's emphasizing leaves right there. And you can almost like kind of get more of an indication of like how he's saying it.
Yeah, like there's a lot of
and here's an example of how not to do
or like
it.
This is like an E sound right here. Frisbee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is a real superpower in cartooning that is not, it's actually not super hard. Like, and I don't mean that as a knock. I'm just saying it's like one of those weird things that's like a little detail that like when you're drawing, like you just have to stop and sound it out. It's kind of like animators do, where it's like you stop, you act it out.
Yeah, I definitely draw a lot from animation. Like I feel in a lot of ways I'm like making an animated cartoon on paper.
Mm-hmm.
For Toad Road, not everything I do, but
yeah,
that's sort of the goal.
And what's weird is like I do really like more photoreal, or not photoreal, but more like this kind of stuff, like rendered and hatched. But I pay attention to the same exact thing when it comes to like a mouth saying something. I'm thinking like, what's the line in the speech bubble that I want them to be enunciating?
Yeah.
And it's annoying, like to some people, because when I'm sketching out roughs, I'll be like, blah, like I'll be making those noises that the person's going to be making, like, so that I'm like, okay, the mouth is held this way,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's one thing that Bone is my.
Paul said he sent you a picture of Helmet Guy.
What?
Josh. Paul said he sent you a picture of Helmet Guy.
Oh my gosh, you guys. This is legendary, and I'm sorry, Frank.
This came up with tonight.
You might have. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful.
This just came up tonight. Helmet Guy.
Yes.
So Helmet Guy was part of a conversation where I was talking about how it's taking a lot of willpower for me to not watch the latest Boba Fett.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying it's funny that Corey Crew's child calls the Mandalorian helmet guy. And I was like, I've always wanted to, like, ever since he told me that, I've always thought that should be a character. Okay, you guys, I'm going to share. Hold on. I gotta figure out how. I'm so bad at the sharing thing.
And I guess now it's part of the Captain Anarchy coolest guy world. So.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Okay,
it.
oh my gosh, this is amazing, you guys. And I think Frank made a promise on this stream.
I did. And I was like, dang it.
You're like, oh no. Frank, I'm sorry. It looks like you're going to have to make a comic here. And by the way, this is this beautiful drawing. I do want to make sure. Paul said really vibrant and dynamic figures, Adam. Nice.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. I think you nailed it, Paul. And I just want to make sure, do I have approval to show this beauty? Because I shall. The second I get the okay.
I think that's how we're gonna seal the deal. Where like now I have to make.
And also, Paul said, Frank, you're gonna regret your commitment. LOL. Yes, he said, show it. Okay, are you guys prepared? Are you ready? Do you have your seatbelts buckled
Drum
in?
roll.
I'm telling you, this is entirely.
I'm ready.
You guys see this? Why is this like doing a double thing? I don't understand that.
Wait, is that Boba Fett?
Are you guys seeing this?
I think it's like the Mandalorian guy.
I think this is amazing. And the socks and the helmet. So if you were to turn around, the only way to properly draw this would be to just have like the boxes that kind of obscure like the pixelation. Or a leaf. Or maybe this character just always has like some magic censorship that flies in front of him. Like it could just be a bird that just flies in front of him.
Yeah, I might have to cover up the butt somehow.
Paul,
The bird passing or something.
I am blown away, Paul, by this amazing.
No, I don't want to get sued because there's like people like, oh, that's.
Yeah, his
That's
helmet might have to
colors.
just turn into like a football helmet.
It's a Mandalorian helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is like
It doesn't
specifically
make that much sense. That's an awesome drawing, though.
But I'm impressed, Paul, and I'm thankful for that. I just
Paul.
hold on a
Why
second.
did you have to
One
make
more-
it naked, Paul?
Wait, okay. One more time. Okay. All right. Everybody got a good taste of helmet guy there. Paul, that was legendary, dude. And I think that somehow I'm gonna have to tie that into like the thumbnail for this YouTube. Actually that was a pretty damn good sketch, Paul. Paul's fast,
he
but
did
like
pretty. Yeah, really,
Yeah.
he did really quickly. And good too. Like I'll do a quick sketch, but like you can tell, like that was a quick sketch.
but I feel
That
like
doesn't look like it was that quick.
to avoid like Disney infringement kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
Frank,
want
if you-
Disney.
if you do a helmet guy, I think it should be like a straight up just football helmet.
Yeah, I thought it was like a football helmet or an army helmet or something.
Yeah. It would be. It is funny in the sense of like it should be a helmet that kind of obscures the face, so it is just this helmet and socks.
Yeah, that's like what type of helmet obscures the.
I love Paul's addition to that too, just the fact that he's just socks. Ah, helmet guy.
Paul, you're gonna have him drawing new things. And when I show that, when I tell this to Anna, like I'm drawing this comic, there's gonna be this character there. And he's just gonna be there for maybe 1 or 2 panels, but he's in the buff except for socks and helmet. Like, why are you doing that? Well, Paul, why are you letting Paul push you around, Frank?
The answer to like
'Cause you
why
don't like the
are you
colors.
doing that? The answer to why are you doing that shouldn't be Paul. It should be it's helmet guy. That's the
Helmet guy,
answer.
Anna.
It's like why does
Yeah,
he have
that's-
just a helmet and socks? Because he's helmet guy.
He's helmet guy.
That's What else
I
would
mean,
you?
in South Guy.
Has anyone checked the copyright on Helmet Guy?
That's a good question.
Is there a copyright on Anarchos? It might, because it's well, no, maybe not, because it's a word common.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not sure.
If not, you could just call him the Anarchy Kid
Anarchid.
or Kid Anarchy. That
Kid-
that
oh,
had
yeah.
that has to have been taken.
That might.
Oh my gosh, you
that-
guys, we're
that
starting to
sounds
make
like
a property I like want to pitch now. Because I'm kind of in love with the school desk idea. Like,
Yeah, I want to delve into that because I like that. I do like that it comes from the tree that Judas Iscariot was hanging out at.
that was that was a twist that Frank threw in, and I thought was brilliant because here's the thing. Part of the lore of this desk, Adam,
Yeah.
is that the desk inspired the founders of Judas Priest,
Okay.
who are in high school and
There's like a
carved their
long
band
legacy
name.
to this desk.
They got
Yeah, that's
inspired
where
by the desk and
the
carved
desk
the
is gonna
band
have
name
this.
on the desk.
And we talked about a part of this already, Adam, where at one time it belonged to a young Adolf in while he was in art class or art.
What is this going to be rated?
Oh man,
It is not gonna be for
It's going to be like a
my
band,
regular audience. This is gonna be
a band mini comic. It's
A
going to be
band
book
mini
burnings of
comic.
this mini comic.
yeah.
this
Tennessee
is
is
gonna
not
be
going to be a fan.
this is gonna be a comic that I will only make copies to those who actually ask for it. So and
You should hand them out in Tennessee.
no, I'm not.
Yeah,
Where?
hand them out in Tennessee. Like, go to a book burning and be like, burn these.
Can you burn these for me?
You got to stir up some controversy. All press is good press.
I'm so disappointed in Tennessee.
I found these zines. You wanna?
That's kind of true, though. Like, I have to admit, like, I kind of want people in, like, if you live in Tennessee, if you could just burn copies of 2 stories and tell the local media about it, I'd really appreciate that. Is that bad
reach
to
out
say?
to the board members of Tennessee.
Like, I want somebody in Tennessee to like have a bonfire and burn like 20 copies of 2 stories and make sure you talk to a lot of journalists about it. Tell them how offended you are at my book.
This was a mouse burning in Tennessee or different?
No, it's a whole different one. By the way, I was kind of joking, but I would say it probably wouldn't be bad sales effects on my book.
Yeah.
But no, this happened after Mouse. It was like a couple weeks later.
Oh, they burned Mouse, or
No, there was like a weird kind of QAnon-y version of church, like not quite a church, like a kind of weird version of a church that decided to have a bonfire and burn copies of Harry Potter and Twilight.
Oh yeah, that's
in a bonfire. And I think it's like really close to the county that banned Mouse.
So they're getting ideas.
Well, it's just,
We burn Mouse?
it might be likely that some of the board members that were like, you know, voting they might have actually been
Involved.
Yeah, they might be just fans of like burning books. I don't know where they'd get that idea, but like banning Mouse and burning books, I don't know where those would be connected at
I
all.
don't think they will go that far to burn Mouse because 2 wrongs don't make a right. You might have to ban me from this.
Frank. At this point, I just almost have to like point blank be like, Frank, are you somehow a Nazi?
Are you a Nazi?
It keeps
or is
going
that a
back
Norm
to that,
Macdonald
doesn't
reference?
it?
Is that a Norm Macdonald reference?
I'm
yes,
joking,
it
by
is.
the
It's
way,
a Norm
Frank.
Macdonald joke.
I don't think anyone believes
No, I
Frank is a
know.
Nazi. You would be a very
it's,
strange Nazi. if you were one.
Very strange.
I am. It doesn't help that I'm bald and like
Paul-
conflicted.
Paul said, "I think my books have been banned. Nobody buys them." That's why I was saying, like, I kind of wouldn't mind, like, if people really wanted to just get a lot of media presence.
Well, they got to buy a bunch of a big pile of books to burn. Right?
That's what I'm saying. So like buy a bunch of copies of Two Stories, have
Need,
a
like, at least
giant
100.
bonfire book burning, and then just talk to a ton of local media about it.
Yeah.
Just how offended and pissed you are at my book that you bought like 50 copies and wanted to burn them.
And
Where
you can't
did you
just do
get
it in
them?
like
I
one
got them
location.
on Amazon. They were really cheap, like $4.99. Really,
It's true.
we can make our own
You can make really good
bonfire
kindling,
for
you guys.
half.
But
the
all I
price.
ask, because I am a fan of books, all I ask is that you would make a very big media stink about it when you do it.
Yes.
And just
Like
talk about
this
how
book.
offensive.
Two Stories by Joshua Kemble. Look at this art. It's a
The
waste
atheist Joshua Kemble.
that he put
like,
so
this
much atheist work
atheist-
in this.
This atheist is trying to talk about mental illness
And
How
Indiana
dare you.
Jones.
and Indiana
How
Jones.
dare you?
And I think Toad Road should be in on that too. But just all I'm saying is, like,
Well, I
when
think
you-
Toad Road might at some point actually be banned.
But I'm just saying, when you guys do this, just make sure you have a press conference and make a big stink about it, because that would just
Yeah.
damage the sales of all of our books. That would have no positive impact.
I'll write
Some of the
I'll write the desk. I'll do the desk zine. Make copies.
I love the jokes going on here. Chase said, "I burned my own disc. I set it on fire." How would it look if you burn your own book? Well, I think that's just like the way cartoonists feel about their own books sometimes.
we could just burn each other's and make it seem like this big controversy.
Burn Toad Road.
But anyhow, I like one thing I have to say that makes me really proud to live in the country we live in is like it was like about a day or two after that school board banned Mouse, like Mouse just instantly went on the bestseller
Yeah.
list.
Of
And I was
course.
like, that makes me prouder to be an American than like anything I've read in a very long time. Because I'm like, yeah, I like that about us. That like if you try to mess with a book, like we're gonna buy it.
Yeah. And that is in the spirit of anarchy. It's like, oh, I can't have this. I'm gonna go buy 50 copies.
Well, I feel like that's a very American spirit, and it's not anarchistic. It's like,
Well, I was
you
trying
don't
to,
tell
like,
me
tie
what
it-
I can read.
I was trying to tie it back into Captain Anarchy.
Now, Captain Anarchy, I think. Well, I guess that is a little anarchist. There is a little anarchist in a lot of America. You know,
The Captain Anarchy
Yeah.
needs to be banned.
I mean, we did kind of fight like a bunch of like British dudes.
Well, the original foundations, especially, were very, limited government, libertarian, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all sort of branches of anarchism.
I
Going
like
back
the
to Helmet
Adams
Guy.
version though, because Adams was also earns more credibility because he's like the only one who didn't own slaves.
Right, that's anarchy, not.
You didn't own slaves, Adam?
Not Adam. Adams.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Didn't.
what?
Own slaves.
Adam owns like tons. No, I'm just kidding. That
Because
would
he's
be-
an anarchist and he didn't believe in having.
And I was like, wait, does that? I don't own any slaves. Do you own slaves, Josh?
He believed in not being someone's master and not having masters, right?
Adams?
I don't know. I know next to nothing about.
Yeah, Adams is crazy.
You're just saying Adams. Are you talking about John Quincy Adams? Which Adams are you talking about?
John Adams?
John Adams, as in John Adams, not Quincy.
Wasn't Quincy the Kid? Or am I wrong?
I do not know.
That's another character, Quincy the Kid.
Quincy the Kid. Frankie, you should just do like 1 or 2 pages of comics where it's just like one panel, just introduce a character, and it's a brief description, and you don't have to like do an entire graphic novel of it or something.
Yeah, that's one thing. I want to do a graphic novel.
I think this
but,
needs to be a graphic novel.
Well, you
Frank.
want to
Yeah,
do a
that's-
Captain Goggles graphic novel, right?
No.
Yeah.
He wants to do Captain Anarchy and the Cool S.
Dude, I think if you do Captain Anarchy, it's going to become so much more successful than anything you ever do before or after.
Yeah, and that's my fear. It's like
That's the
thing
curse
I
of
hate
anarchy.
as a joke, and like, I actually hate this character. I only did it.
You're like, I was on a live stream with Adam Lore and Joshua Kemble, and they got me to do this thing, and now I'm stuck doing it for a living.
And I gave my word to Paul Pate of Samurai Tie fame that if he draws a character from the story we're making up, I will do a comic.
And he delivered.
And
Maybe
three graphic novels later, I have a beloved character by anarchists everywhere, and I hate it. But
Well, the
I want
catch
so
is
much
like
money.
everyone's
beauty of
gonna
it.
love it, not just
Yeah,
the
because I was gonna
anarchists.
say, like, the beauty of it is, you know,
Yeah, I
he's
guess
not
that's
even
as much
really
as
an
fun.
anarchist.
Yeah,
Like,
he's not
a junior high kid who
Yeah, he's like
just
Beavis and Butthead or something.
Yeah, he's the junior high kid
I
who
do
just
I
heard
do like
Anarchy in the UK.
that he's like maybe like in a failed band. And
Corey
so he
Curtis in the
dresses
chat.
he's metal, but like his band never went anywhere. But he thinks he's cool.
Corey Kerr is in the chats, and I just have to let him enjoy and explore the joys of Helmet Guy.
Captain. Okay.
All right. Okay. Sorry. I just had to share that again. Sorry.
He's like, what?
A Paul Pate original. And Corey, feel free to hop on. I'm probably only going to be on for. How long do you guys think this will take to render? This is going to take forever.
I might
What is
have
wrong?
to leave in a little bit, but I'm enjoying the conversation.
What is wrong with my brain?
The deal was that
take
if
too long.
Paul drew a character with the story we're making, I would do a comic. Not necessarily draw the character, but I think somewhere in there I would probably put a reference to him. Just from the top.
Corey said, "Helmet Guy is something." So Paul added the spin that that Helmet Guy's costume is just a helmet and socks.
And socks.
And then apparently he also mentioned that there's a bit of a double entendre there with his name. Anyhow, I will be shortly back. I'm going to be back in about 2 seconds.
I didn't think about it.
But I'm going to disappear for about 2 seconds, and I still have to finish this last panel. It's a beast.
I'm going to go grab something, and I'll be right back.
Oh. Oh, hold on a sec. Yes. Your door? Yeah, no problem. I won't. I'm just finishing the panel. Love you. My goodness. I don't know. I'm really in love with this idea. Like, I almost want to write this comic.
Sure, yeah. Just write it out as a script.
Oh, man.
Like, just do part of it and pass it on to the next guy, you know?
And I feel like it should be done very, like, noodly. Like, almost like Dogman, you know? Like, very, very loose. Like, no weight to the line. Just...
Almost like it's like his own journal or something.
Yeah, almost, possibly. That's one approach. It might be kind of fun as like a stick figure type comic, you know?
Captain Anarchy?
Yeah, well, we were just like thinking, like, I don't know. I was thinking, like, it might be kind of neat with like a Dogman approach. Like, so Dogman's not done in like a bad style. And people who are unfamiliar with like Dave Pilkey, it's like, it's deceptively simple what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like, if what he was doing was easy, I think most cartoonists would draw like he does. I don't know if that makes sense. Because if you check out, like, he has a couple like children's books that are like way more traditionally done, and they're just like, I mean, it's like one of those things where you're like, oh, this guy, like, he's like intentionally drawing naively.
Yeah. He's one of those dogmen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And it's actually
Captain
really,
My kid's like dogmen.
yeah, my son, like, absolutely, like,
Dad, we like this comic called Captain Anarchy. We love it.
well, I don't think it should be done for, although it would be funny if it's like, this is the anarchist cookbook for kids. Like, you know. Oh my gosh. That's the angle.
You know-
That's the angle. You
Oh
like
my
make
goodness.
a fake book.
I kind of I'm getting this idea where oh my goodness.
I mean, you'd sell it
I'll
like
we
it
can
would
do
say,
like the different issues. That, oh, you want to get the collected issues? You can get them in this collection, the Anarchist Cookbook for Kids, and it's like the case where the comics.
no, like you make it more subtle so it like triggers guys like that Brett dude. Sorry. So but I do think there's ways to make it subtle so you trigger like all the people who are like they realize they're on to some secret thing because you just call it the cookbook collection. And then they're like, wait a minute. The cookbook. Wait, but the character's anarchist. Oh my gosh, it's the anarchist cookbook. Like they figured out the code. Okay, I'm really on board with this.
It's
with an anarchist cookbook comic book for children. What?
I don't know.
What I'm saying.
Captain Anarchy is gonna. Oh, I need to go cook. He gets a cookbook, and they're like, "Oh, this is my cookbook." And it's like, "It's Anarchy's cookbook."
But what I'm saying is like, what I'm getting at is like, you do it in a naive style. Obviously, on the cover, it's gonna say for mature audiences, right?
Yeah.
But the way you do it is like,
You give it to my
it's like a
kids.
joke within it that it is supposed to be a kid's book that's geared towards children to like teach them, like, and it's the journal of this guy.
I will get banned.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not
from
saying
everyone.
This is me just thinking how I would approach it. I'm trying to think, because I just think this is a hilarious concept and it needs to be done. I almost want to take the helm, Frank. All I have to do is like squeeze that in with like my 2 graphic novels that I have to have done in a year.
Well, if you want to do like a little story, like a 1-page.
I really do. I know it's silly, but like the school desk, that's the catch.
Yes,
me, that's
I
the
like
hook.
I like the school desk. That needs to be.
I mean, that's
fleshed
like a
out
straight
more.
up, yeah, that's like an Indiana Jones MacGuffin right there, you know?
Yeah. Gotta get this desk.
That could be that's the way it ties into somebody very heroic like Captain Goggles, where he has to get the desk removed so it doesn't make more psychotic, nightmarish junior high kids with superpowers.
We need to enforce tyranny and authoritarianism. We must destroy that desk.
You know what would be hilarious is like, so you have like Captain Anarchy, who's a junior high kid with like just super amazing superpowers, which is a frightening concept. But then you have him
like
meet
Kid Anarchy as well.
Yeah, but But then you have him meet like an actual anarchist who's like arguing with him and being like, dude, this isn't anarchy. And he's like, whatever, man. Like,
He
because
meets
he's a junior high
Chomsky.
kid, you know? So like Chomsky is like trying to talk to him and he's just punching Chomsky. It's
Yeah,
like,
you gotta feature Noam Chomsky in there,
totally.
guaranteed.
And like, actually, what should happen is
You
like,
can write that, Adam, because I don't know anything about Chomsky.
okay, so here's what'll happen. Like, you have the professor who explains the lore, like the guy who's like studied the cool S and like its
Yeah.
appearance throughout history, and he's like aware of like anarchy for sure, and he's maybe friends with Noam Chomsky because he's a professor, right? And maybe this guy studies linguistics because he's studying the S, right? The cool S, which is a total linguistic. So then, like, he's like, okay, kid, I'm going to have Chomsky teach you the real power of anarchy. And then the kid just like punches Chomsky and is like, whatever, I know what anarchy is. Or something stupid. I don't know. There's all sorts of ways we can go with this story, you guys. We're building a bank right now. A bank full of money.
But make it all fit on one page.
Like the entire, like a whole graphic novel's worth. This whole lore has to fit on.
Yeah, just lots of exposition.
Like a poster comic. Anyhow, Frank,
or like
you don't.
a 2-page spread.
Oh, I could see that. Frank, by the way, I think that Paul and all of us are totally comfortable with like a 1 or 2 page mini comic that just shows some of these characters. You don't have to tell the whole lore. That would be a tall order, Frank.
I do like the desk lore, especially like I want to start off with the.
Oh, that would be the easiest part, I think. Just
I feel like
type that out.
I feel like the desk should just be panels of the desk throughout history.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
just
that's
a picture of a
what
desk with like these different backgrounds.
Well, it needs to start off with like it was a tree and there's a body there. It's not like it's not gonna be for kids.
Oh my goodness, this is like I don't know, man. This is awesome.
Or I don't know, it's like let's chop down this tree. We just buried that Judas guy. We only have to show it. Just like wait, what's this?
You could also like show the theory that like bridges the gap of the conflict there. You know.
What do you mean?
It could be like propositional too. Like it could actually be a teaching tool in churches. Weirdly enough, there's supposedly a conflict in how Judas.
Oh, that you made my comic about the desk.
I do.
I think he does.
Okay.
That, Frank.
Oh, okay. It was like
Frank, it's like 1 a.m. and I'm exhausted. So that's why I'm like I'm riffing on half sleepiness. No, I was saying like, you know, when you show Judas, like you show that he both hung himself and that the rope broke and that he fell on a bunch of rocks and his guts spilled out. That's a really kid-friendly comic.
That's my chick track.
That's how most people I've heard like kind of resolve.
Track.
I don't know if you've heard that, Frank, but that's the resolution I've heard for that like conundrum of the Judas story.
Oh, that he fell?
Because there's a conflict like in the text where he dies like one way and then in the other he dies another.
Oh yeah. I think we actually talked about this. I think you were telling about this on the stream that I remember hearing this.
I don't think I've brought that up with you. Maybe somebody else.
Well, maybe I remember this. So I don't know if I heard it somewhere or I was reading it, but yeah.
But it's trippy because I guess that area is like full of like a lot of rocks and stuff, so it kind of like
and I think that's what it was. That mean the rope fell, the rope broke.
Yeah.
Because like how long was it there holding a body?
Yeah. So anyhow, thank you guys for tuning into the stream. And at this point in night, we just wanted to talk to you about someone hanging themselves and their guts splashing upon the rocks below.
Naked Men, anarchist cookbooks for blowing up, performing acts of.
To be
mass
fair, it's
destruction.
Captain Anarchist's cookbook collection. It's not.
Yes.
Hitler is
I wouldn't
involved
make
in
that
this somehow.
connection.
What is the Hitler connection?
The Hitler
Oh,
connection was based on.
the desk belonged to Hitler at one time.
Well, so
And what
Hitler
are the
Hitler
attributes
in
of
art
cool
school.
S? Like, what does cool S have to do with anything? Like, what are they?
You're the one that brought up cool.
No, but I'm saying, like, what is it?
The cool
like
S
what-
Oh,
originally.
we haven't gone to that part yet.
The cool S originally originated from me just saying that would be the way to activate the desk. And then like you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
whoever once they did the secret hieroglyph activation that like they would without the kid knowing, like whatever you entered next according to the spell or whatever that he was doing, it would become the emblem of his power. And that's when he draws like the anarchy symbol. But then when you guys were talking, it sounds like you resolved because I realized like that is way too complicated. And the fact that you guys made a cool S character is like a much better resolution because that means the desk is just the power, and then whatever you carve on it like becomes powerful. So like
the question is then, what is the principles of the cool
what
S?
are
What is he
cool
all
S's
about? Like,
for?
what is?
so the cool S, we've
What's his
already
philosophy?
established a few
Is he
things.
just like cool? Like he just looks
He's
cool.
he's a cool guy.
It's just like
I
one
think that would
No,
be
he's
hilarious.
gonna-
Maybe people just make assumptions about
There's
him.
no
They're like,
depth to it.
they're like, dude, you're totally like a Stussy model, and it's like, no, that's wrong. That's not.
He's just
what I
like
am.
really cool and popular after that.
That's hilarious.
There's an air of mystery around him. I like him having some kind of powers, but like I
Maybe
don't
he
know what
freezes
they would be.
people,
Confused.
and he just makes bad cold jokes. You need to cool down.
Cool.
Cool. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. That's a little bit like Frozone, though. So let's not go there. Cool S. What would be his powers?
The power of being cool, I guess.
Yeah, I think the power of being cool would be great. Or it's
So
like
how
whatever
would-
he does just gets mimicked. What do you think, Frank? Cool S.
Because like, how would he be fighting? Like, well, why would he be fighting Captain Anarchy? I'm just too cool to fight you. Captain Anarchy.
He's too cool to fight him. So it's just shots of like Captain Anarchy just punching him a bunch, and he's just
Well, it could
like
be
sitting
like-
there like, I don't know, man.
How
about this,
Like,
like-
cool for this.
What if Captain Anarchy was like, I would totally whip your ass, but you're so cool. Like you're just too cool, so I don't want to.
He's like too like he comes like that close to punching him, and he was like, I just can't. You're just too cool.
He's just so cool.
I like the lore we developed about the cool S. So I think just having his like all this lore and then like he's just too cool and that's it. Like I don't know, it feels kind of flat to me.
Too cool for school.
Wait,
That
I
could be
have
motto.
his power. I have his power. His power will be like to arrive whenever there's a conflict and just be like, guys, be cool. All right?
Yeah, be cool.
Just be cool. And they
Cool.
like
It's all
suddenly
good.
are just like,
It's
yeah,
good.
that's right.
cool.
We should just be cool.
Not cool. He could say, not cool, guys, not cool.
Not cool.
Thanks, coolest guy. He's the coolest.
I like that, like just a one-dimensional character. Like there's not much
Yeah.
to it. Just coolness is his thing.
Oh my gosh.
But since it's like in a school, he could be too cool for school.
That's
Dude.
true.
Cool
That's
for
that's the first
Well-
iteration that happens after he becomes the cool.
I
S.
think like part
just
of his
too cool for
costume
school.
is he has these sunglasses, but it's like the S symbol as sunglasses.
Well, I
Like
could
the
see
80s
that.
style that have like the little slits. So like
Got it. Yeah, like some Kanye's or something, but like they're like S. Yeah, I could see that. You guys, I feel like, you know what's sad? This is the sad part about what we're talking about. If all three of us just quit what we're doing and made this comic, it would probably outsell all of our
Yeah, like-
comics.
None of our comics are going to be successful with this stupid fucking Captain
but
Anarchy.
you got
Some-
three guys doing three different versions of Captain Anarchy and the coolest crew.
No, I'm just saying, like, I have a feeling with like the way people are and their
I
taste.
know, yeah, like
I have a feeling.
and that's my fear. So Adam's like, you should create Captain God. I was like, no, I want to work.
I will
No,
admit
I
though,
wasn't. Saying
I know.
I wasn't saying that.
I
But
will
maybe
admit
like a
though, the
pen
second I
name or
heard
an
Captain
alias.
Anarchy, I was like, that is a winner. Like
You
I can't
know,
help it. That's just a
Yeah, just
great idea.
automatically.
and
It's a
that's just
good.
something I just threw out as like a ridiculous far-fetched thing, and like I better stop throwing out far-fetched things because they're turning into like they could be possible stories.
I love this kind of thing though, because like this is how writers' rooms work. And like I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
saying I would actually develop this, but like this is how a lot of great ideas start, you know?
Oh, I think we've already developed it.
Yeah. I think we have. I kind of feel obligated to do it.
I'm gonna do something. I don't.
The desk is a
Well,
great lore.
I like the desk lore.
Like that has to go somewhere because I mean, just the idea of this evil school desk.
And we already have a name for the collection, the Captain Anarchy's cookbook.
This is gonna be like an X-rated book.
Well,
Well, so that's the catch is like you have to kind of do it in a way that's not like I feel like if it was like super X-rated, it wouldn't be like as
I
interesting.
would do super X-rated.
That's why I feel like I like the premise of it being like this. It's a nefarious
style.
book written by Captain Anarchy, so it's like meant to appeal to children.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, obviously,
This is
the
my
book-
story.
Yeah, and the catch on it would be like it's like one of those children's books for adults, you know, like you're not marketing it as an actual book for kids. But the premise of it is like, hey, little kids, let's tell you a story, like that kind of thing.
I think like a Jeffrey Brown
Picture
style.
of the
would
cover,
work really
Captain
well.
Anarchy's cookbook.
I like that, like a Jeffrey Brown. Like, are you talking Jeffrey Brown's like Star Wars stuff, or more like clumsy, like a little
Yeah,
diary?
clumsy, like his like superhero stuff.
Yes.
You know Jeffrey Brown, right? We could get Jeffrey Brown to draw this, right?
Or like a James Kachalka style, like super fuckers, like that
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
thing. Oh man, I could see it. Sorry for the language, guys. That's actually the title of
Super
Jeffrey.
effers.
Yeah, it's a good comic too. It's very.
If
funny.
Anna watches this stream, like, what the heck are you doing?
Yeah,
Captain Anarchy.
the animated series was great too.
Captain
Oh,
Anarchy.
I never got to see the animated one. Was that on? That was on Cartoon Network, right?
I think it was just like on. I can't remember what it's called. It was like it's like a YouTube channel for cartoons.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we chased Corey away.
Did we
Federator?
chase Corey away?
What was it called?
He had said, "Summer, I've gotta go back and hear the origin." He's like, "All right, everyone, I'm out. Catch you later."
Sorry, Corey. Have a good night. Be safe.
It's a bit much.
It is a bit much. We're very edgelordy here, you guys. We're traversing the ravine. We are making such offensive content that you should buy our books and build a bonfire and burn them, and just make sure you call your local press and talk about how evil our books are.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, so
make it go viral?
Frank, could you imagine if like there was like some bonfire where like some wacky group of people was like, Captain Goggles is of the devil, and like you're actually writing these like books that are like wholesome and good, but like if you got that media that was like, dude, for some reason this group of people were like burning like this guy's mini comics, like I have a feeling like a bunch of people
I
would
want to
just be
make
like,
it into
I
a
have to
graphic
buy these
novel
mini
so
comics.
People can be like,
Got it.
people can be.
I want to
like,
see
"Let's burn
the
this
Captain.
graphic novel."
I want to see the Captain Goggles graphic novel. When exactly do you want to do that? Like a graphic novel with Captain Goggles?
Right now, we are still like working out the story structure, like the chapters, what each chapter is going to be. We got 3 chapters loosely, like we got like the guideline for 3 of them, and it's going to be 100 pages So I think we decided on 10 chapters. I'm not sure. I need to ask, double check. But as soon as like I have a script outline, I want to start working on it. So I'm gonna be doing some character designs because right now we only have like 3 or 4 characters. We got like we got a villain. We got some other people like on the side of the villain. We got 2 heroes at least. And, so we're developing more stuff. We got a story that we want to tell. It might just be one graphic novel.
What is
For
it
now-
from? Warp Zone something?
Warp Anchor 7.
Warp Anchor 7. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that plays into the comic. What a Warp Anchor is.
Right.
I'm liking it. So are you and Anna like collabing on it?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she does some great character designs, and I just try to keep it consistent.
You just try to keep it cool.
Keep it cool.
The coolest.
Yeah, that's why I don't think Captain Anarchy and Coolest Guy fit into that world. Because for what we're telling, it's a totally different.
Oh yeah. No, I feel like we're building a different universe here.
Yeah, this is like a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm. It's a whole different recipe.
Yes. I am gonna. If this becomes more than one thing, I am gonna turn into a collection, and it's gonna be called Captain Anarchy's Cookbook Collection.
You're gonna be on like an FBI watch list.
Totally. I feel like just the subject matter of this
Yeah, I feel like
this
even
live
saying
stream
that
has
might,
probably already put us on a watch list of some sort.
might lose all our channels now.
Yeah, that's true. This is gonna go beyond demonetized. It's like it's gonna somehow just go into our banks and just withdraw all our money. It's like, wait, what happened? You just crossed that many lines.
Permanent imprisonment.
Permanent perma prison.
We haven't even written it yet. We just talked about it.
I know, it's like we didn't even make the book.
Yeah.
I really am
Like the
kind of enjoying-
Minority Report. We just thought about it. That's
You know, like if this stream gets any darker, we're gonna have the cool S appear and be like, "Not cool, guys. Not cool."
not cool. Coolest guy.
Well, what's funny is like you could have him do that a couple times, and then every once in a while, just have him appear and just shake his head, and they're like, "But it was cool," and he's like, "Yeah." Mm. Oh my gosh, you guys. How are you guys holding in there? Because I'm pretty sleepy and delirious.
Doing all right, but I just slept a lot.
Yeah, Adam, you sound really sick.
I know. I am very sick.
And not in like a cool ass kind of sick. Sick. Is it weird that I also use the term sick quite a lot as like a positive?
Yeah.
That's a little odd.
Sick.
But then I've also realized that's gotten a little dated.
Is that like a punk rock thing?
It's like a skate kind of
skateboard thing.
Yeah. But you know, it's like, hey, that's sick, you know, or that's a sick guitar riff or sick whatever, sick drawing.
I think it's come back.
Anarchy's is also a skateboarder.
But I had a couple times when I was teaching at Laguna where I'd tell a kid like, "Oh, that looks really sick over here, but this," and they're like looking at me like, "It's sick looking?" Like they thought it was an insult, like I was saying it looked physically sick, and I was like, "I am old. I am old." I used old speak.
Well, I think sick is like what is old is new. I hear people say. I hear younger generations say that.
Yeah, I hear people saying sick. Younger kids.
Yeah, I've been noticing the rebirth of Rad as well.
Yeah, and I've tried to bring that back as well. So I use it. That's right.
Really now.
Yeah. Far out, man.
I think when you say rad, you should pronounce it like really clearly and just be like, "That is rad."
Rad.
Yeah, it's not rad. It's rad. What did you say?
Rad.
Well, it doesn't have to be that long, but
Rad.
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 You guys,
Radical, man.
I feel like we have a really great story starting. I think we all need to retire our comics and just focus on Captain Anarchy.
Captain Anarchy.
We should go
Anarchos.
have like a pitch meeting with
Captain Anarchy.
Netflix or something.
Yeah, I think tomorrow I need to
Netflix.
drive to downtown LA and
I think just the idea itself, you don't have to do any work. The idea itself is just going to sell itself.
Just pitch the idea.
be like, you
Yeah.
guys, it's Captain Anarchy and the cool S.
There you go. Carved into the
Yeah.
desk. It's an enchanted desk. That's all you need.
And then
Yeah, you know how many desks you can sell, guys? And wait till we get to the cookbooks.
it's true.
And I can make actual cookbooks.
That would be hilarious. Can you see now I know I'm sleepy, but can you imagine if like all these kids are like, I'm gonna read the anarchist cookbook and then they check it out of the library and it's literally just
like
an actual
recipes,
cookbook
like
where it's like how to
make
make
a ham
macaroni and
sandwich
cheese.
shaped like
Wait,
an
what?
egg.
No, really, that's what anarchists eat, man. They eat mac and cheese. It's just,
cheese.
oh
Mac
man.
and cheese, ham and cheese, all the cheese.
You guys, the real anarchist cookbook tells you how to make mac and cheese with hot dogs. Yeah, that's right.
Check it out.
Now,
Whatever happened to
that
this
almost
Frank
makes me feel
Salazar
like
fellow?
that would be something
He got
hilarious.
arrested.
Who got arrested?
Well, so like the kids are like, whatever happened to this Frank Salazar guy who wrote all this stuff? Oh, he got arrested.
Yeah, he's in Guantanamo Bay.
He's good. Yeah, he's writing the
the
continuing
terrorist
stories
watch list.
of Captain Anarchy.
I was trying to think of a goggles pun and I couldn't think of one. I was gonna say like they put him in goggles or something. I couldn't think of anything. It would be like
that's the secret origin of Captain Goggles. He used to be Captain Anarchy.
Captain Goggles used to be
Oh.
Frank Salazar, a
That would be a twist.
YouTuber who made
Frank,
jokes
Are
about
you
Captain Anarchy.
Captain Anarchy. That's like
Yeah.
your secret identity. Like a Darth Vader or Anakin revelation moment.
Oh, that's true.
That'd be
Maybe
shocking.
It's his son.
Captain Anarchy is his junior high kid. He comes home, finds like all these Judas Priest albums. Wait a minute, this is from the desk. No,
That's gonna Judas Priest. That's another. That's another.
oh my gosh, this is too good.
We might get sued by Judas Priest.
Well, then I guess you'd have to just have it be like a band that called themselves Judas or something. But there's ways.
Well,
There's
I
ways.
think I think we can put in there, but like that's it. Just a one reference.
Yeah.
I think you
Just
can make a
not-
reference. You could
That's
change
true.
it to Judas Pastor or something.
Or Judas Past.
Judas. Judas Past. Judas High Priest.
Priestess.
Judas Priestess. No.
Oh man.
I have like an
guys.
image of a girl rock band. Judas Priestess.
I think we are gonna just like I agree with Adam. I think this is like the thing where you wouldn't even have to get in an elevator to pitch it. You just like you drive to the parking lot of Netflix and the execs would just fly to your car. Like
Come to me,
instantly.
guys. I got your next hit right here.
They like you wouldn't even have to say anything. They'd just smell it. They'd be like, I know there's a hit out in the parking lot. We all need to drive out there and meet them. And we'd be like, you guys, the cool S, the wooden desk, and Captain Anarchy. $5 million, please.
This is like Narnia. The wish to Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe. Cool as the desk and Captain Anarchy.
I like the desk though. I like in a lot of this. I'm goofing around, but I really do actually like this idea of this haunted desk.
I like the desk. I think
Brianna just joined us and said, hey, how is everyone doing? We are delirious. Chase said everyone is tired and having a story meeting. 5+ hours of streaming. That's a marathon and a half. You guys need to tune into Adam's streams because I'm like, this is a joke of length of stream compared to Adam's.
Just warming up.
Yeah.
It's going to carry on to Adam's stream.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is like a stroll.
Casual stroll.
Yeah, Adams is like, we're on a stroll prepping for a marathon.
Hey, Brianna. Did you come in at a weird part again, Brianna?
I feel like Brianna does appear whenever we're talking about something like that's really hard to explain without a lot of context.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm in love with this origin story, though it's going to happen. I feel like I'm gonna try to sketch something out whenever I have free time. I was just realizing, when do I have free time?
I know. Like I got like different things that I need to work on, not just the comics, but like sketch cards that I've been commissioned to do for like, and paintings I need to work on.
Commissioned?
Yeah.
Like a professional, Frank? Like a professional?
Yeah, actually, yes. I've been commissioned to do some Ninja Turtle sketch cards. A lot of different characters. I've already done a lot of the Turtles. I've done the Foot Clan, Shredder, Krang, April, Neo, Bebop, Rocksteady, Splinter. And there's a few more characters that need to do.
Oh, Brianna said she appeared in the chats like the Netflix people. She could just smell the success of our pitch.
Talking about this cool thing.
Yeah, Brianna was just like, she was probably just resting and just woke up and was like, there's a great pitch happening online. We have to get there. Do you think Brianna is secretly the cool S?
She's the coolest.
That's true. She is the coolest. Thanks for joining us in the chats, Brianna. I'm going to be right back in about
coolest
10
guy
seconds.
Could have a girlfriend.
You guys aren't going to believe this, but we're at
naturally.
6 hours. And every time we're at the hour mark, I usually have to take a little break. So feel free to plug your work for anybody newly joining us. I think everybody's pretty familiar with your stuff. But Adam, by the way, that page is looking really rad.
Oh, thank you. It's, I think, done now.
I feel like that page is so neat that Cool S would appear and just be like, that is a cool page.
Oh, it looks kind of cool, just like upside down at the angle, especially.
It does.
It looks vibrant.
It looks like the cover of a comic book documentary.
Yeah, it's just like a graphic design or something.
Yeah.
I'll scoot it up slightly so that there's slight, not quite nudity, but almost nudity involved.
I'll be back shortly.
No, okay.
Frank, do you know the conclusion of this comic?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. I want it to be a little bit of a surprise. It's been hard to not reveal the punchline, but I don't think anyone's paying that close of attention to the end.
Okay.
I don't want to just like show every single thing I do like before the comic comes out.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gents.
That's
continue.
that's why I stopped telling people like, oh man, when we get to this part in Captain Goggles, like I'm just gonna work on it and show it to them. So I don't just talk about it, I want to do it.
Yeah,
I
I want to
am-
have at least like a couple pages or something worth of stuff that just people don't know ahead of time.
Yeah,
That's smart.
and I put the like if you go to my coffee account, you can read the first 10 pages spelling out. But if you want to
Sure,
read the
yeah.
full story, you can buy it from me or go to. I'm gonna put it on Gumroad.
Speaking of,
Person.
if you guys are watching this stream and have any particular comment that you would like to share, or any question or thing you'd
Yeah.
like us to read that is safe for work, then as long as
Sure.
it's not like degrading of other people or anything like that, feel free to pop in a super chat,
Yeah.
and also
Even if
feel
it's
free to
ideas
not.
for Captain Anarchy.
It's
So maybe
true.
we'll use it, but if we can show it.
I'll say a super chat does grease the wheels with our concept meeting here, is all I'm saying. That would be an interesting thing. This is
If
another.
someone does super chat and it's about Captain Anarchy,
Frank, don't
you've already
overcommit.
made money off the Captain Anarchy idea.
That's true. At that point, that's a professional character.
That's a profession.
Hey, what about Captain Anarchy NFTs?
You guys, I have a really good idea.
Listen, we're
Please,
gonna...
let's not get into NFTs.
Yeah,
Just
let's not
one, just
talk
one.
NFTs or Trump, Adam.
Just
no.
one NFT.
Yeah.
Just
Go
the
back
one.
to Anarchy.
Only the Captain
Not
Anarchy.
NFTs,
Just
sir.
a single one. Not
What
a
if
whole...
like there were some sort of NFT tie-in? Yeah, I do like this idea. But I was gonna say, actually, here's the thing. I think that all three of us should work on our comic and then use the Captain Anarchy and this whole plot, like lay it out for people and basically say, none of us have time or any reason to justify working on this.
Yeah.
But if we hit like this level of super chats, then we will spend like 20 minutes or 10 minutes working on this stupid idea. Which I actually like the idea, but I'm just saying that might be a way to like justify it, where it's like, okay, I would actually work on this if like we made such amount, we could do a panel, or something like that. Like it could be
you're commissioning us to work at least on a panel of a comic, and hey, we can do this. We're getting paid.
So I'm just throwing that out as an idea, because like if we were to, of course we'd want to work that out or whatever, but I feel like if we were to do something like that, that would be pretty interesting. That might be an interesting experiment, like social media experiment kind of thing.
Yeah. I think you're the only one monetized to get super chats.
Yeah, we'd have to figure out a way to kind of split it too, but it's just a thought, where I was thinking like that might be a funny little incentive to.
I'm actually cool with that. Like,
yeah. So it's a thought, but again, like I don't want to commit to anything yet, but it's something we might want to consider because that's pretty funny. Kind of gamify.
I don't think doing a couple pages of comics between the three of us would take that long. Like,
yeah.
So I don't mind like inking whatever someone sketches something out.
Yeah, and I feel like we could
inking and coloring something, or helping write the script of just the Enchanted Desk or whatever.
Yes.
Although that is not my strongest suit of things. Like wording exposition, I think Frank is very good at.
Yeah. I could definitely commit to something like drawing it, but we'd have to figure out like what the number amount is. Like that would be like, we could even call it like, this is our sellout amount, like
our sellout tier.
Yeah, but it would be, like, I don't know. I think it might be worth. I actually, what's funny? I don't know if I've seen that done on a stream before, like a stream-based crowdfunding kind of thing. It might be kind of fun.
You're on to something there, Josh.
Yeah, it's a nutty idea that like happened at like
it would
6 hours into a stream.
Yeah, it would have to kind of cross over when you're doing the archives. Oh, by the way, guys, if you guys,
Oh, yeah.
yes, if you want us to draw, if
No,
you
no,
want
no.
Frank to do
Like the
or
way
what?
to
We're
do
like-
it. If we
Scott's
were to
like, what's going on?
hypothetically, yeah, if we were to hypothetically do it, the way to do it would be like, we'd probably want to like craft a little pitch where it's like, okay, this is the story that we came up with, like literally like all of this story has been developed when we're all sleepy toward the like middle or
so
end of a
sleep
stream.
deprived and
But we
the
kind of
start
love it.
Frank making Nazi jokes, and then it evolved to anarchy.
But we kind of love this idea, but it's still kind of stupid. So like we figure if you guys love it like we do because it's kind of stupidly awesome.
Yeah, if you want to see it,
You want to see this thing
see-
become a
come-
reality, then we have
yeah.
to hit these certain tiers. But the second we hit this tier, it'll be like one page.
Yeah.
And like we'll break it down from there. This is something to think about, like for all of us, just on the back burner for fun. Maybe we
Yeah.
can build out that as like a crazy premise. I kind of like this too because it's also just a fun way to like riff like during a stream. Because I am enjoying the story where it's going, and that's how a lot of stories are built. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
But but we'd have to figure out a number that makes it worth our while, you know.
Yeah, something that can be split evenly between 3 people.
Mm-hmm. And then also we'd have to be really patient because Google takes like 20 years to get you ad revenue payment.
Once Google pays out, I sell out.
But that would be hilarious. I don't know. It's a thought that's very funny to me.
Yeah.
And also, I would want the excuse.
Yeah.
I would want the excuse to work on this story because I actually kind of like the idea. Like, I hate to say it, but I really like it.
Yeah, it's a
if
good,
it
just like
actually
little.
works out, I think you could even catch on. Like, wait a minute, these guys are like doing super chats for, and they do a page for like a high super chat.
Yeah. And like,
Oh, is that what you're saying? That's a cool idea.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like you could have it be like a community amount. So it's like not one person, you know, but like they could make a regular super chat.
If we pay Corey Kerr $1,000 super chats, he will dance on TikTok.
Oh, if we raise $1,000 of super chats, we could pay Jeff Lafferty to paint the Captain Anarchy cover.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of caps like that we could come up with.
That would be so freaking cool.
But if you think about it, you could also just say like, okay, so our super chat goal would be like, I don't know, like $200 or something, and then we do a page. But it's not like it wouldn't be like $200. Like if you want to be like a crazy greased wheel donor, then like, you know, yeah, just drop the 200. But if you didn't, like every dollar counts to that. So we'd have like a counter where it's like, okay, we're like, and by the way, we're not throwing these out as actual super chat goals. So I don't want anybody out there to get like scammed of like $200. Please don't drop that yet. But it's just a thought.
To do a page.
But I do think it would be funny, like to have like an amount that's similar to that, where it's like we could kind of go, okay, this would be something that would make it worth our while, and then like have that just as like a counter during chats, and then like you know, obviously people could do a regular super chat, but we'd have like some kind of magic word for it. So if you wanted to do a super chat that was like specific to this, it'd be like super chat and say Captain Anarchy or whatever, you know. I think that would be really cool.
Thanks for the super anarchy chat. Okay.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, that would be the term, super anarchy chat. I don't know, Adam, am I crazy? I feel like that was a pretty good idea.
I feel like I'm missing I feel like I understand 99% of what you're saying, but there's a little. There's a little part that I'm not slightly getting, but I'm not. I feel like usually I don't fully understand, so it's not worth belaboring the point on it, but
Yeah,
I
just-
mostly follow what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was just like roughly like, you know, if we wanted to actually make the Captain Anarchy thing collaboratively, we could just
Yeah.
like somehow come up with a system where super chats could fund it.
Sure, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I
It's
think that'd
just
be a great idea for just like,
anything.
yeah, like, hey,
Sure.
let's help raise money for Mike to do Space Cat or something, and
Yeah.
do like super chats and help fund his pages and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant
Well, if he
idea.
wants to make an Captain Anarchy page or something, he can.
I think, yeah, if Mike wanted to get involved in his art style, I think it would be pretty cool.
Dude, if we could get Mike Emirates to do
There are times where Michael just, you know, okay, boom, it's got to be done. Let's do it. Boom, 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 and he gets it out. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
I've worked with Mike on certain things like that where it's like
We'll do the roughs. Like, hey, Mike.
I feel like this project is
Anarchy
something
this
that
up.
if you just kind of don't take too much time fussing and planning, just start making it. You know, just boom. Okay, let's just start a script. We'll start sketching things out. I'll start a document on Google Docs right now, and we'll just contribute to it.
And I also feel like it like especially the parameters should be like this should remain stupid, like meaning make it cool but keep it stupid. Like that.
Yeah, like
half
that
the
fun,
fun of the
silly,
whole thing is it's got to
Yeah.
be stupid and silly.
Just like a fun, silly, viral thing where it's like for some reason people respond to the just simple kind of silly ideas. It's so light. It's just it's not
I
this
can
big,
really see this
serious thing.
turn into something like we're gonna crowdfund this. We got so much super chats from making the pages. We want to give you those actual pages in the book form. So we're gonna crowdfund Captain Anarchy, made by like 10 different people.
Oh my gosh! Okay, I'm really loving this idea. I'm gonna actually back burner
At least
this
it's
because I
free.
think it's a funny. It's almost like a side quest, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like my main quest is just getting all these books done, but like a side quest that could just be an ongoing bit on the stream.
So what do you
could
guys
be that, and then it could actually become something legit. Because like again, like you know, it'd
It
be
can
fun to
become
do.
like an anthology type of thing. So like each one writes a little story or something.
Oh, like different takes on the concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just
Like
like everybody
different-
handles a page.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I don't know. It's all over the place, but I do like the idea. I feel like the thing that's neat about the super chat idea or something would be like it would be a way to actually like justify the time. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, for me,
Yeah,
like,
because
the
you got
problem
like
is
massive panels to ink and stuff, and I got like other things I got.
we all do, right?
We all got a
Like
lot of stuff
3-4
to do,
different
but
projects, and
I mean,
Adam.
I could sketch up some Captain Anarchy stuff tonight. Like, but the thing is, what does Captain Anarchy look like? What is the cool?
Well, yeah, I was actually gonna
Like we need sort of
do
a consensus
do a
on what.
design, but what I was saying, like, he has to be like a metal band guy, like he's in a metal band, failing metal band, skateboarder. So he's like your, punk teenage.
I also
kid.
feel like oh sorry. I just was gonna say like Adam, I also wouldn't want this to like pull from Toad Road though, you know? Because like you're making really good progress on that.
Oh no, that's fine. Because like when I've been doing Toad Road, there are times where I just stop and I start drawing whatever comes to mind and female portraits and just just doing random drawings. Like it's sort of refreshing to at times just not 100% work on Toad Road the entire time.
So that could be like your little like warm
Like I don't see this as being this big, huge
endeavor, yeah.
commitment. If we just kind of went with the feeling, like the feeling is there. It's like this viral feeling, and it's just like in the air.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
If we just kind of like sketched it up and planned it out real quick, like just it doesn't have to be this big, long, complicated planning thing.
I like the idea. And I really do like the idea of hinging it to like super chats too, because I feel like, we could like kind of present I don't know. I gotta work that out in my head, like how that would work. But I figure if we like presented it, where it's like, hey, like if we reach like, you know, this certain amount, then like we'll pencil a whole page. If we reach this certain amount, we'll like, you know, or like maybe it's just a certain amount for like a finished, colored, professional page that's gonna be as stupid and awesome and silly as like our idea.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
we'll do it professionally, you know. So it'll still look good, but
Yeah.
it's just going to be like, you know, maybe Dogman level, you know.
Well, maybe just do one thing. Like we want to do a poster-sized sort of comic that just kind of presents the entire idea and just fund that. And
I
boom.
like that, but I even like the idea of it being like every page, you know, because it's like,
Oh yeah.
it could literally be like an ongoing bit that ends up actually becoming a book or a comic, you know.
Oh, keep like adding to it. You're saying.
Yeah, so like you do page 1 of like this story, you know, would be like you reach like,
Yeah.
I don't know, $200 or whatever, like in super chats, and then it's like, okay, we're gonna collaborate and do like page 1, and then you just kind of put it on the back burner and always have that mentioned on chats where it's like, hey, if you want to do super chat, that's cool. If you want to do like, if you want to see like Captain Anarchy happen, then like we hit this amount, and every super chat that comes in that says like it's
It'll
an
be
Anarchy chat or whatever,
a
added to the
collaborative
doc.
crowdfunder funded by super chats.
I am
with,
loving
like,
this
3
nerdy.
knuckleheads coming up with like, what if we did this? What if we did that?
Right. Yeah, I
Anyhow.
think it's an innovative idea, the super chat thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also
I'm
just a
not
way
seeing
to
anything
like,
to do with that.
yeah, and the nice thing is it would be a way to like not impede on people's workflows. Like, you know, you'd have
Yeah,
Ted
'cause,
Road, like Frank has his thing. I have like my billion books that I have to get done.
Yeah.
But like, if you're
Yeah.
making a couple $100, you know, like spending like you know, especially if we're all 3 doing it, it's like, you know, splitting that 3 ways, and then all of us spending like 20 minutes on it isn't going to like kill us, you know.
Yeah.
So random thinking.
I
Sure.
do like it, and I think it's something we need to hammer out.
I also have to say I'm a little
Hammer.
delirious from did you say hammer?
Yes.
Is it hammer time?
Oh, Hammer Man. Hammer.
Did you look up the Addams Family rap?
I
Frank?
did. I downloaded it on my laptop.
Nice.
I've heard it before. Like once I listened, like, oh yeah, like I did. I remember this clearly now. Yeah.
Did you have like the song I Can See Clearly just pop
I
in your
can
head
see
right
clearly
after?
now.
That is a damn good song.
It is.
Like no irony in that statement. I actually love that song. Damn good song.
That pops in every once in a while when someone says, I can see clearly now the rain.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Well,
when
you
someone says,
guys,
turn around every
now.
now
Oh
and
no,
again.
I'm gonna have to actually like that's one of those songs that if I hear it like
Yeah.
at a karaoke bar, I will like drop everything. I'll kick people over, grab the mic, and start going every now and then I fall apart, because it's like you have to, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you guys were singing. They Might Be Giants have a song called "Turn Around."
Well, there's that too.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds exactly the same at first, like the first couple words.
Oh, might just be my bad off key.
Yeah. I think we're just
I
talking
haven't
about
heard that
like
one.
total eclipse of the heart, you know.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get demonetized. That's the entire goal of this whole.
Like they're talking about anarchy. They're singing songs. They're
Making
copyrighted.
really inappropriate Frank jokes. I'm just gonna start calling them Frank jokes.
They show nudity with a helmet guy.
Helmet guy was very tastefully done. Paul knew.
Yes.
He knows the line that you cannot cross, and he did not cross that line.
Yeah,
Tasteful nudes.
of helmet
He
guy.
drew Helmet Guy like one of his beautiful French girls, you know?
Yeah.
I have to say, I was really shocked to see Paul like deliver on that, but like that was a really good like on the spot sketch.
Yeah. I might do like a design or like a some couple of thumbnails because Paul did that. So,
What do you guys think? Should we get Luhan on it and have him animate the whole thing and do all the voices and the music?
Oh
it's a
wow.
whole new. Oh my goodness.
What would it
To
cost
get-
to fund that?
To get I was saying, to get Luhan involved, there's gonna be some much greenbacks.
Yeah, I would agree. I also think again, it's like one of those like, wow, everybody's got their thing. That's the downside of like trying to get collaborations going in our community. It's like,
Mhm.
like we're all like swamped, you know, like
Yeah.
we all have like these projects that like we're not going to finish. till we're,
And
like,
that was
60,
my
you
initial
know?
fear because like, man, I'm liking this story, but like,
Yeah.
I got a lot of stuff. I can't just like drop everything. It was like, but I might. I don't know.
All right. So Ronnie Gunter just joined us. Ronnie, who
Good
wants to
Ronnie.
do the pitch for Ronnie of like what we've come up with? Can any of us articulate like the brilliance of this crazy story to catch Ronnie up on that?
I don't know because I left
Before
for
he
a little,
has to
came
go to
back,
work?
and it turned into Dogman. So, all right. So, all right, Ronnie. So we're talking about creating a Captain Anarchy comic, Captain Anarchy and Cool S guy. Now the lore is there is this magical cursed desk passed
Okay,
down.
Frank's our pitch guy, Adam. I already know this. Keep going, Frank. You're definitely the pitch guy.
Passed down from different generations, and like everyone who has had this desk has either written on it or carved it on it, but you know the desk is cursed because it's made from the wood that Judas Iscariot was hung on. So there's like some bad juju on it. So every time someone that owns it and draws on it or carves into it, you know, they get some abilities based on what they drew, but usually ends up not being too good. But it can be turned around depending on the person. So
Right, Ice.
eventually, it gets into the school where these two kids and one of them eggs the other one. So like, hey, you weenie, I bet you're too scared to carve into this desk. And he's pretty a good kid, the one that gets goaded into it. So he draws the super cool S that everyone draws in high school.
Everybody
starts
knows the
getting
cool S. If you don't know the cool S, just Google it.
Yeah. And the other guy draws because he's this cool rebellious guy, so he draws an anarchy symbol. So he becomes Captain Anarchy, and the other guy becomes cool S guy. And you know,
And then like
shenanigans.
the first shenanigan that's gonna occur is like the cool S. Like so they realize that like this desk has given them like superpowers based on like the thing they carved in the desk. And the first guy to realize this power has happened is the cool S because he's really cool. That's his superpower. And his first act of superpowerdom is to like disappear from school because he's too cool for school.
Super cool. And I did just think of something else for his power could be manifested. He kind of shoots these rays, and it's like this cool S,
Yes.
almost force field wraps around someone. So if they're angry and mad, they just like kind of cool down.
Yeah, and we also established that his biggest power will be like when there's conflict. He'll just go up to people, like he'll appear and just go, "Hey guys, be cool."
Be cool.
And they like
and
go, "Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, cool S."
I think also like people won't even want to attack him because it's just like he's too cool to
Oh, that's right.
I don't
Before he
wanna-
disappears from school, which he's too cool from, this was Adam's twist, was that Captain Anarchy is just full of like rage because he's not really an anarchist. He's just like a junior high kid. That's the frightening thing. These are both junior high kids, so it's like they have the power of gods, but they're like junior high kids.
They're kids.
But anyhow, so Captain Anarchy or whatever, like instantly is filled with like rage and like a desire to just do rageful things like a junior high kid would be. And he wants to get in a fight with Cool S, and he gets like this close to punching him, and then he can't because he's just too cool.
He's too cool.
Are you guys following? I don't know. Ronnie, you like our story so far? And Ronnie, right now we're kind of open sourcing it. So if you have contributions, we also have to at some point bring in Helmet Guy.
I think Helmet Guy can just be a guy there in the background. A side
And
character.
Paul Pate overheard this conversation and decided to draw Helmet Guy. Be careful, guys.
Yeah,
if
Paul
we're
Pate
dry.
added some stuff there.
So that's Helmet Guy. Yeah. Paul decided that Helmet Guy should only have a helmet and socks. So,
That sucks.
all right, guys, we have no idea how he'll tie in, if even tie into the script. But we also decided
if he
to
even ties in, he's gonna have to have a different helmet because that's gonna get us.
yeah. So we decided like maybe we'll do like a football helmet. Yeah. So I feel like we're on to something that's just monetarily very significant. I want to know, Ronnie, your take
And
on
the
it.
best part, Ronnie, is what we're kind of talking about is because we're all like busy with our own stuff. A way to get us to at least do a page at a time would be super chats. We're trying to figure out an amount.
Which we're not implementing yet.
Yes, we're not implementing yet, but it has to be an amount, and it can be a collective amount. Not like it doesn't have to be all at once, but like that it goes for like, okay, when we reach this amount, we'll start a page.
We'll do one page of the comic.
We'll do one page of the comic, and when that's finished, we're like, okay, we're opening it up again. If we reach this amount, we start the next page.
Draw the cool S on the table and see the power bestowed upon you. 80s guitar riff. Totally.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Like, this is just.
that's the
it's
thing,
full
and I
of-
think, yeah,
Yes, it's full of so much potential. I really
and
do.
that's another part where if we can open source it, people like, hey, are on board, and the super chats will fund this. We can collaborate, and you can do a panel if you just want to do a panel, and you'll get paid for that panel with a super chat.
Oh my gosh, I love it. And he said that was my 80s cartoon song for it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I could totally hear that. You have like an 80s riff, and then it says, draw the cool S on the table and see the power bestowed upon you. You know, anyhow, I can't do too much of it because I'm sick. And not sick in the cool way, you guys. But
So
not
Adam is
sick
showing.
in the Adam Lore way. I don't think I've gotten hit with sickness to that extent, dude. Not yet. I'm there. I'm on the road there. I'm on the highway there.
Adam is showing these frog guys from an Indian comic.
What is that?
Fighter Toads, it's called,
Fighter toads. That's what it's called.
That is kind of amazing.
from Raja Comics.
Is this
Actually,
the
yeah.
same comic company that had like the guys like yawning and like sending out like power blasts from their mouths and stuff?
No, I don't think so.
I feel like you showed.
I'm not
one.
sure though. They might be. I'm not sure if it's connected. There's like in Indian comics, which Frank and I determined was not called manga but ganga.
Ganga.
And then what's
Um,
funny is like
That's probably
you
not
would
correct.
think
But
that was like a
whatever.
joke, but I think I feel like I googled it and it was actually called that.
oh
Oh,
well,
really?
Yeah,
was it? I don't know
I
if
don't
there's
know.
a
Look
word
it
for it,
up.
but basically, like
Type in that word and see if that's.
we were talking
Yeah.
about it, and then like the name of the comic I had in front of me was called Gonga, so it was like, oh, it's
Yeah.
Gonga.
Oh, maybe
But
it was the name.
anyways,
of the
there's some stuff that's like more like superhero stuff, and then there's a lot of stuff that's more like religious stories and stuff, which I think are two kind of separate companies and stuff.
I mean, that makes sense. Like there's a
But there's some
whole.
really good stuff. Like there's a lot of really cool like painted covers and stuff.
It's awesome. I just kind of like the toads. They look a little familiar.
Yeah, it's a Ninja Turtles ripoff, but it's like it has enough of its own kind of style and thing. It's just like sort of its own thing.
You know,
Which that's another thing I'm gonna work on. I think I'm gonna do a sketch card of one of those. How many
one
of
of
those?
those guys.
4? Yeah, for Adam.
That sounds
If you
awesome.
want to, it was just sort of a random idea.
No, yeah.
I want to like learn how to translate what they're talking about.
That would be a cool thing too.
Doesn't Google have like a
Or like
translator app,
an app or
like
something.
point and click?
That is amazing, by the way. I was shocked to find that out. That like on a JPEG or whatever, you can just
Oh, really?
have
You
it
could
translate.
just edit? That's awesome.
It's freaking weird.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try that.
All right, I really gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I understand, man. It's not because you're tired, but it's the heaviness of the awesomeness of the concept we've been developing.
I'm gonna be like the coolest guy.
All right, you'll have to follow up with us, Frank, once you've woken up, like to see did it stick or was this like weird late night delusion? Because who knows? But I'm kind of curious because I so far like the idea. I feel like the
Yeah.
other thing would be like if we all like the idea, we also have to somehow get Anna on board. Like maybe have
Anna?
like a pitch meeting. Yeah.
I don't think she would be on board with it.
Really?
Would it take me just to get her to be on board with Captain Goggles and Mask Woman?
You're like Anna, we're switching gears.
We're switching it up.
All right, Frank, thanks for being on. I'm still gonna stick around for a little bit longer because I gotta
Alright.
finish this tree and this section, but you are free to go.
You're allowed to leave, Frank.
Yes, you are allowed to leave. You
I
have
am
my
bestowed.
permission.
All right. Thanks,
But,
guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, and have
Yeah,
sweet
yeah.
dreams of 80s riffs and
I like that,
the cool ass.
like having that in that era. So, like,
I love it.
all right. Bye.
See you later, Frank.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can see so much potential. We could even set like a goal to be like, Adam and I will make a theme song.
Yeah. I used to do a bunch of theme songs for a college radio station.
Nice.
My friend and I. We had like a radio station, and people would call in, and we'd make them songs,
That sounds awesome.
and some like comic artists and stuff. Actually, Dave Roman does.
Dave Roman.
He does Astronaut Academy.
Oh, okay.
He's married to Raina.
Okay.
We did a theme song for him, which was really cool.
Nice.
It was kind of crazy that it was like they were they were working artists and stuff, but they weren't like mega famous,
Yeah.
That was really cool to do.
Yeah, that's the thing. All artists start somewhere. I like the idea of fake theme songs, though. That sounds fun.
Fake theme songs.
Oh, you're talking like real theme songs. I don't know. I was just. I guess I was thinking like parody theme songs. I didn't realize.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. But then I also realized in my kind of sleepiness, I think you were talking about real theme songs.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just in my head was like not processing that.
We did a theme song for this kind of famous actor too.
That's awesome.
He was in Ghost World. Do you remember Weird Al, the waiter in Ghost World?
No, I was at first I was gonna say Steve Buscemi.
No.
Weird Al, the waiter, and I'd need to re-see the movie.
Like they go into the diner and he's just like taking their order. He's
Okay.
like, "Hi, my name is Al," and she's like, "Can we call you Weird Al?" I don't know. It's just sort of a minor thing.
That's awesome though.
But he's one of those actors that's like he's in so many random things. Like,
Yeah. So like one of those guys who's like in more than you realize. He's just like a career actor. Like those guys that kind of appear in everything. You're like, I recognize that guy.
I think he kind of like becoming interested in him. Like basically getting into Daniel Clow's comics and that movie Ghost World coming out. I got into this actor. His name was Ezra Buzzington, by the way.
Buzzington is a awesome last
Yeah,
name.
he has a really cool name. That actually got me kind of interested in like Buddhism and stuff. Because one of his movies is like about this like detective. Something I actually haven't watched the movie yet, but it's like a detective and Zen Buddhism, some combination of the two. So sort of just like the first time I'd kind of been introduced to some certain concepts of like they call it a koan, which is like the sound of one hand clapping and these like riddles and stuff, you know.
Got it.
But anyways, that like ultimately led to my sort of enlightenment experience.
All from Ghost World, huh?
I guess you could trace it, but you could just keep tracing it back further and further.
So
Because I learned about
Clowes.
Daniel Clowes in Wizard magazine.
What through Palmer's picks?
Yes.
So it's all Palmer.
I wonder how much further I could chase it back beyond that.
Wizard magazine. What made you pick that up?
I just liked superhero comics and stuff.
I can't remember the Wizard I first picked up. I think it's when I got really into Spawn.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because I was all about Spawn, you know? Sorry.
Is that like embarrassing to you or something?
No, I like very proudly. I was just trying to kind of do like a weird Jersey accent or something because it's Spawn, you know?
Like was that like oh?
I can't do a good McFarlane, so it was a failed attempt at doing like the tough guy kind of, you know, the Spawn, you know, he's like a hell spawn and he's gonna be like amazing, but he's like Spider-Man, but he's got like a Doctor Who's cape and a Doctor Strange's cape, and he's gonna be. I'm gonna make a hockey team that has the Hellspawns logo on it in a car, a hardcore Hot Wheel car, but a real car that's a Spawn mobile, and we're gonna drive it to the hockey stadium games.
Yeah, that's like a New Jersey accent.
Wasn't? I don't know. I was trying a McFarlane. Did you know he actually did that? He made like a Hellspawn mobile and had a hockey team.
Todd McFarlane have a New Jersey accent though?
No, I think this is New York.
I thought he was like Canadian and like lived in Idaho or something.
I think he is, but I think he's got like a fake tough guy kind of New Yorker.
He hasn't. Yeah, he does have sort of an interesting accent or sound to his voice.
Brianna said, I got to get on with my day. It was nice to catch you guys online again and see you all around. And then Ronnie said, I have to catch you guys live when it's during the day, early enough where I could actually join in. Yeah, that would be cool. Bye, Brianna. Thank you for joining us. Ronnie, you are always welcome on stream, dude. We all like Ronnie.
Sure, yeah.
Crimson Owl Comics. You guys should check out Comics de la Muerte. It's his show that he does with Jason Alexander, and it's really good. They talk about horror comics. And they also talk about Captain Anarchy all the time, as well as the Cool S. I'm not misrepresenting that at all.
Yeah, Image Comics was fun and exciting.
Yeah, it was really cool. I feel like Spawn was something that came along. Spawn and like the Max were something that came along at like the perfect time in my life to kind of actually get me into indies. And so I am kind of forever indebted to those books, as well as The Sandman. The Sandman was definitely one of the ones too.
Oh,
That was like a gateway drug to like undergrounds. But anyhow, I think the first Wizard magazine I got might have, you know what, it might have predated Spawn because I was really into Spider-Man, and I think that it might have been Spider-Man on the cover. I can't remember. It was Spider-Man or Spawn. What about you? What was your first Wizard? What drew you to Wizard? Wizard.
I think the first one I got was Wizard 19 with Wolverine and Sabretooth on the cover by Bart Sears.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I think it was just because I liked Wolverine. I probably learned it from my brother was into Wolverine.
Well, that's what got me into the Max, was Sam Keith's badass drawings of Wolverine.
Yeah. And Marvel Comics Presents.
Yeah, because I was just like, holy crap, like that Wolverine looks cooler than any Wolverine I've ever seen. He's like this weird kind of lumpy like leg guy with like giant blades and like a cigar, but the smoke is like, yeah, it's hard to explain.
Yes, Sam Keith's Wolverine is freaking awesome. I love his Dacon Cable and Ghost Rider and stuff too.
Oh yeah, his Ghost Rider is insane. Like, because I'm trying to think of like his head is just kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. It's awesome. Keith used to do some really interesting underground comics. I think the first Fantagraphics book I ever bought was I Before E.
Oh, like, interesting. That's a Fantagraphics book.
Yeah, it was Sam Keith's like indie stuff, and they advertised it, and I was like, "What is this company?" You know.
Oh wow! So you got into like Fantagraphics through Sam Keith.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the first Fantagraphics book I bought. Yeah.
Wow.
Because I hadn't heard of Fantagraphics, you know.
It's really interesting. I just saw it in Palmer's Picks. That's where I found out about all that stuff.
Yeah, and then Palmer's Picks was like definitely a big, like that's when everything started cracking open. You're like, oh wow, there's like this whole world, you know. Bone was one of the early indies that I got into. There was a really huge like section of one Wizard magazine that was like a spotlight on Bone.
Yeah. Yeah, that was how I got into Bone. I would see Bone. I think I might have told you this. I would see Bone like in just the trying to think of what's called in Wizard, where they just people submit their art and they just draw characters and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? And they would draw like Spawn and the X-Men as Bone characters or something, like that.
I actually visually remember exactly what you're talking about.
And when I saw that stuff before I really knew what Bone was, I was like, I fucking hate this. Like, what the fuck is this stupid, like, Bone crap? Like, I really hated it. And then when I saw that article and I like read about it and I was like, okay, I got what it was about. It's like, I freaking flipped out, like changed my life.
Yeah, that was incredible. So the area I lived in had terrible comic shops. And so I used to have to drive all the way to Hollywood, which was like a really long drive. Like, so anytime my family was like in the LA area, we'd stop by this store called the Fantastic Store that had the Thing, like as a giant monster at the top of the comic shop. But the reason we'd go there was they had issues of Dark Empire, the Star Wars thing.
Yeah.
And then they had issues of Bone, which like only a few stores had, because at the time this was like when Cartoon Books was putting it out. So it was it was kind of like, even though it was popular, it was like a deep cut for like a lot of the shops I had around me. And I remember telling friends about it and trying to get them into it, and they were like, "What is this?" Like, "Oh, it's black and white." Like, I was like, "No, this is like amazing." Like, because you read like that first collected Cartoon Books like graphic novel, and it's like, it's very engrossing. It's like so well written.
You know what's interesting? So when I found out about Bone through Wizard Comics, I was like, I have to read this. Like, I was just like tantalized by it, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I went to the library and like special ordered like a transfer from like they transferred it over to our library from another library or something.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was like the second or third book. So I started out reading Bone like on the second or third book. It was the third book. It was like after the Great Cow Race.
That's awesome.
So it was really an interesting experience because it was like I didn't know what was going on, but they kind of talked about these previous events and stuff.
Oh, okay. So you were kind of piecing it together from like
and it was just it was like one of the most interesting ways to ever read something, because it was like it had this like additional mysterious intrigue to it, where it was just like everything seemed very mysterious,
Yeah.
And then when I went back and read the originals and the Great Cow Race, I was like, oh, there was an actual fucking cow race.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was just like something they kind of talked about,
Yeah, and it was like actually
like a joke in passing or something. Like, oh, the whole book is about a cow race.
Oh, dude,
I love that experience that I read them out of order. It just will always be this like permanent thing in my mind.
Dude, I love it too. We gotta mark that for a future stream to talk more about Bone, because I love it, definitely. And I have a lot of memories of Bone and like different experiences and stuff, because it kind of came out as I was growing up, so it was kind of a cool way to, like from like like a little bit before middle school to like high school to college, like the whole run, and it was so fun to kind of have that as a part of a. Anyhow, so we'll continue that conversation. I am going to wrap it up, which is great. Ronnie's just taking off as well. So I'm going to wrap it up because I have finished my page. So this has been a really fun stream. I was intending to finish this, and in true Adam fashion, you've kept the conversation, and Frank as well. So awesome that I managed to do 3 panels when I intended to do 1. So I really appreciate that. And also, I really think you need to work on a translation of this Ninja Turtles comic. It's kind of
Yeah,
awesome.
fighter toads, man. It's so cool.
I love it.
There's a couple other like really cool characters too.
It's so funny.
Raja comic. Have you ever tried to look it up? It's Raja comic, like Raga.
That's so awesome. All right, Adam, where can everybody support you by getting Toad Road, which you guys should check out, especially if you like Bone and you like Ren and Stimpy and some of the other stuff we've talked about.
Yeah, if you love Bone, if you love Ren and Stimpy, if you love Calvin and Hobbes, if you like The Simpsons, Beavis and Butthead, South Park, those types of things. It's been quite a while since someone has purchased one of these damn things, so why don't you you go to the website, it's indieplanet.com, INDY, and put in an order. It's $5, and it's it's the greatest comic out at the moment, I would say.
Yes.
It's the greatest cartoony comic on the shelves. Well, it's not on shelves, but you got to get it. So it's Indie Planet, INDY, planet.com. Type in Toad Road or Adam Lore or go to my YouTube channel. The link is everywhere. And it's what would you say, Josh? It's a cultural sensation.
I would say that like it is such a cool story that the Cool S gave it his approval, his seal of approval. No, it's really good. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's like a quirky, like it's man. The Apple X-ray. I want to tell the bits in it because like there's
you can
just
tell the bits, dude.
They're very
just the main thing is like I don't want to give away the
bit.
The meat Ted part. Like that's the one part where it's like I don't really want to give away that punt. Yeah,
I don't want to give away a lot. I'm just saying like there's really well crafted jokes that have unexpected punchlines, but they're very well done. And it's not just jokes and punchlines, but it's definitely in the realm of like humor that goes into some dark territories at times. Or like that awkward comic that goes like 4 panels a little too long. So it's like awkwardly funny, like you're chuckling and then it's uncomfortable and then it repeats again and it's funny again. It's like it's just a uniquely dark but also like heartfelt comic. It's hard to kind of put words in, but yeah, I think it's really well done and you guys gotta support it so Adam does more. So yeah. I want an issue too. Darn it. All right. That being said, also make sure you pre-order Jacob's Apartment, my graphic novel coming out through Graphic Mundi, and also buy 2 stories, but only after you bought Toad Road. So go support. it's it's a good comic. All right, Adam. Thanks for hanging with me.
And, thanks, Josh. Wish I could have came in earlier, but I'm glad that I caught a lot of it and was able to come in at the end. So.
Yeah, it's fun.
It was a really fun brainstorm.
Yeah, I can't. I'm really actually kind of in love with that story. So I feel like I need to. I might just want to like do something with like crayons and like some of my kids' supplies to like make a page of that thing.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like there's something like loose and fun that could be done with it. But anyhow, All right. Have a good night.
Yep.
And I'll see you guys all on the next stream.
Adios.